Can't believe he's done it. The conference room Clash champion, Pat Chowder, being lifted into the air by a cow with human teeth.
Oh my gosh, that's the game.
What a game.
And Zero Skater is our new champ.
Oh my goodness. He was not expecting to survive that attack.
And that is it. Chad is the winner of Summer of Legends. Hello and welcome everybody to the grand finals of the Winter of Champions 2024 tournament. My name is John, otherwise known as Zero Skater 12, and on behalf of Restoration Games, I am happy to bring this amazing production to you all. And joining me this morning are my wonderful cast of commentators. First of all, Chad. How are you doing today, Chad?
Oh, it's an excellent day. I mean, had a good day yesterday. Could have been better, but super excited to be here on this end as well. Just commentating, just what I expect to be an excellent grand final.
Oh, for sure. We love to have you here. And Zach, how you doing today?
Yeah, doing well. Definitely nice to be kind of just chilling in a co-commentator spot, letting the host into you. It's been a while since we got to do this kind of thing together. I enjoyed the semifinals yesterday that I got to commentate for, and then watching the second one. So can't wait to see this grand finals. Both these players have put on an amazing performance so far, and I will not expect anything less today either.
Definitely looking forward to it. And last but not least, Taylor, Mr. Baked Goods, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic, John. Thanks for asking. This is probably the most decorated group of commentators I've had the privilege of commentating with, so I'm super excited for all the intelligent insight and little tidbits we're going to provide the viewers today.
Yeah, well, we definitely have the A-team here on commentary, so I'm really looking forward to doing this with you guys. It's going to be a blast, I'm sure. And looking at the match we have at hand, we have PhantomX versus Boterham. So both of these players have made it to the top 2 slots out of almost 200 people. We started this tournament we nearly doubled in size from the previous Summer of Legends, which was an incredible feat to begin with. Nearly 200, like I mentioned, and these are the best players from all over the world. It truly is a global scene. And today, we will be crowning the first champion, the first trophy winner, who is international, because all of the previous ones actually have been Americans. So it's definitely a monumentous day here, and I'm really excited to see who takes the trophy home. Not so sure that Justin's going to be super happy about international shipping for such a heavy brick of a trophy, but it's going to be exciting nonetheless. So what we're doing is we are doing Arsenal format. If you guys are not familiar with Arsenal, it is a format where you are going to pick a group of fighters, and you pick simultaneously, but you don't know what the opponent is picking. You're going to reveal them once you're both set. And any mirrored fighters, so any duplicates, are banned out, and then you're going to repeat the pick process until you have a roster of fighters on your side. And then you're going to end up assigning those fighters to certain games in which you know that you have advantage, disadvantage, and then neutral game. And what I mean by advantage is that you get your choice of either the map or your starting position. So it's a split advantage. And if you choose map, the opponent gets to ban 2 of the maps, and then you choose from the remaining. And if you get position, you just choose first or second, right? So it's an even split on advantage and disadvantage games, and then the neutral. And in this specific grand finals, it's a little bit different from what we've seen thus far throughout the bracket. So what you guys saw yesterday in the semifinals was a best of 3, in which case players would draft 5 fighters for their roster. They would ban one of the opponents, being left with 4 remaining each, and then you'd assign 3 out of those 4. Now, there's a little twist here because we're doing best of 5, and so how it's going to work is they're going to pick 6 fighters, they're going to ban 1, that leaves them with 5 remaining, and they have to assign all 5 fighters. So it's pretty intense, and I expect we can get quite deep into the roster, which everybody always loves because this game just has so many incredible fighters that you don't ever get to see all of them usually in tourney because there's just too many. We have how many fighters, guys? Like 50 plus at this point?
49, I think. It's really close.
Just there,
Yeah,
almost
I
there.
think it's 49 if you don't count Deadpool.
Okay, so 50 if you count Deadpool, but you guys know how
But
that
you don't
goes.
count Deadpool.
For tournament, it's 49.
For attorney
Don't
40.
start
Okay.
this debate, you guys. We just started streaming.
Oh yeah, restoration saving up postage to ship the trophy. Okay. Well, with that said, though, these rosters are going to get pretty deep. Do any of you have any expectations of the kinds of fighters we may end up seeing here?
Well, I
Just,
know that. Oh yeah, go ahead, Jen.
Just off the top of my head, at least I think Black Panther generally in best of 3 Arsenal wasn't seen too often. And I think he definitely is a decent fighter, but I think he kind of struggles into what the meta was with that. But I think going just a little bit deeper, getting some of those like A tiers out of the way. He also has a great matchup into Houdini, Little Red, stuff like that. So, and I also know that Phantom loves Panther. So I could definitely foresee a Panther pick from Phantom. I don't know too much about Boterham other than what I saw, but I probably expect another Muldoon from either side if I had to guess.
How about you, Zach? What do you think?
Yeah, so I was gonna say that you noted that the rosters will probably go pretty deep, and that's especially the case, I feel, when each player is picking 6 fighters at a time. Like for the first round, you're gonna be having 6, and so it's likely that you're gonna get a decent number of mirrors. And I do think because you're picking a wider swath, it's likely that there might not be a full mirror in the first round, because that would have to be like both players agreeing on a lot of the same picks, which won't always be the case. I think there's 3 that are very normal to see, which is Sherlock, Elektra, and Doctor Strange. But then after that, there's quite a bit of variance, and it's kind of changed as even this tournament has gone on. Like Golden Bat has started to pop up in the first 5 that people would do for previous Arsenal drafts. So when you expand it to 6, I do think there might be a case for certain fighters making it through. I do like Chad's Black Panther call out. I know another fighter who has seen a little bit of experimentation this tournament, and I will shout out Mitosis for this, is Dracula. Because if you can get deep enough, like, and get at least his worst matchups out of the way, either on your own roster or mirrored out, he can still be very solid, like he was way back when. So that's personally one that I'd like to see, just because we don't get a lot of Dracula play in general, and so finding those spots where he can fit is really cool. Outside of that, like, I'd love to see Red, as always, but I have got my fill of her this weekend if we don't, so either way I'll be happy. But yeah, I mean, I always want to see her more if I can.
Of course, Little Red's a fan favorite, and I agree with Dracula. He was an absolute menace back in the original meta of the Premier tourney that we saw Prospero and Bug Hunter play. He was everywhere, but man, times have changed because the game has evolved and so many new fighters have came out, and a lot of them giving Dracula some tough times, but maybe, like you said, if it goes deep enough, we will see the return. Taylor, how about you? Any expectations here?
Well, first of all, I just want to add that the left-facing sister is the best sister. Let's get that out of the way. And I would be very surprised if much of Tales to Amaze showed up, at least with being able to pick 6 fighters at a time. I know Tesla, Golden Bat, and Jill Trent in particular have been really popular this tournament because the community has seen how strong they are. And just with a best of 5 with more picks today, I'd be really surprised if any of them got through. We might get a surprise Annie Christmas like we did yesterday from Chad, but I would expect a lot more of the more like niche mid-tier fighters that are powerful in their own right, just have bad matchups into the top tier that is commonly picked. And we've seen how deep some of these best of 5 rosters have to go in the past. I know I'm just remembering Idokud when he was in the finals. We got to see Sattler and Bullseye on a roster, which was just phenomenal. So I'm interested for some more, not necessarily like wacky picks, but just stuff we haven't seen so far, and that should give us some interesting matchups today.
Sure, yeah. Do you think we'll end up seeing some classic matchups like, I don't know, Robin Hood versus Beowulf maybe?
I hope not.
Bring back some bad memories, maybe. It's such a good matchup, though. It's such a fun one.
All right, next question.
Okay.
Well, we all know what Taylor really wants to see. It's the Daredevil play.
Oh, that's right. Taylor loves Daredevil, we all know.
Did not know Connor was commentating with us.
Right.
You know, since he's not here, I had to be in his stead.
the spirit of what happened.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, so I think we'll be getting the fighter picks info pretty soon here, but just looking at the players specifically, Phantom and Boterham, I believe they're both living in Europe at the time. So I had mentioned before, but yeah, we're going to be crowning our first international champion, which is really cool. And Boterham is kind of a dark horse because he has not appeared in one of these stream events yet. So he's kind of come out of nowhere. Meanwhile, PhantomX was against me, actually, in the grand finals of Summer of Legends, the previous tourney. So he's no stranger to these types of events. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the Dark Horse can take out the potential other champion here with Phantom. But we do have our fighter picks, so they are pulled down here. Now, it shows 5 on screen, but there is a 6th. It's the extra one for Phantom is Daredevil, and the extra one for Boterham is actually Dracula. So, Chad, what do you make of these lineups?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild. I guess I'll say I'm really shocked to see Bigfoot and Yanenga. So, but I think we can kind of assume that those were in the first roster. So if I had to guess, because we don't see Golden Bat, I think Golden Bat was probably in that first 6 as well, and then one of them chose Bigfoot and one of them chose Yanenga as well. If I had to guess, it would be something like Elektra, Strange, Medusa, Sherlock, and then Yanenga and Bat for Boterham, and then Bigfoot and Bat for Phantom, if I had to guess. So we see those locked in. Yeah, very, very interesting lineups. I love to see the Little Red. We see Little Red and Genie on the same time. So I might take credit for that one. No, okay. But I'm very excited to see these. You see, I did call out, I guess, Black Panther and InGen, though not necessarily on the sides that I expected. Luke is always just so solid, the Dracula. So yeah, I think I was expecting to go a little lower into. I think we still see a massive number of A tiers here. So I kind of was expecting to go lower and have more bands. So, but yeah, it looks like 2 great lineups.
Yeah, Taylor, what do you think about that? I agree with Chad in which, like, these are a lot of high-tier fighters. We didn't get super deep into the draft, which is really surprising. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just think that goes to show kind of like the different mindset and opinions that players can have on certain characters. For example, Dr. Jill Trent, in my opinion, she's like a first-round pick. I love her so much. I think she's so strong. So I was actually very surprised to see her on a lineup. I'm sure you're kind of surprised to see Yanenga, and like Chad said, seeing Bigfoot is always a surprise, just because we would consider these fighters like pretty good. So it just goes to show you maybe there was some can't think of the word right now, but like the players kind of deviated from the like common mindset. They had kind of different opinions on certain fighters, and so that kind of goes to show, like with Phantom having Black Panther, we saw he liked playing Black Widow from yesterday, and just like kind of leaning into more like personal preference than maybe like a strict tier list.
Sure. Yeah, Zach, what are your thoughts? Do you think who do you think is favored maybe here?
Yeah, so it's quite interesting. Just looking at it in general, I do agree that there's a few fighters that I wouldn't necessarily expect. I'm not actually too surprised to see Yanenga, because Phantom has a tendency of letting her through. I mean, if he's confident going into your Yanenga, John, I think he's probably comfortable going to anyone's Yanenga.
Yeah.
That also might be why he's got Panther. If Yen was in the first round, like I'm guessing, I think Chad's correct about that. That's where Yanenga Bigfoot got picked up for each side. I'm guessing that Panther probably came in the second round of picks, because that's one that he's very comfortable with in general and can do quite well in the Yen. And so I also think, honestly, this draft shows to me that there are enough of those kind of A-tier fighters, as we're referring to them, that if you just go a slightly different route in which ones you pick, you might not line up with your opponent and get a lot of bans like we were necessarily expecting. Because maybe you just are more comfortable with certain ones in those positions than others. And it could be a thing where if, a little tweak was made and they go for the other half of the the A tiers or whatever, we see a lot different of a lineups. So I really like that, because to me it says that at this point in the game, especially once you get rid of like the obvious, top 3 and some of those other really high ones, there's such a wide berth of playable fighters in the meta that it's easy to just kind of pick different sides of that and not end up with too many bans. So I think if I had to give an edge, I don't actually know because just looking at the lineups, I think that from what I'm seeing, there aren't too many like hard counters that I'm looking at here. I think most of these matchups would be pretty even. I think there's definitely some edges one player or the other can get if they line up properly. Like, for example, I know it's not on screen, but since Boterham has Drac, like if you can line that into a couple of the ones that he's favored into or can do well into, i.e. Bigfoot is actually one that he can do pretty well into, then you're going to be in a better spot than if you get like Luke Cage Bigfoot, right? Because that's one where Luke can do stuff, but generally struggles a bit because of jackalope horns and some of the big hits that Bigfoot can do over those defenses, even with his ability. So I think depending on how assignments go, we've got a lot of potential for even matchups, which I love to see.
Yeah, I agree with you. How you mentioned, it's just kind of different sides of the coin, but still within the A tiers. I think that's really interesting because it just shows player preferences. And I think player expression in this game is just a really cool thing because you have players that are known specifically for certain fighters. And it's just really amazing to watch those players pilot those fighters because they can do it on a level that nobody else can. And I just think that's awesome to watch. And so Phantom with Black Panther is a good example, and Black Widow, both of them, he's really proficient with. That's a lot of fun to watch. And Boterham, I personally don't know too much about his playstyle, but he's got a lot of fighters that I personally really enjoy on his roster, so I'm a big fan of his lineup. You mentioned some hard counters. The few that stick out to me are, like you mentioned, the Bigfoot over Luke and the Bigfoot over the Genie. But otherwise, I think Bigfoot might struggle into the rest because you have Yen, Red, Jill, and Drac. All can beat Bigfoot, definitely. So Bigfoot's got a couple, 2 out of 6 really good matchups, but 4 bad ones. And then also you have Black Panther into Luke Cage, I think is terrible for Panther. But otherwise, I think Panther looks pretty solid. And then I think Genie actually looks good into all of Phantom's roster except Bigfoot. I think he can handle all the rest. And we can't forget about Daredevil on Phantom's side as well, because Daredevil is going to have a pretty good time against Yen, Jill, and Red. Might struggle against Luke, but I think he could pull it off, and probably is going to definitely struggle against Genie. And then the Dracula one is pretty even, as we've seen. So I think overall, barring a few counter picks, it looks like a pretty even roster on each side. And so we're going to have to see what happens with the assignments. But before we do any of you have, what are your predictions on a ban from each side, if I had to ask? Chad, we'll start with you. What do you think?
So, as you mentioned, in my opinion, Bigfoot only really does well into 2 of them, Luke Cage and Genie. And in my experience, the Luke Cage one is like unwinnable.
Yeah.
The Genie one is like doable, but it's tough. I mean, you don't want it. You don't want that matchup. But those are the only 2 bad ones. The other ones you're actually like pretty happy with. So I think you're leaving Bigfoot up. Houdini is just a monster I think you'll probably have to deal with. And you've got some decent fighters that can do well into him. Yen, Jill, Genie, Dracula, all of those, they're pretty even, if not favored for Boterham, in my opinion. So what I'm looking at, the one that scares me the most here is actually, I think, Daredevil or Black Panther. Daredevil, just because Yanenga, Jill, those are pretty miserable, in my opinion. The Yanenga one's pretty even, can go either way. But if I don't really know if Boterham is proficient with Yanenga too much. I know Phantom is he plays a lot of Winter Soldier and Daredevil. Mm-hmm. So I think that would be one I'd be hesitant of. Because he can win like the Luke Cage one. The Genie one is I would say the worst for him, but every other one I think he's got if not a winning shot, then a pretty good shot. InGen, I think we have a lot of answers for InGen on Butterham's side. We have Yanenga. I'm not sure about the Jill one. Red one is pretty fun to watch. Luke Cage actually does pretty well into InGen in my experience. And then you have Genie. I just love that one for Genie. And then the Dracula one, as long as you're not on Solomon's and being surprised, it's pretty even, I think. So I'd probably expect a ban for Black Panther on that side, and on Butterham or who Phantom would ban, I have zero clue.
Okay, Taylor, how about you? Any thoughts on bans?
Well, when I was listening to Chad describe some of the Luke Cage matchups, I think that's actually who I would ban if I was Phantom. Sure, you have Bigfoot that does really well into him, but Houdini can struggle, Black Panther can struggle. The Black Widow one is really tough just because of how low your attack values are outside of the 5. So really being able to recur those schemes and get that scheme damage in is like how you win that matchup. But even then, like, trash talk exists, and still standing is a menace in that matchup too. Yep. And I don't really think InGen or Daredevil like consistently do that well into Luke Cage. So if I'm Phantom, that's probably who I would eye banning, especially since it seems like you have the tools to beat Jill, and Phantom seems pretty comfortable going into Yanenga.
Sure. Okay, Zach, how about you?
Yeah, I think the more I look at it, the more I'd probably lean towards a Luke ban. Maybe you can consider the Drac ban if you're worried about that, but I don't know if I would be for the most part. I think I might be a little bit more worried about Luke, since I only have like one really good lineup into it, and then the rest are like even or not favored for Phantom's side. The Yen is like another one that I would be looking at the very least, because she can do well into a good portion, but it's kind of like 50-50 almost, because she absolutely destroys InGen. But then she has like even matchups into Widow, Houdini, Bigfoot. Like that, a lot of that comes down to advantage and tempo and stuff. Like that's mostly true, especially in the Houdini one. And then Daredevil can usually do better against her than she does into him. He just has to stabilize, and she has to have like a really good combo turn. So if you can avoid that, then you're good. And in addition to Phantom feeling pretty comfortable into Yen most of the time, like I was saying before, I do think Luke is probably the one that you'd go for. I'm actually surprised to see Luke at all on Boterham's side, because I know it's one that Phantom goes for a lot, so I would have expected it either mirrored or on Phantom's side. So I don't know, maybe because he's so familiar with Luke, he'll be all right going into it. But if anything, I think his familiarity with Luke might lead to him being like, oh yeah, I'd be really comfortable with Luke into my lineup, so I need to get him out of here.
Sure.
And then from Phantom's side, it's kind of funny to think that Panther might be one of the best bands, but I've seen Phantom's Panther, so if I'm Boterham and I have that information, because I'm sure he's kept up with previous events and stuff, especially the finals from last time. Yeah, I think I'd definitely be looking at that, or maybe Houdini if you just don't want to deal with Houdini shenanigans. But yeah, I think like a Panther or even potentially Daredevil could be another consideration with that, because he's got like pretty good spread overall, and gives a couple of your fighters quite a bit of issues, especially if you're expecting the Luke Cage ban. That takes away one of your good answers to Daredevil, so I don't think that's necessarily a bad one either.
Yeah, I think you guys make a lot of great call-outs on the bans. It looks like we do have that info in store, so let's check it out and see. So the ones that are not showing up are the bans. So it looks like Phantom did ban Luke away from Boterham, and Boterham banned the Panthers. So good call-outs, guys. It's like we have a commentary crew of top players or something.
That's amazing.
Wow. Good calls, guys. So my thought is that I love the Panther ban, because that makes a lot of your fighters just solid across the board. I mean, looking specifically at Dracula, I don't think Drac has a single losing matchup there. They're all even or like pretty dang even. So you got to feel good going up against anybody as Drac. So that's an amazing pick right there. The Genie, the only one you're really looking out for is Bigfoot. I think
it. Everyone else is like even or like, in my opinion, destroy.
Right.
So that's insane. A great Genie pick.
Yeah, and yeah, I think we got great bands on both sides. I think they both did really well. And I believe this is actually the assignments in order. So looking at that, I see a couple of big moves. Like if I'm Boterham, I'm very upset that Genie got lined up into Bigfoot and Jill got lined up into Daredevil.
Wow.
So that is very unfortunate. That is what we would call getting arsenaled. Where you have a good lineup, you're feeling great, and then just the way the assignments work out, you happen to get unlucky and get totally countered. So, I don't know.
Just to touch on that a little bit, there is the comment of getting arsenaled, right? And there's discussion in the chat of, is that, okay, how likely is that, right? Like there is a logic for signing on your disadvantage. There is logic for signing on your advantage. There is logic for signing on your neutral. So how is it much getting arsenal versus being outplayed, stuff like that? But I do agree with you wholeheartedly in this scenario, because there are literally 2 games that are your advantage and 2 games that are your disadvantage, and it's literally a coin flip. There's no difference of in my opinion, why you decide one over, like, there's no difference. You ultimately, you will most likely be playing that game. If so, in my opinion, there's not really a reason to go one over the other. So in this case, I can't remember which ones here are Butterham's advantage and which one are Phantoms, but I'm assuming you flip the Genie and whoever one, and you're happy as Butterham, because Genie into anyone else is happy. So I definitely agree that that's just kind of a, really, the only bad matchup is Bigfoot, and I landed into Bigfoot. But I would also say that was a great call out by Phantom, because I think it's a 50-50 of, I think Genie's going on either advantage or disadvantage. I'm not quite sure. Again, maybe disadvantage.
So Phantom is leader. So Phantom, that game 1 with Bigfoot is his advantage.
Okay, that makes sense to me, because Genie is just so good. So I definitely would have assigned him on disadvantage. So that was just a great call out of, all right, let's see if I can hit the Genie, and it's going to be a 50-50. And I think you made the right call.
If I'm not mistaken, with the ordering, I think that means that the Little Red InGen is the other one that it would have been swapped with. And yeah, if Genie Little Red were swapped here, I think you'd be much happier.
Oh, big time. Because then you'd have Red into Bigfoot and Genie into InGen.
And both of those are pretty even matchups.
Right. So, but I do want to just throw a little bit of tidbit of information strategy-wise. Chad, you mentioned how, well, it's a coin flip. You really don't know which one you're going to assign to, right? Because there's 2 options in a best of 5. The only thing there really is to think about is that maybe you want to kind of front load your strongest fighters, because you might not reach a game 5, right? So if you put like your best fighters up front in games 1, 2, and 3, if you win those games, even if you got countered completely in games 4 and 5, if you don't make it to those games, it doesn't matter anymore, right? So maybe that does play into the strategy. And in that case, if Genie potentially had the 1 silver bullet, being Bigfoot on the other side, maybe you assign Genie later in the draft because of that, and put a fighter who doesn't really have any weaknesses further up in the lineup, just to maybe avoid that situation. There's a lot to think about with this best of 5, and I don't know if that makes much sense what I said, but just something I thought of that might have gone through these players' minds when making their assignments. So
yeah, I think that definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, and on the other hand, it's like, if that's what you think your opponent's going to do, maybe you do the opposite to try to catch them with counter picks or whatever. It's hard to say, right? Like, there's so many mind games that go into it. I will say that I don't think I would have necessarily expected Bigfoot on my opponent's advantage. And so I think, if anything, it's a little bit of a sneaky assignment from Phantom to maybe catch that Genie, or have the best chance of catching the Genie. Because like Chad said, since Genie's really solid into most of what Phantom's got going on, maybe he doesn't think, oh, I don't need the advantage choice here. Like, Genie's going to do pretty solid. So maybe you put Bigfoot somewhere that he normally would not be expected in order to catch that. And if that was the thought process, it it definitely worked out. So
Yeah, really.
just a little thing I
Kudos to
noticed,
Phantom.
and perhaps that's something, because I would, if anything, I would have expected, oh, maybe this was Boterham's advantage and Bigfoot went disadvantage like he often can, just because he's such a strong fighter that he can go disadvantage or neutral pretty safely without too much of a downside. But if that was what Boterham was thinking, well, Genie's probably safe here on my opponent's advantage because Bigfoot doesn't need it. Well, you got caught by the sneaky Bigfoot on advantage, perhaps.
Yeah, speaking on that, I mean, Genie typically does really well when he goes first. He doesn't care as much about the map. He just wants to put the pressure on you from the start. So with that knowledge, typically when you want position pick, you'll assign to disadvantage, because almost always the opponent, on their advantage, they'll take map, because that's generally regarded as the stronger of the two advantages. So because you know that, it's like, okay, well, let me sneak in my fighter who I want to go first, and I don't care about map, on my opponent's advantage, so that I get what I want still, even though it's disadvantage, right? And Houdini often is the same scenario, where we see Phantom put Houdini on disadvantage because Houdini just wants to go first. So it's going to be interesting to see if Boterham actually chooses map with Dracula, or if he decides to choose position, in which case Phantom made a great assignment because he kind of has an extra advantage in a sense, right? And so there's always that thought, and I do like Phantom assigning Bigfoot to advantage because of the way Genie is typically assigned. So I think, yeah, that was a great call out. But it looks like we do have the maps ready, so let's take a look at what these 5 games are going to look like. So game 1 is going to be Bigfoot versus Genie on the new map, Azuchi Castle from Sun's Origin. So that'll be cool to see that in action. And then game 2 is going to be Houdini versus Dracula on King Solomon's Mine. Game 3 will be Black Widow versus Yananga on Soho. Game 4, InGen versus Little Red. That's a classic on the Bronze. And then game 5 going to be Daredevil versus Jill on Raptor Paddock.
Ooh.
So we got some interesting games ahead of us here. But let's see. We have some map bans as well. So for this game 1, it looks like McMinnville and Yukon were the bans.
Do we know who is choosing map?
So yeah, Phantom chose map. Boterham banned McMinnville and Yukon, it looks like. So
I like that.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to be aggressive. He doesn't want Bigfoot to be able to run away.
Yeah, McMinnville especially is one that's really tough for ranged fighters. So if your goal is to try to pressure Bigfoot, and because I think you just have to kind of go all out and hope he doesn't have what he needs. I mean, in a similar way to how we saw Genie yesterday against Red, right? It's like sometimes they're just not going to have defenses, like if you just keep attacking them enough. So I think you kind of just have to go all out because I think the long game you lose 100% of the time. And so taking McMinnville off, which has all of the anti-range pockets and hard zone cutoffs and stuff, which are not only nasty for ranged fighters, but also really good for Bigfoot's ability if he's just trying to keep up with your aggression. I love that ban there. And then Yukon is one that I think you could play on, but I think it would also give Bigfoot plenty of opportunities to, again, get in kind of some of those side areas and make it difficult for you.
Yep. So let's take a look at some of the deck highlights, and we can start off with Bigfoot. So who wants to take Bigfoot here? I'll toss it to you guys.
Bigfoot's your boy, man. I think you gotta take Bigfoot.
All right,
Genie's
fine.
also his boy.
Yeah, they're both, right?
Dibs.
I vote John takes Bigfoot.
All right. I'll talk about my boy Biggie. So Bigfoot is just a bruiser. He is like the original just stat checking character. He was released basically since the beginning of the game, and he has always been an absolute menace from the very start because he's just really tanky. As you can see, that larger than life card, it's just the log, we call it. It's just a flat 6, and that hurts because typically a max value block is a 4, and so that's almost always guaranteeing 2 damage when you attack with that, and he's got 3 of them. So poor King Arthur gets 1 Excalibur, Bigfoot's got 3 logs, so take that, Arthur. And then your pesky sidekick, the Jackalope, is very, very good because he can survive nearly forever because he has all available defenses in the deck. that he can use. So that Hoax card, which is an incredible card, you can move up to 5 spaces after combat, even through opposing fighters. It's a max value block. You could use it to attack if you need to. It's incredible. Again, 3 copies in the deck, so Jackalope using that is really good. Jack can also use the Momentous Shift, as we see down there in the bottom left. That's a classic common card. It just, if you moved out of your starting space and attack with it, it's a 5. You could also Hoax on defense into a first action attack, and then use a Shift second action if you're against like a ranged fighter, so that you trigger the Shift on defense for a 5, which is pretty tricky. I don't think that really matters in this matchup because Genie's card values are usually very low, but you never know. And Savagery is another really strong attack from Bigfoot. It's a printed 4, but if you win combat, you deal an extra auto damage to each adjacent fighter. So in this case, Genie being solo would only give 1 extra damage, but still that's kind of like having an extra 5 value attack. And there's 3 copies. And of course, the Jackalope horns front and center there is the most important card, and actually the only card that is specific to the Jackalope, which lets you move Jackalope up to 5 through opponents, deal 2 damage to 1 fighter adjacent to Jackalope. So that is just an absolutely incredible auto damage scheme there with 3 copies in the deck. Between 3 horns and 3 logs, typically Bigfoot can guarantee 12 damage on the opponent as long as he can use all of those cards. And that is just without the savageries, without the shifts, without, you know, the opponent playing a weaker block, right? If you don't max value block the log, you take 3 damage maybe, or 4 potentially. So Bigfoot's just got a ton of damage in his deck. And also very important is his ability at the end of the turn. If you're not sharing a zone with the opponent as Bigfoot, then you can draw an extra card, and it's optional. So he has card draw on command. So if he needs to play aggressive, he can just send Jackalope out and constantly be using his ability to draw extra cards, which is just really, really strong. So Bigfoot really can do it all. He's very versatile. He can play a mean fatigue game. He can play a mean aggression game. He's not very tricky in terms of what he does, but he's better than you, and he knows it. And he's just going to smack you over the head with a log and probably win the game. So that's Bigfoot for you in a nutshell. And let's go ahead and take a look at one of my other favorite fighters, being the Genie. And Chad, you called dibs on this one, so take it away.
Yeah, sounds good. So unlike me, I don't necessarily want to marry the character that I'm going to give a spotlight over. I know that John, if he could, would marry Bigfoot.
Hey, he'd be good to snuggle with, right? He's really warm and furry.
Yeah, no blankets required.
Right.
Yeah, so anyway, just hopping into Genie. Genie came out with the same set as Houdini, and these were both fan-designed fighters. They both won the design competition, and in my opinion, that set is like the definition of build your own character. Both from Houdini and Genie. So they can be played in a number of different ways. So many of the card effects are kind of like optional. You may do this, you may do that. Your ability is optional, and it really powers a lot of your deck. So I'll talk about that. Your ability is, at the start of your turn, you can choose to just discard a card from your hand to gain an extra action. So you'd start that turn with 3 actions. And we'll go ahead and we'll just hop into just kind of some of your key cards here. We have 3 wishes, which is obviously just, I mean, it's where most of his power is. He has 3 copies of them. Bigfoot has no types of discards, which is just, you know, that's like one of the main things Genie is scared of. The other is just being hit over and over again, which Bigfoot's really good at. But we'll hop into this. It gains you an action when you play it, so it doesn't take up any of your actions. And it lets you draw, choose one effect. You can draw 5 cards. For the rest of your turn, your card values are 4 and cannot be changed. Or each opponent discards 2 cards. Now here, there's only one opponent, so it just forced Bigfoot to discard 2 cards. Or you could draw 5 cards, or you could set your values to 4. Lots of really good options. We see each of these wishes being chosen for different effects. Yesterday, we actually saw just the draw 5 wish being used twice to just keep the pressure on. The 4 value one can be great to try and sneak some damage in with some of your trickier cards. And then discarding 2 cards is just obviously great, especially if your opponent is playing at a low hand count. I've made Sultans Out of Less, in my opinion, is the most critical card in the deck. I mean, we do have wishes, so it's kind of a tie between those two, in my opinion. But I've made sultans out of less, basically tells you when you need to pull the trigger. And in my opinion, that's all that Genie does is, okay, how am I playing this game? What's the best way to play this game? And I've made sultans out of less, gives you that information you need to make the right call. So after combat, you simply look at your opponent's hand, choose a card for them to discard. So if you see no defenses or one defense, get rid of that defense, smack for a bunch of damage. Just really, really cool card. I Am Freed is very interesting, especially against someone like Bigfoot who has 6 defenses that move after combat. And it says place Genie in any empty space. Now it's not a may, so you do have to move. But then you deal 1 damage to each adjacent fighter. So if you discard for an action, first action, you attack with this. Bigfoot plays a defense to run away, then I Am Freed lets you continue to chase him down. Very, very cool card, very powerful, in my opinion. Wishing for More Wishes is just a very fun card, both thematically and here. Your opponent is forced to draw 1 card, and then you draw 3 cards. So it's not necessarily the worst in Fatigue in that your opponent is also forced to draw 1, but it lets you refill your hand up. And it's also just kind of a great bait attack if you think your opponent's going to throw something like a feint. And then Back in the Lamp, arguably one of the best defenses in the game. It's sneaky good. Its only real downside is if somebody has an effect that says they need to win the combat. But in this case, that's only savagery, and you don't have many high defenses anyway, so that was going off. But this is immediately the Genie recovers 4 health. In my opinion, the only downside of this card is that you can really only play it when you only want to play it when you are at 12 or less health. Anyway, really, really cool stuff we got going on here. Genie can play a couple of different ways. One is super aggressive, taking your action every turn, go like that. We saw that yesterday. If you didn't manage to catch that game, would highly recommend watching all of these games. Just amazing. And then, the other option is to play kind of a value game where you just keep hitting Bigfoot. Bigfoot keeps defending. And then, you reach a point where you play all 3 wishes on the same turn, discard his hand, and he just doesn't have much left in the tank and just kind of fatigues out there. So just a couple of different options. Not sure which one we'll see today against Bigfoot. It's pretty tricky either way, I think. So I could see him taking either route, potentially with similar levels of success. So I think you just got to commit to one and then stick with it.
Yeah, he can be very tricky to pilot, but we saw you do a pretty dang good job yesterday, so that was really cool to see. We'll see if Boterham can pull out some of the tricks that you did and get a win against Bigfoot here. But let's take a look at the Azuchi Castle map. Like I mentioned, one of the newer maps. Taylor, you got anything to say about this map here?
Yeah, so this is the map from the Sun's Origin set, and I really like it as a pick for Bigfoot here. It is kind of like a tighter map. It's a move 4 center. I believe that half brown, half purple space to the right of the player 2 spot is the move 4 center of the map. And the map also has kind of like these pocket zones, like the green on the right or the orange up top, where if Bigfoot goes and chills in that zone and forces the Genie to aggress him, the Genie will have to get very close, if not adjacent to him, in order to actually attack. And that will just be very good for Bigfoot not having to waste a bunch of cards boosting to maneuver in order to hit the Genie, who is ranged, whereas Bigfoot is melee, as I like to say, or melee, as everyone else does. And so having that tight map with a close and small center and having the zone pockets, I think, are 2 key factors that will really help Bigfoot kind of even out the range disadvantage he has going into it. And himself just having a bunch of movement effects like on Hoax or Crash Through the Trees means that the tighter map will mean that he almost always will be able to hit Genie if he wants to counter aggress him, if that's the strategy he goes for. And if he kind of is playing more of like the back off game, forces Genie to come to him, the zones are pretty favorable for him as well.
Yeah, I think this was an excellent map choice by Phantom. with it being one of the newer maps, sometimes it's hard to know when to choose those because you don't know the strengths. When you have map advantage, right, you really want to make the best use out of that and really give you a map that's going to put you in a commanding position. You don't want to just choose something that's neutral, and so oftentimes you don't see a lot of the newer maps picked, but Phantom, I think, made a great choice here, and you pointed out a lot of really good things that Bigfoot will be able to do on this map, Taylor. But let's go ahead. The players are ready, so we will jump into Vorpal and see what happens in Game 1, Bigfoot versus the Genie. As far as mulligans go, Phantom kept and Boterham mulligan. So, Taylor, what do you think that means, if anything?
Well, like Chad excellently pointed out in his deck highlight, the Genie has some pretty key cards, and I think trying to find some of them early, especially going first, wanting to aggress, will definitely help more than just having a handful of not useful cards, obviously.
So, Chad, we saw this exact same play turn 1 from you yesterday, discarding Parlor Trick for ability.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. I'm not quite sure how I would play this matchup as the Genie, just because Bigfoot does have card draw on command. Yesterday I kind of went for a super aggressive route because not only does Red not have much card draw, well, I mean, she has a decent chunk, but it kind of has to line up in the special ways. But yeah, a ton of movement, defenses, draw on command seems very interesting to me. So I'm curious to see how this plays out.
I think especially with a keep from Bigfoot, you got to be a little wary, right? Like, Bigfoot must be comfortable with his defenses, otherwise he definitely wouldn't be keeping against Genie going first. So I have won this matchup before, but it's very difficult. The way I won it was by playing really slow, just kind of attacking here and there, chipping away at Bigfoot's defenses, dragging it out to the long game, and then dumping his hand with 3 wishes, and then just having him gas out from there. So it was a really long, drug-out value game when I won, but that was because Bigfoot wasn't really aggressing too much. I think Bigfoot, if he does put on the aggression, Genie can't really play that style because his defenses just don't hold up to the offense that Bigfoot puts out. So it's definitely a tricky matchup, but it looks like off the bat, Boterham is going for an aggressive route, and that is
No.
not a good
You
interaction.
could have drawn so many cards.
Potentially could have been a shift from Jackalope, drawing 4 cards.
Crazy.
Wow, that is not a good start for Boterham here.
Another thing I was going to mention here is I really like the offensive feints against Bigfoot because you catch stuff like Skirmish and Hoax, which can otherwise get him out. The problem is it was done as the 3rd action attack that turn, so it wasn't really able to be capitalized on, because there's a lot of times where Bigfoot can be relying on something like Hoax to get away if he doesn't have too many defenses, because he has a really high, like, he has really high quality defenses, but sometimes he's not going to have, more than 1 or 2 of them in hand. So if he was in a situation where he had like 2 of his 4s in hand and you attack him with a feint when he thinks he's only going to have to spend 1 against your double attack turn, it can put him in an awkward spot. But still happy with a feint into a skirmish overall because it's a pretty low impact attack, but it's not ideal, of course, when you can't follow up afterwards as well.
So we did see ability here, which is interesting. I think we're seeing kind of an aggressive Genie. Seeing Bigfoot draw 2 cards on that last time, I might have tried pivoting and attacking Jackalope, just get a defense out and then run away, and force Jack to have to kind of approach me, or Bigfoot to approach me. But yeah, I mean, I don't really know what the right play is.
Another
John.
thing I wanted to... Oh, yeah, go ahead, Taylor.
I was just going to ask John, as the seemingly expert for both of these characters, how important the Jackalope is in this matchup.
Jackalope, it's tricky because I think if you can kill Jackalope early, you can be in a great spot for a long value game because then you're negating a lot of that auto damage from the horns. But if you're not going to be able to finish the job on Jackalope, which it admittedly is very difficult to actually finish him off, if you're not able to do that, you're just sinking cards and potential damage into him for nothing. So It really depends. I think you'd want ideally an early Sultans to look at Bigfoot's hand and maybe rip out one of the defenses, and then you can kind of determine whether or not you're able to get Jackalope out of there or not. If you see a ton of defenses, you're not killing Jack, I don't think, and in that case, you're just wasting cards on him. So, yeah, it's really tricky. But at this point, we haven't seen any horns yet, so I think it's still up in the air.
I also love that Jackalope's kind of the one that's just messing with Genie right now, keeping Bigfoot in a zone where he can draw consistently and making it hard for Genie to reach him. Like, you're either forcing ability plus double maneuver into an attack, or like a maneuver into a boost, and Genie doesn't really love boosting. He doesn't have great boost values. In fact, the only boost that's higher than a 2 is 3 wishes, which you're not boosting with, so...
Right.
A boost 2 does make you move 5 ranged, which is going to be good enough most of the time, but still. Ooh, alright, and we see a take here. It's actually not too uncommon for Genie to take attacks early, especially since Jackalope can't hit with something more than a 5. And I think, was that first action? Because if it was, then the highest, I guess, Jackalope could hit for was a... No, it was second action.
Second,
I was going to say... if Jackalope's where he started the turn, then he'd only be able to hit for a force, and shift isn't online. But yeah, now Lamp is a defense you can actually play for either breaking even as like a 4 value block if you take a 4 or higher, or potentially netting healing if you're attacked for less than that. Now against Bigfoot, you're probably not getting attacked for less than 4 most of the time. Though I will note that one of the things that was missed earlier about Lamp, because it is a downside where your opponent will get, if they won combat effects against it. So in this case, Savagery would essentially be a 5. You'd net take 1 damage, since you'd break even with the 4 value of the attack itself, and then you would take 1 from the after combat since you lost. The other card that it technically does matter for, and it could be either good or bad for Bigfoot depending on how Genie's playing, is Regroup. If Regroup goes into Lamp, not only does Genie net 3 health, but Bigfoot draws 2 cards. Now, if Genie was going hyper aggro, that could be beneficial for Bigfoot. But if Genie tries to play a bit more of a value game, that could actually go in his favor. So, it's definitely an interesting interaction that I kind of hope we see, just because it's hilarious. But may not happen, because Phantom doesn't want to risk that if he's not in a spot to take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm. The way this game's been going so far, I don't know if Genie is able to play any sort of value game, because he already took a 4 undefended. He's already used ability twice and not really gotten anything out of it. So that means he's taking extra maneuvers. You have forced Bigfoot to use his ability a couple of times. So they are even in deck counts. So I don't know. Maybe it is a little too early to tell, but...
And here we see Phantom positioning in a way where, once again, Genie either has to use ability and double maneuver to attack, or has to boost to reach if he doesn't do ability. Or, could go for both, but that's spending a lot of resources and putting Bigfoot probably into the exact spot he wants to be in.
Yeah, the only other option in scenarios like this are dumping a wishes for 2 discards and then double maneuvering. So you kind of are using it not as a pass, but at least to save a card in hand value-wise, because you'll still get your discards off your wish. But the problem is then if you do that early, then Bigfoot is just not scared at all about combo, and then he can kind of just rampage and do as he pleases the whole rest of the game. So I don't think doing a play like that is necessarily worth it this early. When it starts getting later in the game, it might be when you have like less cards remaining in deck, because then the value matters a lot more. But at this point, I just don't see that being worth it.
Yeah, and if Bigfoot, has already used a lot of his cards that would be otherwise fine discarding, like regroups and stuff, if most of those are gone, then you might actually be hitting good cards that he doesn't want to discard. The other thing is, a lot of times schemes are used in that way when you'd be overdrawing otherwise, to put initiative back on your opponent. But of course, the problem with using wishes like that is that they discard 2
Yep.
cards. So now that they can just double maneuver on their turn, and you're not going to force them into the spot you were in. So it kind of just delays the issue to the next turn for you. So
Exactly. And we're seeing right now the impact that this map choice is having on the matchup, because Genie just can't find a center spot where you're able to do a single maneuver and attack. There's always going to be either the green or the orange, it looks like. Because if Genie's where he is now, he can make it to green, and every other color other than orange is the problem. So if Bigfoot runs to both orange, if Genie then moves, he'd have to move 1 space to the left to be able to reach orange, but then he can no longer reach green. And Bigfoot has more cards in deck, more passes, more health, more auto damage, more of everything remaining, basically. So he's easily winning in fatigue at this point, so Genie can't play this game where he sits back and overdraws. It's just not going to work out in his favor.
Yeah, I think there was a turn there just recently when Jackalope was in that yellow-green zone. Pardon me if you disagree with that color, but I'm colorblind, so they're whatever I say they are.
You're right.
But because I'm a commentator now, I have unlimited power. But I think Genie could have gone and simply attacked, because Jackalope just can't really afford to take attacks. So often playing a card regardless of what it was, just to kind of apply the pressure, then force yourself not in a position where you're overdrawing.
Yeah, and Phantom does open himself up to double attacks this turn, but it cost a feint to use the ability, and it's Bigfoot who can take some hits, unlike Jackalope, so I don't think he's too concerned at this point.
we also see a feint discarded for ability, so less likely that that's what this attack is, meaning something like a hoax would, or even a skirmish. Honestly, skirmish is probably better because you don't need the extra movement of the hoax. Yeah, and this even gets you out of the careful what you wish for damage that would be happening from winning the combat as Bigfoot.
Not only that, but now Genie's forced to use that last action as a maneuver, which is not ever what you want. At that point, you're wishing you just didn't even take your ability, you just maneuvered up and attacked and then called it a day. I would have loved to have seen like an attack with something like I Am Freed at that point.
Yep.
So you can guarantee a follow-up attack, because if it's canceled, well, you're still adjacent, and if not, then you can teleport in, but perhaps didn't
Or
have
that
it in hand.
feint, because even though he discarded a feint, that's just what he wanted you to think, Zach.
yeah. I mean, that would have been great to see, because that's something that I've seen used here and there to pretty good effect, where you boost or discard from something. Usually it's a boost, but in this case it could be ability for Genie, and then that ends up being the card that you attack with as well, because they're not necessarily expecting, oh well, they're willing to throw this away, like, so it's got to be something else. It's kind of just a natural thought. But then it's like, oh well, I guess they were attacking with it
I
as
have
well.
all of my jingle bongs right now.
Yup.
Boost with Jingle Bong, attack with Jingle Bong.
Oh, gross.
Oh, it's such a coin flip, am I right?
Yeah, Taylor, you'd know a thing or two about jingle bongs and coin flips.
It's heads.
Taylor, you inspired me yesterday. Did you see?
So I think I was just realizing, at least, so we saw Boterham take ability, attack, and then have to maneuver again. I think I would have loved to see a maneuver and attack with that same attack. What is it? What's that one called? The
Red 4.
Red 4. What's it called?
Careful.
Careful what you wish
Careful
for.
what you wish for. Yeah, because if he throws a skirmish or a hoax, but he still wants to end next to Bigfoot, he still takes 1 damage, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's 1 damage. It's not a lot, but you're still getting something. If he does play one of his 6, runaway stuff. So I think I would have liked to see that, because then Bigfoot has to make the decision, because it's second action, right? It's the end of your turn. So does he push you away, or does he keep you close and keep a damage, right? Aha! Speaking of damage,
Hey, we've
Let's
got
go!
blood on
We're on the
Bigfoot.
board!
I would love to see I want to see a meme like the Thanos, all that for a drop of blood.
Yeah, that's what it feels like fighting against Bigfoot a lot of the time.
Yeah, we've seen 10 cards used from Genie already.
I don't like
oh,
this
no.
ability into maneuver, attack, maneuver cycle that Boterham's been in. It's just kind of a lot of lost value, and you're not putting the sort of pressure that you need. I mean, sure, like, if Phantom plays into it, like, maybe you're trying to play for combo, but I don't think Phantom's the type of player to let something like that slip past. Like, he's got that in mind. He's a Genie player himself. He's got to be thinking about combo. As we saw at the end of his previous turn, he decided to use ability to go from 6 to 7 cards in hand, because if you're at 7 cards, that is a world of difference to 6 cards in this matchup.
Oh,
wow.
Very costly Sultans.
Let's see. Oh my
wow.
goodness. That's a heck of a lot of purple, although only one
movement.
Yeah.
That said, there's a regroup.
There is a regroup.
Yeah. Do not discount regroup. I might hit hoax and go for something crazy here. You're at 4 health already. I mean, I think I said something.
Yeah. I think you have to at this point.
If you don't have, I mean, if you have a freed, maybe you ignore the hoax and hit the log, because you are a little bit concerned about dying at this point. Although I guess
I think you're concerned dying regardless. I mean, there's one horn. Jackalope's not dead. Like, I feel like, ooh, so he's probably got a freed.
Yeah, the freed makes sense then.
Yep.
But ability with Bigfoot is huge here.
Yes, because now there's an unknown. You don't have perfect information, which is a huge deal in this game. The difference between having full info versus all but one, that one card can make all the difference.
And that, plus the fact that Phantom could decide to block with the regroup, because Genie doesn't have that high of values. Like, the absolute most you'd be taking is, like, I guess technically 4 if you block the 3 with the auto damage and he discards 2 cards, but that's, like, super costly right now, of course, to do. And so you're probably only taking, like, 3 damage or so at most from blocking with regroup, and that just gives you another look at something. So I could see perhaps going for that, especially if you expect the freed based on the fact they let you keep the hook. So maybe even block the first attack with a regroup just to give you more options, depending on what your ability drew. If your ability drew something better, then you might not have to, but it is an option because you have so much health and Genie's so low that it might be worth giving up a bit of health to get that extra draw.
Yeah, I will say one thing I've noticed that we haven't really brought up yet is just how dedicated Phantom is to shuffling his cards.
Yes.
Boy, that was a process. So yeah, I mean, I think there's a reason he's here at the top, and if I had to guess, it's probably be that.
Yeah, it's definitely, despite the fact that it is more difficult on Vorpal, it's still something worth doing, just because if your opponent's paying attention and you don't move your cards around enough, or you don't, like, I like doing the align feature just because it kind of makes it so you can't track them even if you mix them up manually.
Taking the easy way out, Zach. That's not how you get to the top.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Maybe that's what I've been doing wrong this whole time. But yeah, that can give info to the opponent if you're not careful. It's just the same as, like, if you're playing in person, sometimes you shuffle around the cards in your hand just to make sure that they can't tell whether it was a card you just drew or...
Oh boy.
But oh boy, here we go.
Here comes the wishes to draw 5. Boterham's like, all right, I got to take my chance right now, and I agree with that. You might have this turn, and then for 3 attacks, and then maybe one more chance to get a few attacks in, and hope you can just catch Bigfoot not drawing any defense. But he's still got quite a number of defenses we know are in hand. One being the hoax, which is huge. And then I believe it was another shift as well, and the regroup. Can't forget the regroup.
Yeah, we saw the shift. I like the shift used first because not only is it a card that Boterham knows that you have, but also you're kind of expecting either a freed, or in this case it was a feint first attack, to something to stop the hoax, right? So I love not snapping off the hoax immediately. Oh boy, all right, we're going to see some discards.
Regroup and log gone.
You guys think you throw both 2 wishes here?
Okay, he drew a savagery, so now Boterham does have perfect knowledge once again.
Yep.
Shift and yeah.
Oh well. What do we got?
This is a 3 wishes turn. A 3 wishes, 3 wishes.
Log
turn.
and
Shift.
Okay,
So it's just the hoax left.
Hoax left.
Yeah, just the hoax in hand.
Commenting
I
on
feel
the
like-
first. Oh, go ahead, Taylor.
I was just gonna say, I like how often Phantom has been using his ability this game because it kind of safeguarded him against getting comboed earlier in the game, especially when going down a lower hand count. But John, what were you gonna say?
Oh, this is a great Freed. What I was going to say was commenting on the first attack, you don't expect, I don't think, or you shouldn't expect Bigfoot to hoax on the first defense because you have 3 actions. So if Bigfoot hoaxes away, you can maneuver and then boost and then still make a follow-up attack. So it makes sense that you'd save the hoax for the second attack, not on the first. So I think using the feint was a little bit of a waste because you, I think, could have assumed the shift was coming.
I
But
actually
imagine if he had blocked with a regroup.
That's what that's actually why I like it, because I think blocking with it kind of safeguarded against the regroup play, which keeps him at having 2 cards left here versus
Yeah, that's
and
true.
but yeah, I mean, I definitely, and then because I think you wanted to force him to only have 1 option to defend with.
I'd love to see a discard here
Freed.
and then attack with a wishing for more wishes to refill your hand.
Really awesome.
You think the timer is gonna come into play at all for this long turn?
It's getting close, but I think the turn's just about over, so I think he'll be good after the minute refresh.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's so close to either winning or losing here that 2 minutes essentially left on your clock should be plenty of time.
I
That was
think
an interesting thing to manage, though.
I was wondering if he should have actually freed next to Jackalope. What did you guys think about that? And just kill Jackalope here.
I don't think so. I think that you're all in at this point. Your deck count's extremely low. You've used all your wishes. You have to kill Bigfoot or else you're not going to win. Yes, this is exactly what he needs. Now, it's still not likely that he can pull this off because Bigfoot has plenty of defenses left. He's going to end up at 4 cards at the end of his turn by maneuvering and drawing with ability. So it's going to be 4 cards to 4 cards, but there are a lot of reds in Bigfoot's deck. There's still 2 savageries, 1 log, 1 disengage.
3 schemes left, too.
3 schemes, yep, and then a regroup, so...
I think if you were Boterham, you would have actually preferred to see an extra defense gone with that was drawn instead of that savagery.
Yes, for sure.
We also see him discard the other Your Wish is My Command, maybe thinking he just won't be able to get the effect off, nor will he have enough cards to make it work, but I don't know if there's maybe a line where he could try to get an extra attack in with that.
Yeah, without the action gain.
He doesn't have the defense to stop it.
Without the action gain, I don't see him getting enough interactions to close it because Genie's values are not high enough. He would have to get, well, there's 1 more freed and 1 more 4, so he'd have to get both of those undefended, basically.
I agree, Zach. I think because you're already committed there, I would have loved to have seen that kept. And now here we see an attack with that one. And if he takes it, then, you put him down to 5 and then can't quite close it out because you don't have quite enough cards. But
he's got the hoax.
This
One
would be a
ping
neat play. Yeah, 1 ping to Jack.
Let's
Yeah,
go!
we got
Take
some
that, you
damage.
stupid rabbit!
Got some damage on Jack. Let's go.
what a dummy. That's fine.
Don't you badmouth Jackalope.
All my homies hate Jackalope.
He's a wonderful sidekick.
That's
I'm more of
word.
a Charlie man myself.
Yeah, that's a real sidekick.
And that positioning from Phantom was especially brutal because now that all 3 wishes are gone, even though you wouldn't boost with them normally, Genie is like tapped out at 5 movement with a boost of 2. And so he positioned himself so that Genie really wasn't going to be able to attack Bigfoot there, at least with 2 actions left on a 3-action turn.
Right.
Yeah. And speaking of which, if you just keep Jackalope right here, Genie can't actually reach Bigfoot with a double maneuver without boosting.
It have to be ability, double maneuver, boost.
Okay.
Or freed, right? Still have 1 freed.
Freed,
Attack with a freed
yes.
into Jackalope.
Let's see. What kind of combinations could Genie have to win? I don't...
Oh, I wanted to see a Sultans. I think Sultans there is...
Yeah, Sultans on defense would have been huge. Especially because it was a disengage, you could still attack Jack with the freed after you've Sultansed away potentially a defense, and then ping Bigfoot for 1, and then get a 4 and a 3 undefended, I think would have been your win condition.
Yeah. The thing is, you only would have had 2 cards in hand, right? If you had to discard for ability. I'm guessing Sultans is buried.
Well, your 3 undefended first would have to be Wishing for More Wishes, right? And then into the 4 undefended. And Bigfoot happens to draw no defense.
Oh, that's fair.
It was a big, you know, big if. Not likely, but it was a possibility.
But it looks like he probably doesn't have the cards.
I think it's about over now.
We're trying to take down Jackalope at least.
Oh.
Oh. This could actually put us, I guess, by Bigfoot, yeah.
Now you need Wishing for More Wishes.
Is also the regroup just to give Bigfoot more options there is really nice.
Wishing for More Wishes undefended into a 4. Oh! No way. There's no way. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see it right here? There's no way. Oh, he pulled his defense out already. Yeah. Come on. Give us the suspense.
It was off the draw. Off the draw of Wishing for More Wishes.
That is wild if that's the only defense.
Wow.
I guess we'll get a C here.
Boterham thinks he's going to get one more attack? I don't think so.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, he top decked the... Oh, he didn't have a 4.
Wow. Was that hoax really off of the Wishing for More Wishes?
It had to be. There's no way you don't throw that first, right?
Yeah.
Holy cow. So he had a chance to win it right there.
Wild.
Yeah, if he had a 4, but I mean, he was out of 4s.
Insane.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Yikes.
What a close game. Oh my gosh.
I am shook.
Let's listen in. That is... Holy cow.
Well, I made it closer than I thought it would be. But yeah, I don't think I still had a chance. You had 2 feints left.
Yeah, I had so many defense. I was like, I
exactly.
I didn't care about you just cutting, and I knew I would just draw at the end. So anything you would play, I was ready for.
Yeah, exactly. I would just die.
Okay, next game.
Yeah. The better one, the next one seems a lot more even.
Wow, Chad, what do you think?
I mean, I thought it was toast for Genie like pretty early, and then we're getting to the end, and then there are like lines where he wins, and it's like, what? Are you kidding me?
Insane.
Oh, it's so good. I mean, again, shout out to Phantom and kind of what Darkblade said. Excellent map choice, excellent positioning, excellent use of ability, like playing around all of Genie's like scary stuff super well. And then even then, Genie's like, no, I'm still scary. You kind of have to respect me.
Yep. That was incredible. Any other thoughts from you guys, Taylor or Zach?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out that Regroup drew him the extra card he needed to find the hoax, so Regroup best card.
Yeah, props to my favorite card in the game, Regroup, but I just think that goes to show the power of Genie, even in a matchup where we kind of all wrote him off as soon as we heard it. You're still able to do some pretty crazy stuff and like almost like just sealed that game right at the end, which I think is fantastic. It seemed like he played to all his outs, and I hope he's just looking forward to going into the next game knowing that he did the best he could in that first one.
Yeah, the fact that came down to the wire and literally was the difference of a draw, like, I think there was, maybe 1 hoax left, maybe a skirmish. Like, there wasn't that many defenses left, actually. Maybe 1, 2 defenses out of, like...
I think there were a couple feints left.
A couple feints? Okay, so maybe there was, like, I don't know, 3 out of 6, even, like, a 50-50. If it came down to a 50-50, that's just incredible. Because, yeah, I definitely thought that Genie was losing that pretty early on, but wow, that was quite the closer. That was really fun to watch. Now, Boterham, he's taken a loss here, but you got to expect kind of that's going to happen with that matchup, right, based on assignments. So I think he's just got to shrug that loss off, say, okay, you know, it is what it is, but I'm just going to go ahead and win the next 3. And if it comes down to it and we make it to Game 5, even though Jill is not favored into Daredevil in terms of Daredevil can win by fatigue pretty well, Jill can be pretty aggressive and get some big damage from Battle of Wits and recycling those. And because Daredevil wants to keep Daisy around as kind of a battery, you know, it means she can get her cycles and maybe get more Battle of Wits. So not to get into that one too much yet, but there's hope, right? None of these matchups are auto-loss matchups by any means. So Boterham's just got to keep his head in the game and shrug off that loss and just focus on Game 2, which is going to be Dracula versus Houdini. So let's take a quick look at that verse screen here. And Chad, why don't you tell us a little bit about this matchup, because I know you're pretty proficient with both of these characters.
Yeah, I mean, Houdini's my boy. I keep losing to him in top 4 though. But I love him. I love him. He's kind of the definition of build your own character. I talked about that. Anyway, I guess he's the character I would marry. No, but this matchup's very dynamic, right? So Dracula has arguably one of the best defenses in the game, or not super arguably. Do my bidding, where you look at the opponent's hand. And you choose, you bounce their attack card back to their hand. You look at their hand and you choose a different card for them to play. It's amazing, incredible. Houdini is the only person in the game. I mean, there's counterplay in terms of I don't actually have any cards that I can play otherwise, but Houdini actually is the only one that has like counterplay, in that he's got one card in his deck, a scheme that he can reveal to cancel that effect, which is massive in the matchup. However, it's only one card. So, it also, the whole matchup doesn't hinge around that, right? There are the sisters you have to deal with, and we know that from Robin Hood and Medusa, Houdini hates having to kill sidekicks. There's that. This map, I think, is pretty good because there's a corridor, so he can just hide with the sisters. Ravening Seduction damage can kill Houdini. Sometimes Houdini can put himself in a position where, like, hey, you can't kill me because I have this really good defense. But, you know, Drac has like 17 million different ways to do 1 damage to the opponent. So, like, this matchup is one of the most dynamic, in my opinion. It's kind of like, it felt to me kind of like the new, like, Yananga Medusa, where, like, this could go either way, and it's really just dynamic, and whoever plays better wins, in my opinion.
Yep. And we see it being played on King Solomon's Mine, which was Boterham's pick as Dracula. So Houdini gets position pick like we talked about earlier. A lot of times Houdini's a great disadvantage fighter because of that. So I'm sure Houdini will end up choosing to go first because Houdini is infamous for his turn 1 pop-offs where he just rips your best card out of hand and wrecks you turn 1. But let's go ahead and take a look at the decks. And Chad, you can go ahead and talk about Houdini, your boy here.
Oh, funny. Yeah, so we see the other side of the Genie Houdini set. This guy's a monster. He's got some really cool stuff going on. So just to talk about his ability, when he maneuvers, he may and he boosts that maneuver, he may place Houdini in any space. So he just teleports across the board. Doesn't care about the boost value. Best still has to move equal to that boost value. Best is his sidekick. She can do actually more than I think people think, but she's so she dies pretty quickly generally. But the big thing with that is that Houdini introduces a whole new mechanic into the game, and that is these boost effects. We see here on 4 of the cards highlighted, and it's next to the boost value, and it's an effect that takes place when you boost with that card, whether for opponent's effects, your effects, or moving. And that's one of the reasons he has just some crazy stuff going on. So first off, we see the big reveal, arguably his best card, one of his best cards. During combat, you may boost this card twice. Now note that's not optional, it is optional to choose to boost, but you have to boost either 0 times or 2 times. You can't boost just once, which is important, especially if it's getting later in the game and Houdini's running out of cards. But then finally, the after combat, which is the key to this, is return 1 card you boosted with to your hand. So you get to go ahead and boost. You might get some really cool boost effect off on that, and then you get it back to your hand. An amazing, amazing card. Then we have Sleight of Hand, which is also an insane card. After you resolve your opponent's immediately effects, you can bounce this card to your hand and play a different card. It's like the exact opposite of Do My Bidding from Dracula, which we'll get into in a second. But it's a very good card. It's only a 1 value attack, but oftentimes you're swapping it into whatever fits the scenario you need. It's also a 3 boost and a draw 1 card, and Houdini doesn't have too many 3 boosts, so you will often see this used to get damage on a lot of his other cards. Misdirection is his feint. Now, feints are generally used versus Dracula. So in this matchup, you might actually see it used. Normally, it's just used for its boost effect, but here we might see that not be the case. But immediately cancel all effects on your opponent's card. Everybody's familiar with a normal feint. However, the boost effect is deal 2 damage to any fighter when you boost with that. And he has 3 copies of those, so it's kind of a better Jackalope Horns. So very, very powerful. Then we have Set the Stage. It's a best card. It's an only best card, and the effect is draw 3 cards, then put a card in your hand on top of your deck. I guess there could be some counterplay versus Do My Bidding here with that. That could be really cool, but no, we'll never ever see this card played for its actual effect because its boost effect is insane. You look at your opponent's hand, you choose a card for them to discard. Note that this can also be used while you're boosting your maneuver, so you can play this card, take a look at their hand, rip out their best defense, teleport next to them, and then, smack them for a good old-fashioned 9 value attack. Now, it's important to note that while this is a best card, Houdini can still use the boost effect. And that's extremely important. And finally, all part of the show, arguably, in my opinion, one of the strongest cards in this matchup, because this card's effects cannot be canceled. But it's the after combat that really matters, and it's if your fighter was defeated, set your health to 4 instead, and place them in any space. So it can be used on best, but it's mostly used for Houdini, and it's just beast form protection. If you're at 3 or 2 or 1 health, you are safe, or 4 health even, you are safe against the beast form with this card. Now, the boost effect just tells Houdini to heal 2, so you can kind of choose to use it either way. As we mentioned, Dracula can do a number of ping damage, so we might see one used for the healing, one used just to save yourself from the beast form, but we'll see exactly what the counterplay looks like as we hop into Dracula.
All right, speaking of Dracula, we'll have him pulled up. And Zach, why don't you tell us about Dracula?
Sure. So Dracula is a fighter that I haven't played as much recently, but he is a lot of fun. I think he's probably a bit underrepresented in the meta, just because he does have some really bad matchups, but we have seen a little bit of a resurgence of him in this tourney, which has been cool. His first key card here, Beast Form, is kind of what your entire strategy is built around. I know that Chad mentioned that one of Houdini's cards there, all part of the show, is kind of insurance against this, because Beast Form is a 6, and then during combat you can ditch as many cards as you want from your hand to bump the value up by 1 for each card you discard, and because of that, Beast Form can be an absolutely massive attack. Like, you can get this thing into double digits very easily because of how Dracula plays, where he usually wants to build up a hand and then eventually set up to do beast forms. And as long as this is not canceled, then you're going to have a huge value attack, and especially against someone like Houdini, who doesn't have a ton of high value blocks, it's going to do really well, especially if you can get it around the all part of the show. And so the rest of Drac's strategy kind of is built around whittling your opponent down. You can do that with Ravening Seduction, which is your sister scheme down at the bottom here, or you can move a fighter up to 2 spaces. Then for each of your sisters that are adjacent, you deal 1 damage to them. Since you have 3 sisters, if you can set it up perfectly, you can get 3 with this. Oftentimes you're going to see 2 just because it's hard to set it up where your opponent allows you to get into a spot where you can get the full 3. However, we are on a map with secret passageways, so that is a scenario where it might be a little bit more likely, so we might see Houdini playing around that so he doesn't get hit for a ton of auto damage with this. You also have your ability, which whenever Houdini comes into attack, if he doesn't have a movement effect to move away after the combat, you can deal 1 damage to him and draw a card. We'll probably see that pretty frequently just because Houdini draws a lot, so Drac will want to keep up so he doesn't get pressured too much. Another way you have to take resources away from your opponent is Ambush. So it's a 2-value attack, and then during combat, your opponent discards a random card and you add its boost value to this card. Houdini has quite a few high boost values, so you can likely get a 3. You can even, if you get lucky, get a 4 with his scheme. And not only will that be good for the 6-value ambush you'll be getting out of it, but it'll also be good because he won't have that scheme anymore to stop your next card here, Do My Bidding, which is the very powerful defense that Chad has been alluding to, where you get to return a card, return the opponent's card that they attacked with to their hand, look at their hand, and then choose a new card for them to play. Now, the most common thing you do with this is you pull out your opponent's feint because it doesn't do anything to cancel this effect because it's already happened. So it's just a blank 2 into your 3, and they don't have their cancel now for beast form. And this would still be good for against Houdini, even though he usually likes to boost with his cancel for damage. In this matchup, he might actually want to hold on to it for a beast form if he doesn't have his all part of the show, or if he's not at the health threshold where all part of the show is going to be workable with actually letting him revive. And then finally, we've got Look Into My Eyes here. This is a pretty solid defense in this matchup overall. Houdini has a lot of high boost, like I said, and so you're going to be able to block with this pretty well. If you don't line up a cancel into Big Reveal, for instance, this will be a 4-value block, which means you could be, or you're probably taking like 4 or 5 damage, which is not great, but Drac does have some healing, so you can maybe get some of that back. So it's the next best thing other than your cancel. It's the same as an exploit, essentially, just doesn't draw you a card. And then against something like 4-man X trick, this kind of just full blocks it and doesn't waste too powerful of the defense overall. So I'd say, Look in My Eyes, it varies in how valuable it is, but in this one I think it's just okay. There's a couple attacks it's bad into, a couple attacks it's good into. But it is one of your 12 defenses as Drac, so you do still value that because you don't have a large quantity of defenses, so you need to make sure that you have plenty to deal with all the stuff that Houdini will be throwing at you. So yeah, the Drac is a lot of fun, and we'll see whether he can kind of maneuver around Houdini's tricks and try to set up those lethal beast forms and mess with his hand and whatnot.
Yep. Well, thanks for that, Zach. And then let's take a quick look at the map they're going to be playing on. This is going to be King Solomon's Mine. As you had mentioned, Zach, the passages I think are going to be really good for Ravening Seduction to pull Houdini through the passages for big auto damage setups. And I think that's going to be a key thing to look out for in this matchup. The bans here for this game were Hanging Gardens and Baskerville. So Baskerville showing that Phantom doesn't like the passages because those are obviously really good with Ravening, and Hanging Gardens maybe because a Ravening into an even bigger beast form, or any attack for that matter, from the high ground is really going to help Drac close out the game. So Phantom banned some maps to try and mitigate damage, but I think Boterham did find another really good map here with Solomon's Mine to make advantage of those secret passageways. And not only can you pull through the passages for extra Ravening damage, but you have the corner in the top left, those 2 passages highlighted in the little green there, well, the yellow zones. But if you put Drac in the very top left corner and then a sister immediately to the right, you are completely blocked off from Houdini, who is melee, and then you force him to get through the sister before you can reach Drac himself. So that can be really good defensively as well. So I think a fantastic map pick. But Drac is going second, and Houdini going first is an absolute menace. So players are ready. Let's jump over to Vorpal and see what happens. Game 2 with Houdini versus Dracula. Now, both players kept, so that doesn't bode well typically for Houdini's opponent when Houdini keeps.
So, just want to highlight something here real quick as we get started. I think Dracula has to do this with positioning so that he can basically protect himself from Houdini shenanigans. But I think Houdini can also just fully lock them in with a double, like pin Dracula and the sisters fully if he so chose. I'm not sure if we're seeing that. It looks like maybe not. He's maybe going with an attack with Bess. But I have seen that before on this map with a number of different fighters of just going for a pin immediately.
Yeah, like even setting up a soft pin, like if your opponent doesn't have a way out, then it can be very annoying for them to get through. Now, Bess isn't the toughest obstacle to go through overall, but I think it's still notable. The reason that Drac has the position like this, which is something I wanted to call out, and kind of a bit of a safeguard he has against Houdini's otherwise crazy starts that he can have, is that if Houdini wants to attack Drac on the first turn, he basically has a couple options. One of them is to maneuver boost with his misdirection to do 2 damage to a sister and kill her, and then attack Drac. But if Drac opened feints or anything like that, and the fact that Drac kept means he probably has some good defenses, you're just hoping that he doesn't stop your big reveal or whatever big attack you're going for. And if he does, then you're kind of out of luck. Whereas normally you want to try to set up the big attacks with set the stage so you know exactly what your opponent has to block with, and you know whether it's good to go in or not. And you can even make that more likely by ditching their best defense or perhaps their only cancel, for instance, and then going for the big attack. The other option you could have had is you boost with the beautiful Bess, which it has a boost trick that lets you gain an action, warp next to a sister, attack the sister with form an X trick. If the sister doesn't block, then you can move next to Drac and attack him. But in that case, I would expect the sister to block, so it probably wouldn't work either. But we're just going to see Bess going to town on these sisters.
Yeah, I really like this
Flourish
opening.
is the best tool for it. Flourish, as we saw in the first attack, if they feint it, they die still, even though you don't get a boost. And if they block with anything else, you just boost with the 2 and it gets over as well. So, yeah.
I really like the opening from Phantom. Go ahead, Taylor.
I was just going to say, I don't like the opening. He's killing the wrong sisters first. He's leaving that left face and sister
He
up.
is leaving the most powerful sister alive.
This
might be a crucial misplay.
All right, I love the defense here from Boterham. I think, wow, and a flourish.
Man.
That's costly from Phantom, I think. You need those flourishes to kill off sisters. I really like the defense, though.
He's already killed 2 of them.
Right, 2 of them can come back, right, with the baptisms.
Yeah.
But I do like Phantom positioning Houdini where he is, though, letting Bess go out and do the work for now, and you're safeguarding that corner space, which can be really problematic later in the game if Drac can go hunker down there.
I personally like Drac just going next to Houdini and attacking.
Yeah.
Just because of the hand advantage, or Bess. I mean, I think both works. Because if Bess plays the swap, then you're still next to Houdini. But I think depending on what your defense is, Drac looks like you're doing fine. Maybe like go up next to Houdini, attack with an ambush.
Yeah.
Chilling.
Could also be hitting Bess with an ambush here, just hoping that she doesn't block. You hit a good card, maybe take her out of the equation.
Does this get the bonus? No, it does not.
No, it will not. Just 2.
I don't hate that. If you have the sister 3, though, I would have preferred attacking with the sister. But I mean, it's kind of a. Either way, you weren't planning on one-shotting her, so you're gonna have to find some damage on her.
Right, an ambush into her would have been good.
Yeah, if you had it, I think you saw it there no matter what.
Feeding Frenzy is such an interesting card because if you can set it up, and a lot of times people aren't expecting it just because it's usually just kind of either a boost since it's a high boost value to help you move where you want to go, or just discarded to beast form for extra damage. But it's a 5 if you set it up fully, which is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, especially
so
for
I
Dracula.
do always enjoy seeing it like as a surprise 5 that people just aren't prepared for.
Yeah, the problem is everyone always hyper focuses the sisters early game, right? Because that's just usually the best strategy. But
exactly.
Every once in a while, you can see that happen.
I think the biggest thing that I think a lot of people forget, at least in my opinion, that you got to be careful with is Houdini, in my opinion, other than some rare outliers, can kill almost every fighter if he's able to see his whole deck and use it for damage. So you have to be killing Houdini, or at least making Houdini scared so that he can't use all of his cards offensively or just boosting with that. So I think when you have opportunities to make Houdini scared where you're not scared on the flip side, I think you got to take those if you can.
Yeah, just
especially
letting.
because, like, to your point, it's like any time that Houdini wants to block like decently well, he's usually having to use other cards because his only real good value defense is the boostable. And so if he's using cards to boost to not take damage, he's not able to pressure you as heavily because he also needs those boosts for offensive damage. So
I do like this positioning by Boterham. It's unfortunate that he had to overdraw, but if you're going to force Houdini to come in, at least you force him to end adjacent to Drac if he wants to attack the sister.
Mm-hmm.
Also, a quick call out on Phantom's previous positioning. It's showing that he does value Bess to an extent because Bess keeps your swap defenses online, and that's basically an ultimate defense against a potential beast form. So I think Phantom isn't about to let Bess go down easily, even if the sister would go in for an attack on Bess, like for an undefended 3 value attack to kill her. I think Phantom would defend if at all possible.
I think my main concern for Drac in this matchup is Beast Form, because Set the Stage can obviously just rip that right out of your hand, and then a large chunk of your damage just disappears. It's up in smoke, if you will. So, Chad, do you think that Boterham here will like play the first Beast Form he draws like relatively early just to get it out of his hand so that he has played it, or do you think he'll take a more kind of like calculated lethal approach with it?
Great question. Yeah, so it depends, I think. In my experience, I've played Houdini and I've seen Beast Form, and I've said, I care zero amount about you right now. So I've left Beast Form in my opponent's hands, and then other times I'm like, well, this is going to kill me, so I need to get rid of it. So I think it really depends on the game state. Right now, because Houdini's taken like no damage, I definitely think so. I think you drop the Beast Form soon. You just gotta put him down to scenarios where like Houdini has to consider, if I go in here and if this person has XYZ, I can lose. And if Houdini's not afraid of that at any point during the game, in my opinion, he just does really well.
Letting the sister go. Now, thinking back to the keep versus mulligan, both players kept. Do you think this is a matchup, Taylor, where if you're Dracula, you keep a bad hand on purpose because you expect a Set the Stage ripping something out turn 1, so maybe you want to protect your beast forms and biddings, so if you didn't have them, you'd keep a bad hand?
That's definitely a possibility, especially with the fact that with the positioning in that top right corner, having Dracula surrounded by his sisters means that you're not really vulnerable to actually getting attacked by Houdini right away. So keeping kind of like a cruddy hand might make sense then. I was actually really hoping to see something spicy, like a boost turn 1 misdirection to kill a sister to get adjacent to Dracula and attack him, but definitely probably smart that didn't happen, because wasting the auto damage on a sister might not be the best thing. And of course, having Dracula keep means there's that possibility that he does actually have a good hand.
Right. That's a really interesting mind game right off the bat in this matchup. And the way that Phantom's been playing, to me, signals that turn 1, he didn't misdirection to go in like you mentioned. He didn't go for my next trick. He didn't do a Set the Stage. I think he kept because he has the scheme that will negate bidding, is what I had to guess based on the way he's playing.
I don't actually love the ping here, because Houdini has like 1 million movement after combat defenses, especially with the
Got to be the
swap
beast
too.
form, right? Oh, wow. Wow. Even a draw card. Maybe
he's going to miss form.
He's got to have a miss form, I think.
Or he was trying to bait out a misdirection feint into a potential beast form. But if you're playing against Dracula, you don't actually want to feint the first beast form. You want to high value block the first beast form to make it costly, and then you want to feint the second one to prevent the lethal.
And Houdini doesn't throw feint super regularly. Not without good reason, I think.
Right. I would love to see a misform here. Otherwise, that was a...
Misform or baptism.
Okay, let's go.
I think as Dracula, you kind of have to stay aggressive in this matchup just because Houdini's pretty limited on his good blocks, especially making him okay.
Imagine if the beast form was thrown first.
So here's my thought of why it wasn't thrown first. I think he was expecting the swap, which I agree with, and he didn't want to kill Bess so he could attack her a second time.
Sure.
So that's my thinking of his reasoning there. But since he had misform, he was able to still do stuff. I actually think this is really good for Boterham.
Yeah.
I don't think you really boost, but like those are two of, I think Houdini only has 3 boosts and 1 4 boost that he really likes using as 3 boosts.
Right.
And so seeing 2 of those gone immediately, along with also 2 defenses are gone already, like that's huge for Dracula.
Now, I'm really hoping we don't see an overdraw, because otherwise you might as well have boosted at least 1 extra damage here.
I think I would love to see go to the corner and play baptism.
Well, you're not getting any healing is the problem, right?
Oh, that's right.
So I really would have liked to seen at least 1 card discarded, because now there's an overdraw, which was a wasted damage.
Yep.
Not thinking
maybe there wasn't
too far ahead there.
anything. Maybe there wasn't anything worth like doing that.
That's true. I didn't catch. He might have drawn that.
I think he just drew into that as one of those maneuvers.
Yeah,
so
sure.
If he didn't have any trash, then you might just be hoping that, depending on what Houdini does, maybe you get to do something. And if he doesn't, like if he just backs off like we saw, maybe you draw into trash and can discard it, which is kind of what happened. So.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I mean, it's Dracula. He always has trash.
Yeah, come on. Well, the problem is he's in the same scenario.
It's hard if he's got like all of his defenses in hand or something.
Yeah, he's in the same scenario here, though, right? He either has to boost in or play a pass suboptimally, because Prey Upon it would be the only one that you're really okay playing at this point. Baptism feels like a waste. You can't play the Ravenings, and you're going to probably need those Ravenings, so you want to combo Baptism with Ravening together, most likely. Otherwise, you have to boost in and make an attack, all of which just don't feel good.
I would love a boost in here with a sum 2 and then an attack with an ambush.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
See, I would have loved to have seen a discards then for the Beast form.
He vanished!
Yo, he's laughing off stream. No, okay. What?
Houdini cosplay, top
There
tier.
we go.
It was a true vanishing act.
I was not expecting this. At all.
I think he's just assuming that Houdini constantly has the initiative and will have to come in, which is a fair assumption.
It's true. I mean, it is true. I think I would be okay though with, like, you know, going to a corner, playing Baptism at this point, because Houdini does have to play, like, you know, he does have to go in and he does have to kill her, and he doesn't, you know, if you have like another exploit or even another dash, like, you know, he's running out of options to kill. So yes, you don't get the healing, but I think it might have been worth it rather than losing all those cards. But maybe not, because I mean, he didn't lose like great cards.
Yep, so there's the scheme.
Yep.
Reveal it. You simply reveal it, and then you negate the bidding's effect to look at the hand. So bidding is a blank 3, but at least it was into a for my next trick. So you didn't get a massive punish with a big reveal.
Houdini still has 2 actions here.
Oof, that's definitely concerning for Drac.
Especially since we saw a defense discarded to overdraw. It was probably the lowest impact defense overall, but still.
And you know Houdini's going to want to... Oh, wow, a feint.
Good feint.
No more flourishes, though.
All the flourishes is huge.
I would have assumed that the big reveal was coming there, expecting like a dash.
Yeah, well,
Phantom did have to use...
Painting that seems pretty solid to me.
Phantom used a lot of red cards killing those sisters. I think he used, what, 3 flourishes and one of the 4s?
Yeah.
So now all the flourishes are gone. Here's 1 more for my next trick. 1 more 4, both big reveals left.
Yep. 1 action gain boost.
Boterham If he takes, that means he has a hand that he chose to discard a defense over not playing one, which is wild. Yeah, I like it.
Oh, great bait. That's 2
Yeah.
feints down.
But that is your last, like, just auto movement one.
That's true. I like
I
the
think you
ping.
attack ambush here if you have it. Oh, doesn't have it.
Are we gonna see a baptism for a 1 heal?
I mean, the last flourish is gone.
Yeah, you can't kill sisters easily at all. As long as sisters can defend with dash, you can force Houdini to use a big card at this point, and that is massive. Like, look at this. Your sister lives against everything other than an illusion that you choose not to boost, which you would want to boost, or a big reveal.
It's interesting though. So, like on the Houdini side, you still have both your set the stages and both your big reveals, and 2 feints are gone. So, like, it's definitely getting scary for, like, your health can just melt versus Houdini as Dracula. I would have really liked to see an ambush. My guess is he doesn't have it because you knew that he had that, the 4 in hand. And if you're able to hit that with an ambush, then your last bidding is, like, actually safe. Which is a huge. If you're able to hit the a magician never revealed.
Yes.
It's a secret. It's also 6 damage, which is massive. So I think I would have liked to see that. Also, just any attack, just in general, because Houdini's got 3 misdirections, 1 of the blue 2s left, the boostable, and then the 2 healing ones, and then the swap. So don't get me wrong, he still has a lot of stuff, but the more you can get him to spend, I feel like the better, especially since the healing one isn't really online at all yet. So if you can force him to play that, I think you're happy.
I also find it a bit wild that we're this late into the game and Drax actually ahead on deck.
Yeah.
Once he takes more damage, then the passes become more available. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that will kind of like switch up probably in the next like 3 to 4 cards maybe. But who knows? Fatigue Houdini incoming?
I've tried to make it work.
That's what everybody thought Houdini was going to be at the start, which is hilarious.
I'm super glad where he ended up.
He's the most aggressive fighter in the game.
Yeah.
Complete opposite.
He's what I wish Bullseye was.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah. Yeah, letting Houdini go up to 7, in my opinion, is, like, terrifying. But I don't think Dracula's in a bad spot. So, like, I mean, like, it's very interesting, right? We still have a feint. We still have, lots of healing. Bringing a sister back.
I would have liked to have seen Drac take the top left yellow spot then in the previous turn so that he'd be able to close himself off with a sister when Houdini has 7 cards and has the initiative being forced to come in. I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, especially if he has set the stage now.
Yeah.
Because, like, if he has set the stage, but he can't kill your sister, then you were protected. But I feel like he's probably got it, and he's debating, do I have the stuff to capitalize then? That would be my assumption. But now since Bess is still alive, he can put Bess in the corner, and then...
Nobody puts Bess in the corner.
Now, that said, a really cool play from, like, after Houdini, like, if he does some combo stuff, you can play Ravening Seduction to move Bess off of that corner, and then maneuver, say, assuming the sister is alive, then, like, maneuver boost to that corner, and then hole up Houdini and Bess in that corner, which is pretty cool. So, it's very interesting. I mean, Houdini always just still has so much, he's got 2 set the stages, he's got 2 big reveals, he's still got 6 auto damage. So I mean, I'd kind of still be scared if I was Drac. I think you gotta apply the pressure at some point, twist the screws.
I feel like this game is teetering on a knife's edge. Like,
it really is, and this might be the turn. I think Phantom's.
Yeah, look how much timer he's used.
Yeah, if I had to guess, he has set the stage, but he doesn't have, like, he doesn't have great things to capitalize. If I had to guess, I'm not sure. Like, maybe he's saying on all of his misdirections.
Gonna boost, just use a heal.
I think he's gonna kill the sister or try. Oh, he's attacking Dracula. I think he wiggled
Yeah,
Dracula.
it looks like he did, yeah. Unless Dracula was just doing a little jig.
Now I know. John has highlighted that you don't faint the first beast form, right?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, wild.
Not
Perhaps
taking back
limited
Magician?
defenses in hand.
You have to take back Magician, right? Is Boterham just going for a lethal here? Beast form lethal, saying I'm
Maybe.
not winning the long game, so I'm gonna take this chance right now.
No clue.
Or, I mean, if you don't have any defenses at all, you're really regretting not taking that top left corner on the previous turn. Because Houdini was at 5 cards, you could have assumed he was going to double maneuver and not approach a 7-card hand Drac with a boost, right? Like, well, maybe not with a boost, but still, like, you're not going to approach a full hand Drac when you only have 5 cards yourself. You're going to double maneuver up to 7 as Houdini, almost guaranteed. So he wasn't going to approach. He wasn't going to just end next to you as Drac, so you would have been able to sandwich yourself with the sister there.
Oh, here's something interesting. Phantom only shuffled his hand like 2 times instead. So do you think that means that all of his cards are the same? He's chilling on 3 misdirections.
Well,
if I were Boterham,
you have to kill now.
Really tough
because misdirections will just lethal you.
Yeah. So you got to put the screws to him. I think you ambush here, right?
There's no movement defenses, so yeah, I think you ambush
There's
and then
beast.
In the swap.
I think you ambush mist form, beast form is like ideal. Okay,
Yeah.
we are gonna see the ambush into the swap.
Hope to hit the. To die if you have the other ambush.
I think you want to see a misdirection gone. Okay.
Okay.
Hit a misdirection. Now you gotta, I think, mist form, beast form here.
John predicting this turn with 100% accuracy so far.
He's maneuvering.
Oh no.
Right?
No, he started with ability paying up to 8 cards, attack down to 7, so he's got 1 more action.
If he has mist form, beast form, he can totally lethal here.
Beast form would be an 11. It's not quite lethal, right? Even against, well, it depends.
Oh, you're right.
On what Houdini has
I
in
was
hand.
saying if he doesn't have a defense.
You'd have to have no defense.
Right, if he has no defense.
Attacking best with another ambush, I think. Oh,
Okay. But now, I mean, double misdirection, it's game over.
I don't hate that play.
Oh, did you see Phantom's expression? What? I wonder what he drew.
Yeah, do you think this is a moment where Houdini just spends all of his boosts drawing cards trying to find that last misdirection?
I would see a set the stage right here if he doesn't have the
Poor Bass. Hitting that misdirection was definitely really fortunate for Boterham.
Mm-hmm. Especially now that a swap is gone. What is it?
But 4 health is not where you want to be against Houdini.
Oh, we see the second
all part of the show.
Mode. Interesting. He's going in.
Houdini does only have 4 defenses left, and 2 of them are misdirections.
We saw a double attack last turn from Drac, only 1 new card drawn off the ping, so maybe he's just going for the lethal here, even if it's like suboptimal. He's just going to say better have it.
Big reveal.
Yeah, that might have been what he drew.
So here's the thing: if he whiffs here, there's a big chance Boterham just wins it.
If you big reveal into a feint, you're saying something like that.
Yeah, big reveal into a feint, or something like that. And I'm not saying just wins it. Like, you are only at 3 cards. Like, he then, I feel like, I don't know. It seems a little crazy to me. Like, it could go either way.
Yeah, you didn't boost with a set the stage. Yeah, would you really want to approach? I feel like Houdini has the game on lock if you just play it safe. I'm very surprised. What?
Oh my
Ooh.
Now
God.
you open yourself up to a bidding? I wonder what is going on. Like, what does Phantom's hand have to look like in order to make a play like this?
I don't know, but I love it.
You know the game's getting crazy when Houdini actually plays that scheme in like a matchup where the effect is relevant.
Well, I think he's just committed to killing off misdirections now and not going for an attack anymore.
We're gonna see a beautiful best boost here just to get another draw.
Which I think you're fine with.
He's digging for the lethal with misdirections, it looks like.
I think he maneuvered after that.
Are we going to see Set the Stage played? Oh no, Bess is dead. You can't play it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, well.
There's...
Oh, yep.
ooh.
Takes the heal.
But there's still a prey upon. Can get you out of the lethal
Yeah.
range. This has gotten really interesting.
Prey upon
mean,
is huge.
As Drac, you have to go prey upon right here, right now, yeah? Am I wrong? Or, I mean, you could risk it that he doesn't have both misdirections at this point, but... Wow, hitting that healing was massive. Because I don't think you can't afford to lose your other prey upon to a second Set the Stage. So I think you have to use it right now.
Boterham just did what I have done before in Vorpal, where you try to align and you return the cards to the top of the deck. But fortunately, since he did not shuffle, he was able to draw them right back and reveal them to confirm just because we had just seen the hand as well. So.
And here's something interesting. So I think you maneuver and play. I think you maneuver to that corner and you play it to get you out of lethal. Then Houdini can't attack you if he has misdirection in hand.
Right, because bidding will work one out.
Then you have bidding.
Oh, this has gotten really interesting.
Oh, wild. And then you could maybe, if he doesn't do that and he double maneuvers away, then you hide in the corner.
Yeah. Please, Boterham, go play the prey upon, please. You can't lose it, because then you're just in lethal range.
Yeah.
Not
This is
like
a wild game.
This is a crazy game for sure.
But he had 2 defenses, which means by definition he had a defense when he took the 9.
No. Go play the prey upon. Don't risk it.
So taking the 9 was.
That was insane. Taking the 9.
I think it was trying to call out the Formanex trick. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is sleight of hand, right?
Yeah, we hadn't seen any sleight of hand, so that was
Yeah.
incredibly risky.
I wish we had like reality show confessionals so we could hear exactly what the players were thinking.
Yeah.
When they made decisions.
Okay. We're.
Yes, we see the prey upon. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was huge. I think that's what he needed to at least
I'll-
drag the game out. And
This
there's
is
no all part of the shows,
insane
and there's
game.
still a beast form left. So if Phantom goes in for an attack, he might just die. Well, he can play a 5-value defense, but even that might not be enough.
we see
Oh my gosh,
trying to
yeah.
figure out what to do here.
I wish I knew.
Very tense
But
spot.
the timer might
Not really another Set the Stage.
get to these players at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, that
We
was probably the
see
second one. He
Phantom.
has the other one.
Yeah, he drew the other one. Yeah.
So pause timer. Houdini has to move, right? Well, don't pause timer yet, I guess, but
No, because
Like, Houdini has to move, right?
Second one.
true. He could have placed and then placed back.
But he didn't, right?
You have to place, though.
So that's what I'm saying. He didn't move with his first one, which means this next one he has to move.
Well, no, because... Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he...
But if he lets his timer run out, he stays there.
Wow.
Right?
It's
Am I?
you may place instead
You
of...
may.
You
Okay,
may.
perfect.
Yep.
So you can stay right where you want to, like if you want.
Wow, this has gotten insane. I think now is Drac. Look at Houdini's deck size. You just back off.
Yeah.
No, you gotta ping. And you gotta Ravening You Ravening him out of there and then go to the corner and bunker up.
Yes, yes. Oh my gosh.
Do we know? Did we see a Ravening with the hand reveal before?
I remember.
We
We saw
one, right?
Mistborn.
You want the Ravenings for passes and an attack. Okay, an ambush against the best defense. And this is a place. This is not optional. So Houdini has to move. Well, no.
If he wins.
If he wins.
If he doesn't boost, the ambush will win. Wow, this has gotten insane.
This is fascinating.
This is the kind of content you want to see in grand finals.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So if he doesn't win the combat, I'm pretty sure the only defense he has left is a smoke and mirrors. Which, obviously, with Beth's not alive, would just be a blank 3.
So Houdini deciding to boost first, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
Well, because if he takes like a big chunk off of this, and then he doesn't have the other defense, he just loses.
Wow.
To the beast.
Yeah, because for the max value.
This is a guaranteed win, right? With the scheme. gone?
Yeah, because the scheme's gone. Yep.
Wow.
Oh,
This
that is.
I think this is over. I think Drac just sits in the
That was
corner
the best
and
discard.
wins off fatigue. Now Houdini has to move,
Yeah.
and then Drac
That was
just takes the corner.
Holy cow.
And there's plenty of dashes for blocks against Houdini, for the sister even. There's no way Houdini's getting back to Drac, and you still have a feint. Well, you don't want to play the feint, but you have bidding. Ooh, what if we see a scenario where Houdini can kill with 1 damage over a bidding because he has nothing else to attack with? Like with the... Is there anything? I mean, there's still another big reveal. I
mean,
don't know.
potentially the illusion if you have a big enough boost and Drac doesn't.
But all your 3 boosts are gone and your 4 boost.
Yeah.
So
well,
there's
then
no
that's
way,
probably
right?
good. Yeah.
Drac has a beast
That's
form
fine.
at the very least. So now Drac
Yeah,
just sits in the corner.
That's. Can you imagine if Drac had to like boost with the beast form to survive that? That would be crazy.
You know, I brought this up earlier, but now it's going to come into play where if he doesn't have 2 cards in hand to boost big reveal, he can't boost big reveal.
Yeah, that's also a really good point.
Now, do you just sit back and play in the pocket with the sister and defend, or do you go for a kill? I agree, but if Boterham does go for a kill, does that open up an opportunity for Phantom to win?
I think so.
Oh yeah, you hide. You hide.
The best sister coming in clutch! Woo woo!
Oh my gosh, what a game!
As for
if you have exploit, you defend the sister, I think.
For sure. I mean, or a dash, right? No matter what, like either one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Anything.
Because the 4 can get up to a 6. If you have a 3 boost in hand, you can defend with the dash.
Yeah.
What is this game?
I don't know what I don't know what it is about Houdini games on King Solomon's in the finals, but they have always been absolutely incredible.
Insane.
Oh,
have we seen other Houdini games on this map?
You, John?
Yeah, you're Robin Hood Houdini.
Oh,
didn't cover the passage.
That's right. When I missed the passage. Oh my gosh.
That was in game 5, right?
Yes, that was. It all came down to that. He needs to defend the sister here. Do not take. Right? There's no way you ever take.
Yeah, you always defend.
You have to defend to force a boost, because then if you run, I think Houdini can't reach you.
Because if he boosts, he can't big reveal. Yeah. Yeah, this is literally it. Oh no, is he taking?
I don't think so.
There's literally no reason to take ever. If you have a defense.
I don't think
the debate is if he has feint only. Do you throw feint? Yeah, I don't. I think
you
it's
might
the 4.
Throw feint. You might still throw feint if he doesn't have the 4.
The funny thing is you kind of want him to draw with the Ferment X.
What are the options? It's a Ferment X trick, or a big reveal, or a 4. That's it, yeah? Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah, unless he uses his only defense, but it doesn't seem.
Is that his only defense, smoke and mirrors?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Those are the 4 cards.
You don't want to get into a scenario where you bidding and then the only option, well, yeah, the only option is big reveal. I don't know if that's a possibility.
I know because his Smoke and Mirrors has to
Well,
like
the
he
thing
just
is
doesn't have enough
if
cards left.
big reveal is the only option, it can't be boosted, right? Like, because there's not enough cards.
If
to
it's a for my
boost it
next trick
for
goes
it.
undefended right here, and then Drac wants to bidding, it could be a big reveal with not the Smoke and
No.
Mirrors.
Yeah, he pulls the Smoke and Mirrors out.
Or
No,
then
'cause it
you
either
or
have
you
to be
pull the 4, right? That's
Smoke
the other
mirrors
option.
on 4, yeah.
Yeah, you pull the 4, and then the 4 could be
No, you
boosted
pull
up to.
Smoke and Mirrors, you ping, and then you kill him.
Yeah, that's also true.
The 4 can be a 7, but then you have a beast form that can match the 7.
Yeah.
I think you win this in every scenario, but it's just going to feel a lot less stressful if he blocks the sister, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Like,
I mean,
there
I
is
guess
still an
I guess
opportunity.
the thought is if he has one defense and thinks he might not draw into another one, he doesn't want to run into a spot where the 4 just kills him. Well, I guess anything would kill him if he doesn't have a defense, but I don't know.
He has a bidding and a feint.
Oh yeah, we know about the bidding.
So
and a feint. Yeah, okay.
I think if he has a
I
dash,
guess if it's
easy.
just if you don't have a dash or exploit, like you're saying, maybe you don't block then.
Well, you're never going to defend with feint as Dracula, right? You always use
Yeah,
bidding.
yeah.
So, like, even if you don't have those, maybe you just use the feint as the sister. Why not? If that's your only option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why not try?
I think why not try? Because there's
Because
only
big
one card
reveal
that kills.
it would kill the sister and get something back, right? So you only use the big reveal itself, which is just a 2, which you might not even be able to boost later.
I think he needs to choose quickly though.
I think, yeah. He has to
So-
defend. This is the game, literally. If he messes this up, that's the. I think the only out for Phantom is Boterham makes a mistake. But you never know. I mean, you guys all watched me play this matchup, not this matchup, but on this map as Robin Hood, and just completely miss the portal and open myself up to potentially losing. So even the best of us can make mistakes.
Yeah.
And you.
Thanks, Chad.
Oh man.
All right, we might start getting complaints from the international players on this turn taking a little too long.
Hey man, they're both international, so it's
It cancels out.
yeah.
You might even get complaints from Americans like Tommy Elliott or DC Jason.
Those timer lovers, you know.
Yeah, they're the biggest fans. Of course. Or would they like this because technically the timer's not running, right?
Right. It's crazy. Phantom's down to 3 seconds. I mean, he's pulling what I do like every match and going down to the absolute end of his timer.
Yeah.
What is time?
It's just a construct after
This
all.
guy. This guy.
Alan, can we pipe the Jeopardy music in?
I don't really know what the debate is. I mean, I think obviously you got to figure it out, but like, if you have, you just throw it. I think. To me, he's got to have only bidding and feint. I guess. At least considering if I feint here, am I okay?
I mean, if he's got only, what did we see from before? It was all happened pretty fast. I know there's the beast form. We know the bidding and the feint. I don't know what else was in hand.
He had the prey upon, right?
The prey upon, yep. The baptism was ripped out. I feel like that was the whole hand, maybe, or there's probably 7.
Does Phantom have it copied under his cards? I know players sometimes do that.
Mist
Oh yeah,
form.
there we go. Missed
1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 2 new cards.
Yeah.
They could
And
be.
He's got 3.
They could be a blue look into my eyes and a red thirst.
Well, they could definitely not be defense. He has 3
Okay.
defenses left.
Okay, he throws the feint and it is the for my next trick. Cancels that out. I think you just stay in place, right? Stand your ground. There's no more action gain left for Houdini, is that right? There is beautiful
card, right?
bass.
Yeah.
No,
So
don't
you
eat the.
Kill the
Okay.
sister.
The thing
maneuver
is, he's got
boost.
Crucible with the best.
I think you want a Ravening if you have it and just push Houdini away so you force him to boost.
Yep.
Or I mean, you can. Yeah, you never open yourself away out of the pocket, right? Even though
Nope, 'cause
Houdini's
he
right
has
next to you.
He has the 2 actions.
Yeah, you don't want to be left in a coin flip scenario where you have to make the right defensive call.
Why, what's wrong with coin flips, John?
Well,
sometimes they win you games.
Hey, that's true. I know from
Yeah,
experience.
no, I'm a big fan of coin flip.
all right, Chad. I didn't. It's a double-edged sword, that coin flip joke.
What we've all learned this weekend, at the very least, is that Vorpal is a better wingman than Siri.
Yes. Man, I hate Siri. It's heads.
Shout out to the one maneuver game.
Oh my goodness, the greatest 7 minutes of all.
Double maneuver, I think, guarantees that he drew a sister defense, right? Because if he didn't have it before, he definitely has it now. Because
Not
3 left, right?
There's 3 left. So they could be like bottom, both or all 3 bottom 4 potentially.
Yeah, that is.
what are the other cards then? Oh, Ravenings. We haven't seen any Ravenings here. That's why.
There could just be a bunch of Ravening.
But if he drew a Ravening first maneuver, right? Those are the only cards that aren't the defenses. So if the Ravening was first maneuver, he could have used the Ravening to push Houdini away, which I think he probably would have done.
This is a wild game. This whole game has been insane.
I'm still not convinced it's over. Like, I'm on the edge of my seat. I don't know what's going to happen. I think Boterham's got it locked if he plays it right, but I don't know. Pressure can get to you.
End of time.
Okay, he's going to make an attack. First action.
So he does have the action game boostable. I think this is a big reveal. He's going to boost with the action gain and something else to try and kill her. Then he's going to
Maneuver and boost with the action gain again and go for 2 attacks.
and attack with the 4 and have nothing else in hand.
But he doesn't have more than 1 action gain, right? It's just the 1 left.
Yeah, but he bounces it back to hand with...
oh, he bounced... I see. Yeah, sorry.
There we go. I think that's the game right there.
Yeah.
Exploit into big reveal.
He can't kill with those 2 cards. He only has 1...
Wow, you can't even
He only has
kill.
1 boost.
You can't even kill the sister. Holy cow. Big reveal, max 4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's wild.
Hilarious. That's... Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so he needed it to be a dash, I guess.
Yeah, a dash would have been fine. The
or just
exploit
no
was...
defense, of course.
Right.
Which, I mean, end of day, we know he has bidding, so I don't think it matters even if there wasn't a way for... Because then he attacks with 4, he throws the bidding, throws something else, and it's still over. So...
Yeah, there's no world in which Drac fatigues, right? He's still got...
Yeah, because he has...
Even if the sister
a
dies,
way to
though...
revive his sister and
no, you
play
don't.
a bunch of...
He doesn't have any
bunch of
revives.
Ravening. Oh, he doesn't? Oh, right.
No, so if the sister dies here...
He had 1 discarded, that's right.
No, you misform... feel like you can misform, just kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, by attacking twice. Missed form attack with a dash, and then attack with the beast form boosted, I think will do it.
Or attack final action with the dash so that you're 3 spaces away and he's out of cards so he can't reach you.
And he'll
or
take
he
2
has
for a maneuver.
for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Because he can't reach you. I think you have it as correct. But this card draw here is definitely going to be interesting. Definitely puts him closer to fatigue.
I respect Phantom taking his time here, really thinking it out if there's any sort of win condition. Because this is literally the whole game right here. Like, to make the wrong decision and then find out later, have people tell you, hey, man, you actually had the lethal, is like, that's just the worst.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I've so far not received any of those from yesterday, so I'm happy.
That's good.
Now I got to go back and study the film.
No, I think John said if your
I think the only thing that
text
would
you
have
back
been...
and say you won.
I think the only thing that would have been close was like at the end if you had attacked instead of done the pearls, but then we looked and he just had the 4 to kill you anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered there.
Oh, at the very end?
Yeah, the very
Oh
end.
yeah, I mean my only defense left was a 1.
With the 1, yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah.
And your last queen was gone, so that wouldn't have helped either, of course.
Yeah, so I decided to go out on my own turn.
Yeah, no, that was great.
One thing I want to add, and this is like a thought that famous 6-time tagger Gary M has shared, is that it's a lot different thinking about the game when you're actually in the driver's seat, like in the moment, forced to make all the decisions, versus just like watching a game. Because Gary has said several times that like when he's watching Unmatched, he's like, "Oh yeah, do this. It's the best play." And then when he like actually gets on the table and is playing himself, like things are a lot harder to see.
Yeah.
So I definitely can see that here with these players, like us not actually having to make the decisions. Definitely probably makes it easier for us to see all the different Doctor Strange outcomes, all 14 million.
Yep, so it looks like no boost and then another attack, which either has to be Smoke and Mirrors or Illusion now.
Yeah, I think it's over. So I think you take here. If it's Smoke and Mirrors, you maneuver, attack with a massive Beast Form and win. If it's not Smoke and Mirrors, you maneuver, attack with a massive Beast Form and win.
Yep. Sounds about right. Yep, and there's the Illusion.
The best sister finally goes down.
And she did stay in for the long haul.
So now what are Houdini's 2 remaining cards?
Smoke and Mirrors,
Action Gain, and
Action
Smoke and
Gain.
Versatile 3s.
But it's a 13 value Beast Form, so he wins either way.
No matter what. Yep. Let's close it out exactly. He's just doing the math. Got to make sure.
Got a whole
If he
minute
runs
15
here, there's
seconds.
a scenario where he loses, so I don't think.
I don't think there is with Mistform, right?
I'm not sure, but
There we
Health
go.
differential.
Yep, and there's the
oh, he had the defenses for days.
Nice, nice. All right, let's listen and see what they have to say.
It was like far away, and I should just boosted with one of them. Came here, attacked. I had one, I think, or I will throw it in a few turns. Attacked. You play a Fiend, and then next turn I'll be able to kill you with the reveal, no matter what you do.
Yeah, I felt like in the beginning I made
Yeah, the beginning was really good for me.
quite a few. Yeah, it was really good for you. I made mistakes, like all my sisters died immediately. I couldn't really do anything about that. Like play a dash and make you use 2 cards instead of 1. But yeah, I feel like maybe I should have just played this as well instead of you discarding it. But I guess then you would maybe discard a Beast Form or something.
Yeah.
And it would have
Oh,
also
the
been
thing was like I top deck 2 misdirection, but I didn't need them at all because I wanted to attack into do a beating, and you could place them instead.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was when you drew with this
Yeah,
one.
when I came here, I was like, I used the scheme because I needed just like any cards to attack, and I drew misdirection. I was like, okay, whatever, that's fine for now. I just push with it, I go back, and it's okay. Then my next top deck is again misdirection, and I can't make it.
Yeah, it would have been if you wouldn't like draw one of these off of this one, you could have just attacked with.
Wow, what an insane game that was. I mean, I did not expect that type of ending. After taking an undefended big reveal, and Dracula still comes back and wins it at 1 health. That was just insane. What do you guys think about that?
It was so crazy. Oh, and then we saw the set the stage, and then the scheme was actually played for scheme things, and oh, it was just crazy.
Insane game. Wow. Well, that's going to bring the game count to 1-1, so it's anybody's match still. Boterham winning with his advantage, Phantom winning with his advantage. That's kind of expected. A lot of times you get advantage for a reason, right? And the third game's going to be neutral, and I think that can have a huge impact. I think Boterham is really looking to win the neutral and then win Little Red into InGen so he can avoid that Jill Trant into Daredevil. But I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think for me was you still had a big reveal. So I think you attack the sister in that corner with the big reveal, boost it with a misdirection to do 2 to Dracula, and then bounce it back to hand. So you get a third misdirection to find the lethal on Drac. That was kind of the only thing I noticed towards the end there.
Yeah, jeez, I cannot believe that game. That was insane. So, well, we're guaranteed.
definitely don't expect the big reveal undefended to result in that fighter winning still. Like, absolutely wild.
Yeah. So, well, we're going to have a guaranteed game 4, so that's a bit more content for everybody. We all love to see that. And this next game going into Yananga versus Black Widow, that's a matchup that I had to play myself from the Yananga side going up against Phantom's Widow yesterday in the semifinals, which I unfortunately lost that one, but it was a really interesting game. I think initially I kind of wrote it off for Black Widow as just losing that matchup, but I've played it a couple more times since, and I do think it's pretty even. And it really just depends on how a lot of the combat interactions go, because Widow has some extra cancels, but they don't all work necessarily the way you'd want them to. And we'll get into that in the deck highlights, but looking at the game here for Game 3, Widow versus Yen, it's going to be played on Soho, and now this was Phantom's map pick because he was the leader, so the neutral game was his map, and Boterham gets position. And now Phantom didn't get a choice in the matter because it was the neutral game, and that is assigning an advantage to the players randomly. It's not letting them choose. So I think Black Widow typically wants position pick, actually, and Yen is fine with Soho in general. And with starting position advantage as well, I think Yen's in a good spot here. And Chad, me and you, when we did the one practice game we did of this matchup, it was actually played on Soho as well. But I want to say that Widow went first. Was that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And it felt really, really bad for Widow, but I think that's just because all the combats were going your way. And when I played it yesterday, all the combats were going Phantom's way, and it felt completely the opposite. It felt really tough. So, yeah, it really just comes down to that.
I think one thing, too, is, I mean, obviously, I know you would do this. When we were playing, you and I was playing I think, positioning-wise, very, very well against all of your missions. And if you're not super familiar with Black Widow, I'm not sure where Boterham is with that. It can be really, you can just be blindsided by, oh, now all my archers are dead because of these two missions. So you really got to be careful and play around both of them. The ones I'm sure we'll get into in the deck highlights, but I think Yananga has to do that to even do well, like that, if that makes sense. That's to get to like 0, and then combat interactions, all that types of stuff. But if she's not playing around those correctly, I think it could go downhill very quickly.
Yeah, it definitely could go either way. So let's take a look at the decks then, closer look here, starting with Black Widow. I'll go ahead and take Black Widow because she's one of my favorites, definitely my newest main fighter. And Black Widow came in the King and Country set along with Black Panther and Winter Soldier. She's all about her missions, basically. That's her whole thing. You start the whole game actually with the Moscow Protocol, that first scheme, in your hand. So you actually start with a 6-card hand, and the implications that has on the game is pretty massive. And if you want to check out a deeper dive, you can look at Baked Goods video. Was it a card council, did you call it? Or you had some kind of video.
Conversation.
Card
yeah,
convo.
That card has a bunch of interesting implications.
Yeah, so go check out Taylor's video on his Baked Goods YouTube channel, all about the Moscow Protocol and the implications. But starting with an extra card in hand is huge. But if you go first, you can't really double maneuver like a lot of fighters normally do turn 1, because you're going to end up overdrawing, and then you'd have to discard it. And sure, it is actually an extra card, so you have 31 total. So it's not like the worst thing in the world if you have to discard it to an overdraw, but still you want to make use out of that extra card and get some value out of it, at least like boosting in for a first action attack, or a first turn attack rather. Or the ideal start is if you have the Kinshasa Directive, that second mission right there, because you get to make your opponent discard 2 cards. And all the missions, whenever you play them, you get to acquire a new mission, which means you just pull cards off the top of your deck until you find another mission, and then you add that to your hand and then shuffle all the other cards back into the deck. And missions are the only schemes in the deck, so all schemes are missions, and they all have a condition that you have to meet in order to play them. So if you don't meet the condition, you can't play them. They're not just simply played as a blank card like a pass, like Remote Detonation would be from Muldoon. You literally just can't play them if you don't meet the condition. But if you do, play the scheme, do the effect, and then go searching for a new mission. Of course, if you have all missions either within your hand or discard pile, and you know that there are none left in deck, you can reveal any of them in your hand, and then you will not go searching for a new mission, and in that case, you do get a pass. And all of the missions are incredibly powerful effects, and if you look at that bottom right card, Acting Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow's sidekick is Maria Hill, and she can play 3 of these Acting Directors, and it lets you have movement, and you can move through opposing fighters for both of your fighters, which is really good to start with, being a max value block of a 4 versatile. But also, you get to shuffle one of those schemes, one of those missions back from your discard pile into your deck, so you're increasing your deck size and adding an incredibly powerful scheme back to your deck to be reused. So you could reuse any of the missions up to 3 times if you're able to get all these. Typically, people want to cancel the Acting Directors, but against Yen, who of course has no cancels, your Acting Directors will be guaranteed to trigger whenever you actually play them. So keeping Maria alive for as long as possible, ideally throughout the whole game or most of, in order to pull off all the directors is going to be a huge factor in this matchup. Caught in a Web, top right card there, key cards, cancels all after combat effects of your opponent's cards. There's a lot of coin flips here in this matchup where there are some things like the Yen's double attack that you really, really want to cancel, or Stallion Charge is a great one as well, but then there's cards that are during combat like Jaws of the Beast or Shift that we'll see that are during combat buffs, and then Caught in a Web is a blank 3 and you're taking big damage, and that feels really bad. So a lot of coin flips, and then Double Identity is a card that immediately either Maria or Widow can play, and you swap spaces with the other one, and then the other fighter is now the defender, so much like under Achilles' Helm or the Smoke and Mirrors we just saw in the Houdini game. It lets you essentially pick who you want the defender to be, and that can be really, really important for keeping a certain fighter alive or healthy on the HP. Also, its position with the actual space swapping can matter because a lot of Widow's schemes, her missions, depend upon being in certain specific spaces on the board, either your starting space or the opponent's, or maybe adjacent to the opponent, etc. So she is super versatile. She can play a long, grindy fatigue game, value game. She can go for just a bunch of discards. She can go for a bunch of auto damage with her schemes. She's got Fake Out, if we can bring that up real quick. That's one of the best bait attacks in the game. It's a simple 1-value attack, and if the opponent defends against it, then, well, if you lost the combat, meaning they defended with anything that's not a 0, then you draw a card and gain an action, which is an incredible bait attack. It's like a regroup plus. And that can be really, really annoying because all of Yen's defenses are actually really good. So getting faked out and losing one of those into that card feels terrible, but those are the kind of mind games you have to play when you're going up against Black Widow. So she's really versatile and an incredibly strong fighter. So let's go ahead and take a look at Yananga. And Taylor, why don't you tell us about Yen?
First of all, John, regroup is regroup plus. I will not take any regroup slander today. So Yananga, one of her best features is her ability, which lets her distribute damage that she would take to her sidekicks, archers, which have 2 health, that are in her zone. And that is kind of her whole bread and butter game plan, is being very tanky, very defensive, being able to absorb massive amounts of damage, just relocate it to your sidekicks, and then bring them back when they die. That ability is kind of negated because one of Black Widow's missions, depending on where she is on the board, will let her deal 2 damage to all of her opponent's fighters, regardless of where they are, which is a great way for her to just wipe out all the archers without having to actually attack them. So seeing how Yananga uses her ability and her archers in this game will definitely be a little bit more particular than a normal Yananga game. But looking at some of Yananga's key cards, she has Rain of Arrows, which is her double attack. The first attack is just a 3-value attack, but then it says after combat volley, which triggers another 3-value attack. That is just a really good way for Yananga to kind of like gain card advantage over her opponent, make Black Widow spend 2 cards blocking 1 card of hers. Although this does have an after combat effect, so it is susceptible to being canceled by Caught in a Web. However, the next card, Surprise Volley, has actually great interaction with Caught in a Web because that only cancels after combat effects. Surprise Volley has an immediate effect. So that says immediately you may return one of your defeated archers to any space in the opposing fighter zone, and the archer will now be the attacker. Alternatively, if you do not revive the archer, you gain an action. So seeing how this card is used, especially since it really only will get countered by Feint, is going to be key as well. Master of the Hunt just is a scheme that gives Yenega 2 actions, a great way for her to apply pressure to her opponent by getting more attacks in. Also just a great way to kind of rebuild your hand. If you're particularly low, worst case scenario, you can just play this card and then get an extra maneuver on your turn and draw another card. One with the Land is another fantastic scheme Yenega has. It lets her move each of her fighters up to 2 spaces, and then each of your fighters recovers 1 health, which is really good if you have some damaged archers. Remember, those have 2 health instead of just the normal typical multi-health sidekick health of 1, which means if Yen assigns damage to them, she can later heal the damage back with One with the Land, and that is just a really good sustain card for her. And then at the end, it draws her card, so it's kind of like a maneuver with some healing in there. And it has one of my favorite card arts in the entire game. Stallion Charge is also a fantastic card for Yenega. It is a 3-value versatile. It says after combat, move Yenega up to 5 spaces. She may move through opposing fighters, then deal 1 damage to each opposing fighter she moved through. This card is just a great way for Yenega to get some ping damage in while also potentially relocating or moving. And Yenega and Maria aren't the tankiest fighters in the world. They do have a good amount of blocks, but I believe Black Widow has 13 health and Maria has 6 health. So there's no healing in the deck besides some revive cards for Maria potentially. And so getting every little bit of damage you can in on Black Widow or Maria is definitely going to be really important. So cards like Stallion Charge, which just deal 1 damage, or potentially even Point Blank, which deal 2, going to be really good for her, just dealing some damage.
All right, Taylor, thanks for the rundown on Yenega. Let's take a quick look at Soho, the map here. And so it's it was Phantom's map pick, I believe, and then Boterham gets position picks, so I have to imagine Yen's going to start first. But the bans were Marmorial and Raptor Paddock, and I find that really interesting because I think Yen in general really likes Marmorial, but perhaps after watching my game from yesterday and seeing me lose as Yenega on Marmorial, maybe Boterham decided, let's just ban that to not have history repeat itself. So that's really, really an interesting thing to me. The other one being Raptor Paddock, I think maybe just didn't want such a small map. Widow's got a lot of positioning control with some movement effects, so maybe didn't want to get pinned in the pit. Even though you have Stallion, maybe you don't have it when you need it and you get stuck. I'm not quite sure, but Soho I think is pretty even on both sides. I think position is what matters more here. And it looks like the players are ready, so let's jump into Vorpal and see what happens for Game 3 with Black Widow versus Yenega.
What do you
John,
foresee from? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna ask John, because he plays a lot of Widow, what the implications are for the starting spaces on some of the mission cards that Black Widow has, and how maybe the map will play into that.
So the discard mission makes your opponent discard 2 cards if you are in your own starting space, so that is an ideal turn 1 opener. And then if you're in your opponent's starting space, you can play the one that deals 2 auto damage to all fighters. And so Yenega smartly here positioning an archer on that starting space to protect it, so Widow can't just maneuver and boost in and then blow up all the archers in 1 card. So here we see that one I was talking about, Kinshasa, which is an ideal start from Widow. So Yen has to discard 2 cards, and then Widow is going to go ahead and find a new mission. And part of the reason why this is such an ideal opener, not only for just value, because it being a great card with forcing your opponent to discard 2, but also it prevents you from overdrawing if you want to find a new mission, which brings you back to 6 cards in hand, and then go ahead and take a maneuver up to 7. So that's really, really a great start for value. Kinshasa finding Ferenz here. It deals 2 auto damage to each opposing fighter in your zone, but you have to be adjacent to the opposing hero in order to use this. So Yen is not going to want to be in the same zone as all of her archers and open herself up to getting them all blown up with this card in particular. So very tricky positioning from Yen. but we do see the ideal discards, I would say, from Yanenga into that Kinshasa with 2 Archer cards, because Archers are hard to keep alive in this matchup anyways, and these cards are generally pretty low impact as far as the rest of Yanenga's deck is concerned.
It is an interesting thing, though, too, because early on is when you want those Archer cards, especially in a matchup where they're not going to stick around very often. So while it is probably one of the better ones, especially like Divide and Conquer, like, I mean, I guess Divide can potentially protect an Archer against like a Widow's Bite that would otherwise make you discard something, but yeah, I think the Pin to Prey probably hurts a little bit more, because not only can you potentially mess up Widow's positioning a little bit, you also get a card out of her, which can help in kind of the card advantage war that is sure going to happen here. But yeah, I mean, as far as overall impact, not great, but it also sucks to see Archer cards that you could have used early just have to be discarded to this game.
Now, typically, you don't like to approach in a hand disadvantage, but knowing that 2 of the cards in Phantom's hands are schemes and not combat cards, I think it's a fine time to approach Maria, because you really want to put the pressure on her quick and kill her ASAP. So you got to imagine she probably wants to play a Director here and get that Kinshasa back right away, since the Directors are online. So I think it's a good time for Yen to throw a double attack into Maria, actually.
Because Maria
Yeah, I was
doesn't have as
thinking
many ways to
generally
stop.
that's the play you do turn 1, especially since normally she doesn't have a mission in the discard pile.
Yep.
But yeah, I definitely think so.
But then you're almost surely running into a feint, right? And I feel like the Directors, one of them is going to go off guaranteed, and so if you can actually get the double attack to go through uncanceled, I think that's a pretty good start for you.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think I would have kept the Archer in that spot that Yen's now in, go to red, yellow, and do that.
Because now Widow can like throw a bite at the Archer, and that's pretty annoying. The only thing that stops it is a skirmish.
Yeah, I think a bite would be really good here for Widow. Okay, good skirmish
exactly
though.
That.
Are you confused, Chad? Would you have liked to seen the Archer itself move to double attack Maria, maybe?
Yeah, I was considering that.
Yeah, the problem is with 2 Archer cards discarded off the bat, right? They might not have too much to attack with, and you don't want to be using surprise volleys at this point.
To me, if you have a Pin the Prey, you do that and then throw it. Throw her regardless of where she ends up on the. I mean, if you can in the try zone, and then smack with Jaws.
Positioning gets really, really tricky now that you know that Ferenz agenda is in hand. The starting space one is relatively easy to play around, but I feel like Ferenz in this matchup is actually the one that's more concerning.
I agree with that.
Especially in the center area down here, where there's a lot of shared zone stuff. Be quite careful. You see an attack into Maria, it could be something like a double. Because at least if you double now, you can't get like double Director. Oh wow!
Holy cow! But the problem now is that Maria, okay, well, she's guaranteed to survive if she plays her revive card, but not against a Stallion from Yen. So that's wow.
I think Maria immediately attacking the Archer.
Maybe if it was a double, he takes the first one and then throws
the
revive.
He did that against me yesterday.
Yeah.
I had the shift too. She was at 5 and I had the shift and I thought about throwing it, but I threw the double instead and he called it out and did that. It was a really good play.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're both washed out now, John, so.
There's at least a Director coming through.
So the problem, though, is that even though Maria dies to a simple Stallion, that's going to be very difficult to trigger because you have to attack Widow with it. And Widow has 6 cancels that she can use.
Yeah.
And if she dies, maybe Butterham's not aware too. If Maria dies to the first part of a double attack, she's not targeted by the second part.
Right.
Yep.
because it's a new Maria.
This card, Acting Director, is just one of the most powerful cards in the game, I feel. It just does everything you would want a card to do. It's a max value block. It can be used on offense if you need to bait over 2 damage over a feint. There's 3 copies. It's got a 3 boost. You get movement. You go through opponents. You get recursion. It does it all.
Particularly against a fighter that has no cancels.
Yeah, especially with no cancels. But even
Yeah,
against
'cause-
cancels, attacking with
Yeah.
Maria is typically good because this is basically 2 damage guaranteed when you attack with it. Because if they feint it, stops the recursion, but they take 2 instantly. If they don't stop the recursion, then the scheme that you recur is most likely going to deal 2 auto damage.
Yep.
Such an incredible card. Makes Maria such a valuable sidekick. If Boterham can kill Maria with a good Stallion charge quickly, that will definitely change the game significantly. Phantom's got to be really careful on his positioning because you don't want to end Widow in a space where Yen can attack Widow and then be able to Stallion through Maria. Because even though Widow has 6 cancels, I mean, you got to have them, and
There are 3
you're going to run out. Yeah. 3 Stallions, and any baits, you know.
And even if you call them all out, like, I feel like Butterham's okay with that because he wants anything else. Like, that means all of his other stuff is going on.
Right. Really, your goal as Yanenga, or your hope rather, because it really isn't something you can control, but your hope is that you turn all the webs into blank 3s. Wow, we're going to see Moscow Protocol played. You don't typically see this actually played, but because you need to get damage in first action. But wow, we are going to see Kinshasa right away.
He still has another action. This is a pretty great turn from Phantom, I think, especially if he has the red 5. No, I mean, but then all the archers are dead. So I guess it doesn't matter too much. I think you throw pin the prey if you have it.
Oh, I really like that divide.
Oh, yeah.
Holy cow. Because the archer is not in Yen's zone, it's a 4 value instead of a 2. And that means because they have 2 health, the Widow's Sting does not kill the archer, and Widow does not get to move into the starting space like she wanted to.
Okay. If he was going to go in that, like, blue and yellow, or feel like if he goes into that blue and white spot, or one of those, it's a really bad call, because then you first action attack with an archer revive into Maria, and she has to go adjacent to Widow, which is also in Yen's zone at that point if he chooses.
Yeah, I think you're just going to have to eat the revive and just don't throw a double into it, right? Throw like the archer revive that you know you want to not get canceled. But I think if you try to play around it, you're just going to let Widow draw too many cards, and that lets Maria find her directors, and that you really don't want that. So I think you just have
I think
to keep
the reason you left in the zone too is to try and bait out that double attack stuff, especially if it's a ruling that he's not aware of, because it's pretty tricky.
I'm surprised Yen moved here
rather than first action attack.
Right. Oh, especially, wow. Okay, so he was trying to kill over a director. That was a big punish, though. I feel like the life model was quite telegraphed, but you really have to be aware of how Widow typically plays in order to call that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was going to say you can kind of play like you have it even if you don't, but if you didn't have it, I think you'd probably just be blocking with the 4 on the first attack on that previous turn, because...
Yeah, the fact that you immediately turn around and attack, right, with director kind of gives
the card
it
you
away.
could have blocked with.
Exactly, that's a giveaway. But those are little things.
In Yen's zone too, as well as green. Like even if he didn't have it, I would think.
Yeah.
I don't dislike a double maneuver here, but I kind of wish. I mean, I guess that's why he maneuvered first too. I would have loved to just like throw an archer revive on what's her face,
Maria.
Maria comes in somewhere next to the archer. I gain the action with the revive. I maneuver with the archer, then attack Maria with the shift. Especially since the only mission in the discard pile right now is Moscow. Like, if you force out another director in that way,
Yeah.
but I think, John, am I remembering correctly in our games of this play, like, I didn't kill Maria. Like, I just went for.
I think you just
combo
kept
in there.
attacking Widow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But again, it just comes down to those combat interactions. And we've seen one go Boterham's way with the skirmish over the bite, so preventing a discard is really good. This was good. I mean, even though Line is not a great card, still another card that you had to use against an archer that had 1 health. So.
Uh-oh, I think he has the what is it called? The discard 2/1. I think that's why he's heading towards that starting
He
space.
definitely has the discard 2/1.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was thinking, for some reason, I was thinking that was the auto damage one in starting space. My bad.
He's got the path one.
Yeah. I was thinking the second one was the starting space one. Do you guys think he has the discard one?
Holy cow, is this guy psychic?
I think I might go in and attack Widow with an archer revive. And nope, that's a bad idea.
You think you never throw a double on Maria at 3 health, right? Because ideally you'd want to hit the director and then have the double second part finisher, but if it's a revive, you're super punished.
If she has the second revive, I mean 18 cards in deck.
But also
I
if
don't
she
know.
takes, you're super punished, right? Like, well, maybe not punished. I
I
guess.
don't know, because the only one director's come out, so I think I'd probably have it with that.
Okay.
I don't know.
I guess, yeah, only 1 card life model would be the only real punish. I think a double was fair enough here. But also, she's likely to throw a feint if she has it.
Yeah. But he's kind of committed to killing Maria, so I think you kind of try and finish the job.
Sure.
Sunk cost fallacy, Chad.
I will laugh like I know what that means.
I don't know if economic theory necessarily applies to Unmatched though, but
I like the positioning here because if Phantom wants to maneuver to the starting space and play the discard scheme next turn, at least Maria can't get out of the zone of Yen without boosting. Like, she can get out of the zone currently, but of course, a single maneuver, Yen can reach that white space. So I do like the positioning here.
I think that's what he's. He was just like, oh wait.
Yeah, either way, you can't escape fully unless you
Well,
boost.
especially if he has another director, that's brutal.
Does anybody have any thoughts on Phantom's environment change here? He started off, he was like all bright and in the light, and now he's in the darkness.
It's only, what is it? What's his time difference? Oh, she doesn't. Oh, well, she doesn't have one of the directors.
There's a director that's not there. I think they're both about 7 hours ahead of us, so it's probably about 8 o'clock.
Oh yeah, if I was wondering if it was more than that, then that might explain it.
I feel like it's, he thought he had it in the bag, and then he lost with Houdini just barely, and then he had to go
it's going
tap into the power
serious
of the
mode.
darkness.
Exactly. This is where it gets real.
Yeah, it is just after 8 o'clock there.
Gotcha. Sorry, I was reading a lecture from Baked Goods on sunken cost fallacy.
that's Professor Goods to you.
I think these
Adjust
2
glasses.
discards were pretty optimal here again from Yanenga. Like, one of the better options for both. Point blank is hard to trigger, and you really just want as many combat cards as you can get. Boterham thinking, did he take a maneuver already? I'm not sure.
I believe so.
Well, you have 6 combat cards to 4 combat cards, so even though, you know, Widow has hand advantage, when you know 2 of them are just schemes that are going to happen eventually anyways, you can kind of ignore those in terms of deciding whether or not you want to approach. And taking any opportunity to attack Maria with a single maneuver without having to boost, I think is a good thing. Especially if he already drew and he can attack this turn. He goes to 5 cards where Widow's at 6. So Widow can't really double maneuver away, has to kind of engage. And if she does try to like maneuver away and use a scheme or something, you can just double maneuver up to 7 on your next turn. Just thinking about hand counts like that is really the type of back and forth, you know, the tempo game you have to consider when you're trying to play value and who has the initiative at any point.
You see, you can take up that good old Robin Hood spot. Move 2 from every zone on the board. So we'll be able to guarantee attack 1 of the opposing fighters next turn if she wants. Now, of course, you can block it off, so you can't always reach the specific fighter you want. Like for right now, if Maria went into the brown zone, then Widow is currently blocking Yen from reaching that on her turn, since she, without boosting, of course. This also does it here.
Just with a
I was
little bit
looking
of
to
push.
maybe play Firenze, but that would overdraw, so wants to avoid that if possible.
Zach, I want to push back on that. Nothing is good about Robin Hood.
Well, this is the Robin Hood spot. Not necessarily Robin Hood himself, though.
Call it something
I am
else.
Robin. But it's his spot.
I got to imagine this is an offensive web here, stopping a Stallion charge because of the positioning setting up to protect Maria.
I think it's a fake out. Ah, you're right.
A line. Okay, line doesn't stop.
Oh, no, man.
I don't like the line necessarily. It doesn't stop Yananga from getting to Maria. If Yen goes 1 forward and 1 down. Oh no, that's not. I mean, if you want to set up to double attack, you have to go through. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yep.
And now line can't push out. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't
wow.
know.
For some reason, I was thinking fake out because he was on the massive Jaws spot.
Oh no, so he is going.
So I guess he wants to be able to maneuver back there and point blank.
I mean,
Okay.
you could do that
The other spot
regardless.
too, though, yeah.
Yeah, the other
I would've
one.
loved-
Go down below.
To see some Jaws on Widow now, actually. I just like stay in that gray and then just like, so she can't play the swap, otherwise she loses, and it's a 6 value, and
Yes.
the only thing that stops it is a feint. So it's like 2 damage either way. I feel like that's so strong.
I agree. Take a 6 value Jaws on offense in this matchup when you can get it. I learned my lesson from yesterday. I out mind gamed myself.
Counterpoint, maybe now Phantom is prepared for that, so he will play around it this time.
But I guess feint is like the only.
Yeah.
Right. I think we're maybe seeing some tunnel vision on killing Maria.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I mean, maybe you should just ignore everything all the costs you've previously sunk into her.
Yeah.
Just, you know, off the top of my dome. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Damn, Chad. For once in your life, you said something super intelligent.
Oh, brutal. John, does friends trigger whether or not you're in the same zone?
It'll trigger regardless, but it only hits within your zone.
Yeah.
I actually really like this play.
Yeah, I agree with the point blank. I think that was a great one.
Yeah.
You don't get a
Yeah,
ton
so
of
like
good
right
opportunities for point blank because you don't want to defend with them into a bite or a sting.
Yeah. That's huge.
It was
Are we
Maria
gonna
gonna
see
try to
Maria
get another
attack?
director?
Yeah, here's another
Yeah.
director then. I mean, it could be the fake out.
Fake out
If
into
so, I
director.
would- If it was, I would move to the tri zone with a stallion through Maria. If it's a fake out, and then you don't have to worry about director on the next, unless she's okay dying to, you know, point blank. She just takes here. and it's the one. Oh, how beautiful would that be?
It would be pretty.
It's so funny
solid.
because most of the time fake out makes you want to take, but it's almost always like the wrong decision. Like if you can call it out, sure, it's incredible, but that's so rare that you can call it out. And the flip side, it's like high risk, little reward. Because I think typically you have enough defenses to just defend everything, including the fake out. It's just like it's so tempting to try and call out those ones, but you just basically lose the game if you call wrong.
Yeah, great stallion here. Doing exactly what you were talking about, Chad. Always great when you can get multiple damage off of that.
Yeah.
And because it happens first, because as we all know, defender resolves first, the movement from director will not be able to get them out of the way. But it will let them position afterwards, which is still nice.
And this is second action, right?
Yes.
I believe so,
Maria maneuvered in.
Yeah, there was a maneuver first, yeah.
So now do you go after Maria? Do you throw a 3, like another stallion, and that would confirm over a feint, and just hope that there isn't the second decoy or director?
What is Maria still at this point? I mean, I guess one director. I mean, I don't know. I feel like is it board presence too? Do you want to remove her for board presence or the swaps?
One more director is a big deal, I think. It's like what? An extra pass, it's 2 cards gone from Yen, and it's an extra card in deck. That's massive value. I think this matchup typically comes down to a value game. Although it's looking like Widow is definitely winning the value game, so maybe Yen needs to pivot and just try to kill Widow.
I love playing aggro Yen because she has some amazing tempo tools in her kit.
Yeah, with Master of the Hunt and the double attacks and action gains. It's definitely a style you don't see the most often, but it can definitely be the winning strategy in certain matchups or certain game states.
That being said, I personally fall into the trap of playing surprise attack and gaining actions more than I should because I love playing like that. But I definitely think people can they don't give Yenega enough credit when it comes to like how much she can actually push the pace when she wants to. Because then she has some amazing things like shield formation, where if your opponent tries to push back, they like can lose resources, and you can very easily take advantage of that situation.
Yep, that's a great point. That might be what Yen needs to do here.
It's like we're boosting with one with the land, I believe.
Huh? Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Ooh, do you attack Maria with an action game? Because if she does have the last revive, she has to go in your zone.
Maybe that's what he was setting up there. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just attack Widow, I feel? Yes, look at that. But are you going to gain the action or are you going to get the archer? That's the big question.
I gain the action because the archer goes in your zone and then your host.
Right, because then Widow just plays the scheme.
Yeah.
Although she's not set up, she'd have to boost if she wants to kill both of them, because you could put the archer in solo yellow. But I still like the action gain I do here. Take Maria out. Get rid of that last director.
Dinner.
No. Actually, the funny thing is you have to place the archer first, so then she can choose to not swap.
Well,
no. Defender resolves first.
Oh, they're both immediate. I forgot that was immediate. Yeah, sorry.
John, that's a great podcast, but what does that have to do here?
Unless you suck, and then they give you a during combat swap. Ooh, no. Hey.
He's considering. I don't think it's wrong either way, but I do think
is it dependent on Yen's zone or?
It's dependent on Maria's zone or Widow's zone. So Widow would have to boost over to Maria's space in order to. But what you can't do if you put the archer one space above Maria.
Mm-hmm.
So you can bring back the archer safely, and I think that's fine. That's a fine play.
I feel like just because of all the auto damage ones.
Ooh.
Ooh, I like that a lot.
Ooh.
I really like that. Do you sacrifice Maria
Massive.
or take the 2?
Widow.
Oh, wow.
Wow,
That's
wow,
huge.
wow. I like that a lot.
Yeah. I think the only thing I would have liked more is potentially another point blank.
Yeah.
Because Jaws is
Better
going to
defense.
get off a little more. Sorry, Jaws is just going to get off more in normal play because of the during combat fates.
Right. That's
versus
true.
the after combat.
Not only that, but it's a better
it was
defense.
still a great play. Don't get me wrong.
There is only 1 point blank left, right? And quite a few cards for Yen, so it might not be an option as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the point blank is better if you have the option.
Yeah, I was just saying that was the only thing I see is better, but I think it was a great play.
Now, if they didn't bring back the Archer, or if Boterham did bring back the Archer, and that was the end of the turn, Widow could have boosted up to that first starting space and played the Madripoor to instantly kill the Archer. So another reason why I think the revive was not the right call, and I like the action gameplay a lot.
Yeah, she has both cards that host the Archers and a couple ways to get there, so yeah.
Yeah, you could boost with the Ferenz and then play the Madripoor. I think that would have been really good.
I wonder if he's gonna. Well, no, if he has the last Stallion, he definitely would have attacked with it last turn. I think.
Oh, this is not what you want to see.
I think you're okay with that.
Well,
it's a lot rougher than taking it, of course, but at least you get to push Widow out, I suppose.
But the Skirmish is it's one of the last remaining cards that can block Bite, and so if you're thinking about value, you need 4 value blocks.
But if you took it and it was a Bite, then
well, right, I'm like would have loved to see like a Stallion, right, and just finish off Maria there.
Yeah.
Any of the even a shift on defense.
Oh,
like
so
any
I'm not allowed
blocks.
to dream, but you are. What is this?
Hey, I wasn't the one who called you out on that. I think the point blank would have been great.
Zero Skater 12, Crusher of Dreams.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, I think bringing back an Archer would be okay.
No, I don't think so. It would have just got blown up.
You guys can swipe back in the. You guys can swipe back in the thing when John said it's a fine play.
That was until I realized he could reach the
grand
starting
final.
space.
Fine isn't good enough.
Very
John, you're such a faker. You're even wearing sleeves today.
Yeah. Okay, thinking back on that, I think it would have been a fine play because you take 4 damage essentially, 2 from Archer, 2 from Yen, because he would have had to boost with the one scheme in order to play the other scheme. So if that was the case, you're fine with that.
Probably just a double maneuver turn here because Widow got some good hand advantage there. Even though she has 6 cards, only 4 of them, or up to 4 of them could be combat cards, but still, Yen was at 2, so wanting to get back to a bit of hand parity.
I think the problem is Yen has only used 2 of her red cards, and most of her defenses are about gone.
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think it's looking pretty rough for Yen, just because also all 3 of the after combat feints are still in Widow's deck.
So and your cards that punish those are your versatiles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, and 2 of your surprises.
Legal. I mean, I agree that taking something there is wrong, and I mean, of course, hindsight 2020, we saw that it was the fake out. But I don't know, at 14 health, like I think you value cards more than health at this point, especially being like down in deck and with all the discards that Widow still has left. I think I might have. I don't know. I think you gotta take a risk at some point in there. I think.
Yeah, if this is a director, the last director, I think Boterham's in a really rough spot. Oh wow, good take on the feint though.
Nice.
Wow, that was really fortunate for him.
Wow. That's wild.
That's the kind of thing he needed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Chad makes a great point there about kind of using 2 of your resources, like health and cards. And at this point for Yanega, cards definitely matter. A little bit more than health.
Yeah, I agree. Ooh. At least it wasn't canceled, but this is the kind of card you want to throw into Widow at this point because of those Caught in a Webs.
I might go there. Yeah.
If you have a Pin the Prey, do you just throw it at Widow here? Just you eat up one of the Caught in a Webs?
I think so. I would.
And then Widow probably double maneuvers and sits on the starting space so that you can pop the scheme and blow up the Archer on the next turn. She's back again from the dead.
See, both of those were fake Marias. This is the real one.
That's right.
How many stinking fake Marias are there?
Many. At least 2.
Yeah. And if you're following back at home, I would attack with the Jaws right here. The swaps are all gone. You have to kill Widow. Try to force out a line. Just get some damage over it. Because I don't think you're winning in fatigue. I think you're pretty far gone in fatigue in my opinion.
Is the only Maria card left the last director?
And a feint.
Like, gotcha.
Oh, and a fake out. Second fake out. Yeah, it's not looking good for Yen here. Widow just has too much value left. This is definitely a double maneuver turn, I think, from Phantom going to that starting space. It just sets itself up too easily.
Do you think he's considering boosting?
I do.
This turn?
I think he feels like he's ahead enough on value that he can afford to just boost and guarantee.
I mean, especially if he has like Budapest, right? Like that'd be a pretty good option because you're not playing that at this point. And then
No, he's saving it. He's saving it.
Madripoor's a pass as well.
I think at this point, I mean, don't get me wrong, Widow's an amazing fighter, but I think people are a little too afraid to just try and kill her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you need to at this point.
I was a little surprised to see the Archer last turn. I thought we were going to see an action gain and then like maybe just keep pushing, but maybe you don't have the cards in hand for it.
The problem also was you weren't in the zone of anybody because you triggered the revive, right? So your action gain would have just been a simple maneuver.
Well, that was first action, right?
Was
yeah.
it?
So you could have maneuvered and attacked again.
Even if it was just like maneuver attack with Jaws, like that could have put some big pressure on Widow depending on what she's got. Okay, Widow's line boost.
Boost with a line. Gonna pop the scheme now.
Yeah, I like doing that just because it means that the Archer can't get any value before it is taken out.
Right. So since Widow is in Yen's starting space, she's able to play this. Oh, did have to go searching for the Budapest though, which is not ideal for Phantom at this point. Because now
he's only revealing one card off of each of these like slides, which is like unusual.
That's true.
Huge.
I feel like every time I play Widow, my last mission is always my last card, and I just show my opponent.
Yeah, that's what my hand is.
That is the worst, because then, yeah, you give full hand knowledge to the opponent, which is awful.
I really like this positioning from Phantom, because it means that if Boterham wants to, he has to boost. Or he can just double maneuver and take the Robin space. Or what are we redubbing it something? I don't know.
Don't let Taylor take away Robin's space.
Okay,
That's like one of the only things he's got left.
I'm gonna take that away because he's taken everything from me.
That's funny.
And have to cheer for Robin because he won me a trophy.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I have to cheer for Beowulf, and I don't even play that guy anymore.
I mean, did you ever?
Once.
Oh, he definitely did.
Yeah.
Oh, Zach remembers.
Yeah.
I remember. Every time I see this map, I get flashbacks.
Yep. What a great game that was.
It really was.
The whole match. Great grand
The-
finals.
Gosh darn battle hardened being the bottom of my
Killed Pat with a heirloom.
Oh yeah, that was so good.
Amazing.
And then once I get over those flashbacks, I just see oxes coming out of all these windows all at the same time.
I think I have a problem. I think I'm addicted to Soho.
Through the streets of Soho.
Yeah, Ched, you always pick Soho.
I know.
I pick it a lot too, to be fair. I like this
wait.
map a lot.
Tomoe Luke. Luke Red. Luke. Wait. Luke Annie. I took it 3 times and like the bat, and it was all against Luke.
It's a good anti-Luke map.
That's hilarious.
Do you think right here we're going to see Phantom attack Yen with a fake out so that Yen plays the shield, Phantom does not discard, and then he just pops down that Ferenz right here to blow up the archer that was just revived?
Yo.
That would be pretty nasty.
He thought about a play like that against me, and he mentioned it, and I can definitely see him doing that right here. I think
I feel
it's a
like
perfect
Widow's
time.
just like the perfect character for like Phantom, who's like same with like Houdini, like just looking for creative ways to exploit a character that maybe hasn't been explored before.
Yep.
And I think Phantom is definitely the one to do it. So I think he's got some really, really cool shenanigans going on.
I would really love to see that play here. Oh,
okay,
wow.
well, good pain in a take.
Full block Jaws. That's a good interaction for Yen there.
That's the last 5.
That is the last 5,
Yep.
but there's 2 more bites still, and there's
Right,
only...
now we're taking, boys. I do think you probably need to make one more excellent expert take call if there's a hope for you. Because I think Phantom's fine with this because Jaws is like a massive source of damage in this matchup.
Yeah.
I do like this about Phantom when he does this. He just kind of hops around for, a while, and you don't really know where he's going to end up.
Right.
Maybe he's judging your reaction based on where he places his character.
It's the mind
And
games.
Butterham's doing a great job. I mean, they both. So you know how Zach and I like the play was put your, have a beard, put your hand on your face, and have glasses. Here you can see the hand on the face is like that's the sign of an expert player.
Oh yeah.
Look at how pensive.
I wonder what the consideration here is for Phantom. Like, there's not a massive difference because Yen can maneuver and attack you either way. So I'm curious what's going through his head at this moment. Like, what's the massive consideration between the orange or the dark blue?
I think it's can I then easily double maneuver and get out of, force him to boost to me after.
Yeah, like where it puts Yen afterwards.
Well, which in either case is not the case, right? Because
Correct. I think that's what he's searching for.
the way this map is laid out, Yen just moves a single spot, reaches for an attack, and then if Widow wants to get out of a single maneuver range, you have to go all the way across the map to the opposite side, essentially, either the orange or the dark blue. Or rather the green.
You thought we
I don't
forgot
think
about
that's the
you
right play.
over here.
Oof.
What I would have loved to see is maneuver into Yen zone, master the hunt, attack with like the double or something else, whatever you want. Master of the hunt, like just go. She only had 3 cards in hand. Like, I mean, obviously most of them are probably defenses because that's like all she has left. But I think you gotta get some shenanigans in order to win. I think.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of aggressing Maria there, especially since she's 2 blocks left and one of them was the feint if she was gonna block.
Is that the last feint? That was the last feint.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can kill Maria, I still think it's worth it if you can negate a director.
So wait, how many defenses does Widow have left?
Got 3
5?
webs and 2 of the force.
The force?
Not a ton, but I mean Yen has what, 2? Well, Yen's got a Jaws, a Stallion, a Point Blank, a Shift, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yen actually has more. You have to have, I think, a Master of the Hunt scheme to discard at this point. You cannot afford to be losing combat cards to a bite. Like, even Pin the Prey is, like, really good. If you can Stallion into Maria and then maybe have a Pin the Prey kill Maria, that's optimal.
I think you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go Stallion 1 through Maria, go to the red, yellow, attack Maria, and then go to the starting space, potentially. If that, or the Robin space, if that makes sense. This
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
Who invited this
Maria
guy?
with your last point blank if you have it.
I think if Yen kills Maria, she's actually in a good spot now that I look at everything.
Gotcha, yeah.
Without a director.
You are the king of walkbacks.
Well, the game is dynamic, Chad. It changes as
We're
you go.
just, if we're just changing everything.
The game changes every turn.
You know what, guys? I think Houdini.
No, I think I agree with you, John, and I definitely, I think there's definitely, I mean, we still have a game on our hands. But I'm not sure what the consideration is here for Boterham. I think you gotta kill Maria, because you've, well, I mean, sunken cost fallacy. No, I think it's good. You just got to, I think.
Yeah.
It's going into your turn, and there's only, what, 2 combat cards most in Phantom's hand? Okay, good.
Yep.
He's got the Master to the discard. That was good. Yeah, and you just hope Maria doesn't
I feel like this was worse than going the other way, like you mentioned, Chad.
Yeah, I think I would have, yeah.
But to be fair, I often discount that little alleyway there because I always forget it's the way you can go on this map.
It's very cool. I like this map.
I want someone to do like a 3D printing of this map where they like actually put the buildings in there so you can like climb on the rooftops.
And you can slide through the buildings.
I know someone did that for Raptor Paddock and it was really cool.
I think you really want to use your revive here, right? Because there's no cancels guaranteed. Otherwise, your revive might get canceled by Widow.
I think he wants to hit a shift and say, even if you have direct, is dead. Even
but the problem is even
though she can't do it. Hi, John. He can take a revive.
Yeah, the problem with
director,
no,
oh man, yeah,
she's gonna die anyway. But like, yeah.
What mission is there? The auto?
There's the auto. Okay, at least there's no discard. I think that would be the most backbreaking scheme at the moment.
So, so if he had called out that he had director, he could have Stallion next to Widow and discard something other than Master of the Hunt, attack her, then play she plays whatever,
just combo kill.
Attack with the double, and the double she has to take, and she goes down to 1.
Yeah, I actually would have liked the combo turn there with her only having 2 combat cards.
Especially because she was in your zone and she didn't have any way to get out.
Yes, that would have been really nice, actually.
So, I mean, she probably has a web, right? I mean, so you probably don't throw that first, but you discard whatever else. You play Master of the Hunt. And I guess how many cards would you have had at that point? Just 3, 2? Maybe all of them be attacks? I don't know.
I feel like that'd be a whole different game then. Like, Widow would have so much damage on her.
Yeah, it was just something I didn't realize that was potentially a consideration, but it looks to me now like that was definitely something that you could have gone for. I mean, you're calling out that, she has the director, right? But, I mean, or she had one more mission in there, so one of her cards is a director mission. I don't know. Might have been worth exploring.
I mean, even with the info you had, like John was saying, there's only 2 combat cards, so it can't be.
And she can't get out, right?
What you have to attack with, yeah. And she's running out of stuff, so
Did he just find the Madripoor?
Yeah, it was the top card.
Okay, at least for Boterham, Phantom had to dig there. Oh, you can't be affording to maneuver here. You have to be attacking.
Love this.
Not a fan of that. Although maybe he's saving up for a combo turn for the following turn, but like, why give her the chance to find more defenses? It just.
I mean, he's out of double attacks now, so.
I mean, you could still master the hunt and do like 3 attacks potentially.
Oh, for sure. But I was just kind of. I guess all the feints are gone. So how many archery revives do you have left? Just one.
Just one.
Well, that's still pretty big.
You might not even use it for revive at this point. You might use the action gain.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. It's guaranteed.
Yep.
Yeah, I might have even not necessarily killed Maria there. Even if you didn't feel like going after him then, even though I think you probably should have. Just like saving up for a combo turn regardless, because I'm realizing that Widow has way less than I thought. So like, save double master the hunt for like some crazy shenanigans, because she can't get out, she can't feint. So like just attack, action gain, attack, action gain.
Yeah. Also, if Maria wanted to pull off the director, she'd have to come in for an attack, and you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, and you might have been fine affording taking it because it's a 4 and then seeing how it plays out from there. Or depending on the scenario, you might have been able to stallion through Yen. Well, I guess you just played the stallion.
But you probably, I mean, you have to use your shields eventually, right? So that would have been a great time to use a shield formation.
Yeah.
Because there's still 2 of those, and you don't necessarily want to use it against a bite. I mean, it's okay. It's not the best, but would have been nicer against a director. It's just that Widow doesn't have a ton of combat cards left, and you need to exploit that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think, like you said, it was a missed opportunity when you went after Maria. Even though your double wasn't canceled and you killed her, after she plays the last director, it doesn't matter if she's alive or not, other than positioning. She's just a body at that point.
To be fair, though, I was thinking you needed to kill Maria, but I mean, if he had the director, right? I guess that was a big if. But yeah, only 2 combat cards. I feel like, yeah, definitely. In hindsight, I think that's the right play there. Especially since she starts in your zone, right? I feel like Widow's giving you very few times where she actually starts in your zone.
Right. So I think this has to be a Master of the Hunt combo turn.
I think it should be.
And also, you could have saved a double for 6 damage undefended if you can run Widow out of the defenses.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, that was, yeah. The more I think about that, I think that was the play. But it was a risk, right? It's something you just don't know, because if you would have killed Maria without a director coming out, you'd be feeling a good amount better about this game. So
I think, but not with the double.
Yeah, because
But I do agree with you. Just not. I think the fact.
This is probably volley.
Gotta be. I think you throw the 4 here first, because the double attacks are gone. And you want to save your after combat stuff for. Well, I guess she doesn't really have any much stuff left for after combat.
Man, 5 defenses left though for Widow is just so much.
Yeah, what outside of point blank? It's just the blank 3 now. Yeah.
Okay, it is the volley. I imagine we'll see.
Combo.
I mean, if you don't combo, you can't even. It's the end of your turn, and then they just go up and Madge or pour your archer away, right? So I think it has to be combo.
So there is a scenario where he has no defenses left, Phantom.
Scheme red. No master, huh? Hey, that was good.
Okay.
That was very good.
We take those.
Are we just all rooted against Phantom? I don't know. Are we not? I don't feel we're unbiased here. I think we just want a game 5. At least that's what I want.
For sure. And I'm always rooting for Yen, even though I love Widow.
I'm always rooting for the underdog, and currently I think Widow's looking really postured here.
Agreed.
So this has to be a fake out or the 4. in my opinion. Probably the 4.
I think if you have a shield, you... Well, it's... Again, he hasn't maneuvered, has he? So if this is first action, it's probably the fake out because going into a shield, you don't discard. Yen gets the revive. You maneuver boost and with the Budapest, and you pop the archer with the Madripoor.
I think I'd take...
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, okay.
Okay, well, good call out by him.
Okay. You're thankful you kept the master and didn't use it last turn now, because you can still... That's the end of... Oh, wow. You got to make 2 attacks if you have them.
Wait, that was his turn?
Yeah. Oh, no. What?
No, yeah, he has one more action. That was his first action.
I was going to say that... I mean, that makes a big difference. Yeah, okay. This is much safer.
Yeah.
I understand the discarding. Personally, I understand the discarding of the Master of the Hunt. I would have kept it, I think. You have 2 cards in hand, discard something.
Discard the shield?
Maneuver, discard shield, maneuver, Master of the Hunt. I get 2 attacks. You have 2 cards in hand. Just see what happens.
He has Pin the Prey still, which is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah.
You only have 2 more attacks. There's no way, I don't think you can win.
If he had Pin the Prey, he totally would have discarded it. So.
Right.
You go and attack here 100%. Because she can't really Widow can't really attack you with other things other than her versatiles, which maybe opens up a scenario for you. So you've gotta attack here.
I think you needed the master. I think you're right, Chad. If you wanted any chance to win this, I think you needed it. But I don't know. I don't see an out, I don't think, for Yen anymore because you only have 2 attacks and you're behind in deck. You're going to die to fatigue and auto damage.
He maneuvers attacks, then Phantom maneuvers plays scheme, and if the scheme is one of the bottom 2, then he draws. So then they're both at 1. Then Yanenga attacks, maneuvers. Then Widow only has 1 defense left.
But you don't have any more attacks because you made 2 attacks. And then you have to double maneuver from 4 because the scheme went off, bringing you down to 4, and then you die in fatigue.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Brutal. I didn't realize she only had 2 attacks left. What are her 4 cards left? Oh, shield.
Pin,
and
shield. Yeah, and then 2 attacks that won't even kill with a single one undefended. Unless, I think there's a Jaws, but it has to get, obviously, to the double zone.
Yeah. I think Phantom takes here? No. Yeah.
Yeah, so now there's no possible way for Boterham to kill with a single attack, and will die off in fatigue.
And there's no way he doesn't have defense, which, again, you mentioned it. I think it's over, yeah. Very, very close game, though.
There's definitely that turn where you went for Maria instead of...
That was it, yeah.
Widow, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the game right there.
So you have to attack here, if you have it. And Widow either has one of the 2 or neither. It's the fake out.
I mean, even if you maneuver and attack, and get 4 damage undefended with a point blank, Widow goes down to 1, but she can just double maneuver the next turn. She's fine, and you don't have any attacks, so you have to double maneuver on your following in fatigue.
I mean, we're on the same page.
And is there a world where could be some kind of slip up where Phantom attacks into shield, lets the archer come back, and then archer gets to attack with a pin the prey and maneuver?
There might be.
And bring Widow down to 4 health, and then Widow not be able to reach and die off in fatigue? No, because she has the... Yeah, okay. Smart. Yeah, Phantom's not going to let that slip. And double maneuver will let Phantom take game 3.
Wild.
All right, let's listen and see what they have to say.
That's insane that you got all of the cards out. It's also, seems pretty rough for Yananga to work around. Like you have
actually,
to...
when she was at 1 health, I was so stressing because you could have killed her with Stellan Charge by attacking Widow in second place, and if I don't place a Fiend, and I didn't have any cancel for like second part of the game.
Okay, that sucks, because I was worried that you would have one of
Yeah,
these.
but I was trying to outplay that actually, but then you just attack Maria, and I was like, oof, thank you, and I played the first 0.
That would have made a lot of difference if I would have just done that.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow. What a game. That matchup is always such a grind, like I said. And Phantom wins it again. He's just the Black Widow Yen Slayer. I mean, well done. Congrats to him beating another Yananga in that matchup. And that was quite a close game. Chad, I think you called it out right with that, you know, go after Maria. Or not Maria, I mean, go after Widow and ignore Maria at the end. And I think that probably would have been it. But wow, what a game. Any thoughts from you guys?
Yeah, I think it's tough either way, because if the director isn't in hand there, then taking Maria out probably seems pretty solid. But I think even if director was in hand, or wasn't in hand, I think it would still probably would have been better to go for Widow, because I think you have to see that there's no way for her to leave your zone as you're attacking her. So if you have a way to attack her twice or more, that's going to put you in a pretty good spot, especially if director is in hand. Because the worst case scenario is you go for Maria, director's in hand, and sure, you kill her, but your last double attack's gone, and then she gets the recursion anyway, and now Widow's way ahead in the exhaustion battle. And so, yeah, I think that it's a hard thing to spot, because I was also at first being like, oh yeah, you just try to get Maria out of the way here, like she still has a good amount of value. Like you referenced at one point, like you're getting so much out of that last director still that it's worth trying to stop. But if it's in hand there, it's pretty bad. And I think more significantly, Widow was in a spot where you could have potentially exploited how she positioned, and then maybe she's hoping that you're still going to be on the Maria train and try to deal with that, and so she wasn't as worried. But I think if you maybe pivoted there, it could have paid off. Even if you didn't like kill her that turn, you would have set yourself up for the long game a bit better, especially if you're forcing Maria to be the one to attack you with director, since at least you'd know what the card was and could line up your blocks appropriately.
Yep. Very close game, but we're going to see Phantom take that one. So he is up 2-1 over Boterham at the moment. The next game going to be Little Red versus InGen, and we'll see whether or not we make it to a game 5. But I know we saw Houdini play earlier and give us a couple of big reveals. So I think it's probably time that we do a little big reveal of our own for slings and arrows. I know everybody's probably been waiting for that. So yeah, let's take a look and see what we got in store. So Queen of the Fairies, Titania attack, red card, 2 value. There's 2 copies in the deck, 3 boost. During combat, increase the value of this card by +1 for each glamour in your glamour discard pile. So look at that incredible art there. I'm sure people are going to love that. All you Titania fans rejoice. This seems like quite a powerful card. It's really going to depend, I guess, on how many glamours there are, right? Because each glamour you get a +1, so if there was, I don't know, 4 glamours, this goes up to a 6. If there is 6, it can be an 8. Maybe there's even more. 8 would be a 10. Are we going to see our first 10 value attack? I don't know, but this definitely seems like a pretty powerful card overall. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so anyone who saw the Titania reveal on my channel earlier in the week knows that her ability relates to these glamour cards, and all the ability says is that if you do not have a face-up glamour at the start of your turn, you draw the top card from your glamour deck, and then that glamour has its ongoing effect for as long as it remains face up. I also was able to reveal one of the glamours, Glamour of Love, which whenever you maneuver, you can move one of the opposing fighters up to one space before you move your own fighters. So between the glamour deck being a thing and knowing kind of how many cards are kind of missing as far as the card count versus normal sets, it seems likely that there's at least several glamours. So I would expect it, at least in that 4 range, if not a few more. And yeah, because of that, this card, if you can get to a point where there's multiple glamours and discard, like this can hit pretty hard. And Titania's a ranged fighter, so you can hit very hard from range as well, which is always very nice. So yeah, this gives a little bit more insight into that without knowing fully what all of her stuff entails.
Yeah, can you imagine a ranged beast form coming at you? Like, oh my gosh. That would hurt. How about you guys, Taylor or Chad? Anything, any thoughts on this card here?
Yeah, my only thought is that it does seem, assuming that's public knowledge, how many cards you have in your Glamour discard pile for both players, which in this game almost everything is, then it seems like it could be pretty telegraphed, that this might be coming at you. So I'm curious to know if this is like the card you want to feint, or if there's like other stuff that if you're saving your feints for this, that she's okay, because then that means in the early game she's getting off other stuff. So I'm really curious to see how like the meta evolves around that, or kind of what you're looking to cancel as the opponent, because to me this seems like top dog of something you may or may not want to cancel.
Right. What about you, Taylor? What are your thoughts?
Just speaking of ranged beast forms, all you need is a map to Hell's Kitchen to be able to find that one. In terms of Queen of the Fairies, I do like how kind of it reminds me of like Sinbad and his voyages, although there's only 2 copies of this, and obviously they don't like stack on top of each other. I know Suze didn't really want me to say this, but I'll just say it now before I get
canceled.
Before the agents come in here. There might be 17 glamours, who knows? So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that before the unmatched police come get me.
Wait, is the whole deck glamours?
Yeah, John, you said it, not me. They are gonna come for you too now.
Oh no. Well, yeah, I think this definitely has the potential to be a really powerful card, and Titania is definitely shaping up to be a really interesting fighter. So I hope you all enjoyed the reveal here, and we're gonna have to wait and see what it's all about in the end, but Slings and Arrows is not too far off on the horizon. I don't know exactly when it's releasing. Zach or Taylor, you guys might know better. Is it sometime maybe in June?
It's going to be May 8th for the pre-orders shipping out from Restoration, directly from their web store, and then I believe street date, if you want to pick it up at a local game store or whatnot, is around June 12th. So those are the dates to look for.
Okay, well there you guys have it. Definitely look out for Slings and Arrows coming up soon, the next line in this incredible game, Unmatched. And make sure you pre-order it from Restoration if you want to get it as soon as possible. It's shaping up to be an incredible set, and there's so much more to be revealed coming up. So I hope you're all excited about that. I know I am. And Chad, I know that's one of your favorite sets, if I remember correctly.
You do. It's an amazing set. I love all the fighters in it, and I don't know, just playtesting is one thing, but seeing the art on these is just amazing. It kind of takes it to a whole nother level. So just the whole experience of the set is amazing.
Yep, definitely. So, well, with that said, and out of the way, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the next game we have coming up here, which could be the final game. We're going to have to see, but it's going to be Phantom on InGen versus Boterham's Little Red, and on the bronze. So the map was chosen by Phantom. This was his advantage, and therefore Little Red gets position. And let's go ahead and take a closer look at the decks here. We can start off with InGen, and I'll let one of you guys take it away. Who's the InGen player here? Probably you, Zach, huh?
Well, the problem is
Little
I'm
Red.
not-
Oh, you're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
Little
You're
Red
right.
and the other
The little red, of
I mean, I can
course.
do both if we really want, but
No,
I'd
how
rather
about
let someone else handle
Taylor?
it.
How about you talk about InGen for us?
Yeah, sure. I can cover InGen. So, InGen's whole thing is he's a hunter. Robert Muldoon. He's hunted most things that can hunt you. At the start of his turn, he has the option to put a trap down somewhere in his zone. And these traps are these little triangle tokens that whenever an opponent moves over them, they stop moving, they take a damage, and the InGen player draws a card. And then the trap is sent back to the box, permanently removed from the game. And he has 8 of those. So his whole game plan is positioning, and he has a bunch of card effects that can kind of move the opponent around, maybe into the traps, maybe he sets the traps off himself. He's all about positioning and kind of being a little bit of a control freak in that regard. So his first card is They Should All Be Destroyed. It's a 4-value Muldoon attack, and it says during combat, +1 to this attack for each trap token adjacent to the opposing fighter. So if you have a lot of trap tokens on the board, maybe you have a way to place multiple down at the same time that we'll talk about in a second. This can very quickly get up to a 6 or 7 value attack, if not more, and definitely one of the deadliest attacks in his arsenal. So Little Red has to be very careful about where she ends her turn, especially if it's next to a bunch of traps. The next card is Leap Away. Leap Away and the card after that, I've hunted most things that can hunt you, are basically what Muldoon is almost always going to want to block with, because he does not have a lot of defenses. In terms of Leap Away, he has 3 copies of that, and I've hunted most things that can hunt you, 2 copies of that. So he has 5 4-value blocks, 3 feints, and then regroups, but we don't really count those as defenses. So he basically has those 8 blocks, and these are the 5 4s that he has. So you typically don't want to attack with Leap Away, but if you see a good opportunity to, maybe you do. Leap Away is just the standard, like if you win the combat, after combat, move one of the fighters in at 4 spaces, and I've hunted most things that can hunt you, lets Muldoon move each of his fighters, and he does have 3 1-health sidekicks, up to 5 spaces, which is a lot of movement, and he can also move through opposing fighters if he needs to. So both very good, like, movement-oriented blocks. And against Little Red, her highest printed value is 4. So unless she gets something like a Stones or maybe the What Big Eyes Ignore, these will almost always trigger, especially on defense. And then the next card is Rending Shot. It is an attack that his sidekicks can use. And it's just a 3-value attack that says after combat, move the opposing fighter up to 3 spaces. That is pretty good in this matchup, since Little Red is a move 2 fighter. So moving them 3 spaces, especially as Little Red being a melee character, can be pretty devastating, forcing Little Red to boost her next movement if she wants to get close to attack, which can disrupt her basket. Although she does have 3 copies of Into the Woods that can potentially negate the movement from this, but still maybe messing up the basket. And movement just is all about, it's what Muldoon's all about. Maybe he can move Little Red onto a trap, trigger the damage, get a card. And the next card is Call for Backup, one of, if not the most important card for Muldoon. It's a scheme. It says choose 2 different effects. Place up to 3 traps. Place all of your defeated InGen workers in any space in Muldoon's zone, and draw 2 cards. Sorry. And so, just being really flexible with those effects. Getting all your workers back is amazing. Placing up to 3 traps can be really good with something like They Should All Be Destroyed. And drawing 2 cards helps Muldoon stay aggressive if that's the game plan he's going for. Although it definitely can be used as a pass, since you can place 0 traps and returning all of your defeated InGen workers. That combination can kind of help him stall for the late game and such. So yeah, that is Bobby Muldoon for you.
Bobby Muldoon. Oh, well said, Taylor.
We'll never not say that now.
Yep, that's his new
Good
title.
old Bob. All right, let's take a look at the next fighter. Zach, take it away with Little Red.
Yeah, so I did do her highlight yesterday when we had the Genie Red. So a lot of the general stuff for her remains the same. So I want to touch on a few of the key cards for this matchup. So the first one that we see here is what large hands you have. This card is very, very good against opposing fighters with 1 HP sidekicks because it's an attack that you can just keep throwing at them, and unless they spend feint on it, you're just gonna get it back. So they, the workers can block with not a ton of stuff, so it's not going to take too long before you're running them out of blocks and then eating through them. So even if he does revive with call for backup, you're not that worried because you can just keep smacking them with hands over and over again. And if they do spend a feint, which sometimes they're going to have to unless you want to just keep letting red clear them for free, essentially, it means one less defense for Muldoon. And he already is limited to only 8 good defenses. He has 3 regroups, which, in a pinch can maybe help, but it's not what you'd prefer to be blocking with if you're being attacked as Muldoon. And so any feint spent on a worker to get rid of hands is one less to smack him with. And something you can really do is attack with hands. The first time, the worker's probably not going to feint it, but once Muldoon knows you have hands, he might try to feint the next one, and then you just hit with like basket or ears as a 4, kill the worker anyway, and now one of his feints was basically completely wasted. So that's really strong. Stones in the Belly is solid for Huntsman to defend with, but you can also attack with it from range as Huntsman in this matchup. And if Muldoon blocks with one of his 4s instead of a feint, then you're going to be getting a card out of his hand and potentially hitting for a little bit of damage over it. You could hit 1 damage over the 4 if you hit one of his 3 boosts, and he has some really good 3 boosts, including, and probably most importantly, that call for backup. So if you can randomly discard that, that is huge because it's 3 less workers you have to worry about. Another card I want to talk about, which is always relevant when looking at 1 HP sidekick fighters, is Never Leave the Path, if we can get that one pulled up. It is Red's scheme, and much like other matchups like this, she's really only going to want to use it for the knives, because that's going to force Muldoon to spread his workers out and make it so they're not all in the same zone, because if they are, then he can get wiped out with Path, and if you can get Muldoon in the zone as well, even if you can get Muldoon in like a worker or 2, that's pretty solid. And so any sort of auto damage on Muldoon is great, but also clearing out workers without having to only use hands. Like, you have multiple tools to deal with that. And then finally, I think the last thing to note is Huntsman is very important, just like he is in any matchup, but even more so here because he is ranged. And so Muldoon is going to try to hide behind his workers and prevent you from getting in close with melee between workers and traps. But if you go for ranged attacks with Huntsman, you're giving him kind of a mind game. Because if you attack with knives in the basket, it could be stones or Once Upon a Time, which he wants to feint, because he's either taking auto damage or losing a card, which, especially if he has a valuable hand, is not great. But if you use Long Have I Sought You from range as a blank 4, essentially, and he feints it, then he takes 2 damage and feels really dumb. So I think Huntsman will be utilized a bit more aggressively than we usually see him. And because Muldoon doesn't have super high values for the most part, Huntsman can use the 2 value blocks and the occasional stones to survive long enough to keep putting pressure on Muldoon, and Muldoon might have to back off and not attack himself, and leave it to the workers, in which case Huntsman's big health pool is going to help him survive for a bit longer than other sidekicks would. So I think that the way that Red uses Huntsman and how InGen positions the workers are really going to come down to giving one fighter the edge over the other. All right, and we are going here to the bronze with the map choice, and I really like this one. This is actually a really classic Muldoon match, or Muldoon map. This is one that I used to play with him quite a bit before finding, the even more degenerate Sherwood and Yukon picks with him. And I wouldn't be surprised if those were 2 of the ones, the 2 maps that
Those
were
were the bans.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured, because those are like his best maps. But the bronze is pretty nice. The reason that I love the bronze so much for Muldoon is because if you actually start second, which we see here since it's split advantage, you start in the purple orange there, and if you block off all of the entrances to this inside area with workers, then you can prevent the opponent from getting to Muldoon on the first turn. And then you can also, including ranged fighters, like you won't be able to have a ranged fighter maneuver into purple and attack. And then you can also start trapping the inside of the area afterwards and start getting some good setup here. And if you need to, you can transition to the outside area of the map in like the light and dark green spots. But the inside, where the purple, orange, and red is really where you want to be playing around with Muldoon. Now, I'd also expect to see that positioning at the start anyway, because if you don't block off the entrance to the inside area, red can maneuver and do the thing, as a lot of people refer to it, which is use her wild that she starts with in her basket to play Never Leave the Path and deal 2 damage to Muldoon and all of the workers, which will all be in the zone for the most part. I suppose if you put some in orange, they might not be, but she could potentially boost or do an Into the Woods to reach all the workers too in that case. And so, yeah, you definitely want to avoid that. Because it is something she can do on this map if you're not careful, but I would expect to see the inside area blocked off. But I'm very curious to see how Phantom will position after that and how Boterham will kind of counteract the positioning with the workers and traps, because I do quite like this map for Muldoon, and I'm excited to see it again because it's been some time since I've actually been able to see or play Muldoon on this map in particular.
Yep, great points on the map, and this is a throwback kind of to the very original Premier tournament with Prospero versus Bug Hunter, the classic Little Red versus Muldoon matchup. It was just it's a classic, absolutely. So I'm really excited to see what happens. Players are ready, so let's jump into Vorpal board and see what happens for Game 4 with InGen versus Little Red. So we see Little Red starting first, which typically she doesn't like to do, but I think in a matchup like this, she very much wants to, because you want to get in and kill off those workers and get the damage on Muldoon as fast as possible. So I do like Red going first, and both players kept their hands. So...
Ooh, which means they that Boterham has a hands full of hands.
Probably. Yeah. And Phantom,
Yeah,
do you think if he has a call for backup, he's going to keep or mulligan it away because the threat of stones early is too great? What do you think?
Mulligan. That's what I do, at least.
Yeah, you don't want the call for backup to start?
Yeah.
I
don't.
I want to see a scheme up. We'd already didn't see it. I was going to say scheme, attack the worker with hands, scheme again with the knives one, and then path.
Oh, my goodness.
That would be insane.
Wouldn't that have been an opening?
What if the opening was scheme, attack attack worker with stones, hit call for backup,
then scheme and path.
Then scheme and path.
Yes.
So do you throw hands here, or do you actually throw stones because you have the symbol?
And because of a keep, maybe? Like maybe you assume maybe one of those 5 is a call for backup, and if it is...
And if my thought was too, if he faints, then you obviously the feint sucks, but like I feel like you want hands for workers more than you want one of the 3 stones. Like if that makes sense.
I don't know. Throw a 4, red 4. Oh, this is best case for Boterham.
Yeah, I was gonna say the nice thing is you still have, like, assuming there's no feint, because a feint sucks either way. You still have the wild if you play hands. So yeah, I don't think I'd be doing stones over hands in this case personally.
That's very good.
That's why you're the expert Little Red player.
He's eating bread.
Another important thing for this matchup is because you have 2 fighters, as long as Huntsman is alive, you can actually use one of your fighters to pop traps and have the other one move in to attack. This is particularly relevant since Red can step on traps, take damage to maybe get some value out of Huntsman healing at some point, and then Huntsman can attack from range. The other thing to note is Red can maneuver into a trap and then play into the woods if she's within 3 of whoever she wants to attack, and still be able to do so.
Could do that right here.
Or inverse, she could into the woods, into it, and then a maneuver, but most of the time you're probably going to see... It depends on how far she is from the trap, I suppose.
I wonder if we'll see that right here. Maneuver, pop the trap, into the woods, hit Muldoon.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna see an
That
axe on a
worker also
worker.
might just die.
Yeah, we're gonna see an
Looks
axe.
like that worker might just be toast.
I like this. I would like to see the trap popped. I think you can't keep the board cluttered with traps here, and with the healing that you can get for red while Huntsman's alive, I think you want to use red to pop those traps early, like you said.
Yeah, because you don't care about ending in Muldoon's zone. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, shoot her against you, and then you can get full value out of healing?
That's
Right.
right. What you gonna do? Shoot me?
Exactly.
Damn, he's gonna be so surprised when he actually gets shot then.
And,
I like-
I would always
I
go
totally
then.
agree, because if you now that said, I mean, yesterday I think I went a little gung ho with popping traps, but if you, I think if you're even just use the healing for 2 to pop like 2 traps, and he's not hitting you at all before Huntsman's dead, and you just play it as a pass, but also for 2 healing. That seems like, I don't know. That seems potentially valuable for me, just from what you've done with fatigue at that point in the game.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that you mentioned about the traps, because there was actually one turn where you popped 1 trap and we wanted you to pop all 3. So maybe you didn't go hard enough with the trap popping.
I think I was considering it.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put Charlie down to 5. I think.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
There. Taylor, what do you think about this positioning from Muldoon? It seems like Phantom is being really aggressive and just leaving Muldoon open. I mean, I don't know. What do you make of that?
I actually love playing aggressive Muldoon just because he has the card draw to support it, and if you can use your positioning tools wisely, you won't get attacked as much, especially against a melee fighter like Little Red. And I think that's what you're going to have to do to try to pressure the Huntsman down, because if you're throwing like not even like 1 attack per turn at him, it's going to be a long time before you can kill him.
This
Wild.
is
This
rough.
hurts.
Yeah,
I would have expected the stones.
Stones.
My assumption is he doesn't have it.
It's not even any
Yeah, I
card
feel
draw
like
here.
you always block with 1 if you have it.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, Phantom's debating. He might not have a 3 boost, which would, because if you're expecting stones, you're not expecting to boost second shot, right? Okay, he did have it. Oh, interesting. Oh, I mean, are we gonna see a
kind of
scheme and a double
seeing those
attack?
gone early though, because then you can, like, if both the second shots are gone, you can put yourself sometimes in scenarios where you're guaranteed to force him overdraw with stepping on traps, which sometimes is really good. Oh, and maneuver too. I was expecting maybe the little bunny hop into a, not bunny hop.
Yeah, the
one,
scheme into double attack.
Into
Like, can you imagine scheme of the flower scheme into an eyes, into a hands, something like that?
No, I can't.
You're describing like the most amazing red plays, and I'm very sad we're not seeing any of them. Like these would be incredible sequences.
Yeah.
Seems like a bit of an awkward hand, regardless. To
be fair though, Red was like the first character in my opinion that's like, do whatever the heck you want and like see if the character works. And I mean, you know that, Zach, where you're like, hey, I'm gonna play off symbol, and that goes like very poorly for me unless I read you perfectly.
Yeah.
And so I think Red was kind of the first of that character. We're seeing a lot more of them in the pipeline, just kind of like with Genie and Houdini and others.
Wait.
Yeah, I think.
Did we just see Boterham take a bite of bread?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah, he's
Fighting, bro.
What the heck?
He's leveling up.
He's consuming his peers to increase his strength.
He did say in his interview yesterday he was going to have bread on hand.
I think Peter asked him if he had bread, and he said, "Of course."
Yeah.
You gotta. Part of the brand, the bread brand.
Yes.
It's like me eating a
didn't
hamburger with cookies as buns.
Oh my gosh. Baked goods.
Yo, the next Baking with Goods episode is gonna go hard.
I want to see a stones here into a maneuver into a hands. Pick up the stones.
Yep.
Is that smart? No, probably not. You probably want to keep the hands, but is it
on a
cool?
time would be pretty nice too, because it's likely that Muldoon's going to try to.
Oh, you're right.
Hard here.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah, why didn't I consider that? I'm dumb.
And I think that's a situation where if you still don't have stones, because I think we would have seen the stones before. Oh gosh, no, this
no.
is bad.
You
I don't
gotta
know.
have neither of them, right?
Yeah, like you definitely see one of them there. I mean, I was figuring that the Once Upon a Time would be more likely because you're not blocking a worker attack with that, but you're definitely blocking a Muldoon attack with that.
I'm now
I
so curious
feel
why
like
he kept
because of hands, and I think he tunnel visioned too much on hands. You need Huntsman stuff early on. Like maybe he had hands and Long Have I Sought You and thought that was good enough, but I don't know. I think you have to probably do better than that because otherwise Huntsman is just dying like this. Like he's not even safe now. Like yeah, if he didn't top deck like a stones here, Huntsman just dies next turn and it's awful for him.
Taylor, how do you feel about Phantom not putting out many traps? It seems like he's definitely got like really solid reasoning behind that. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Did you just say he has solid reasoning behind it, and you want to hear my thoughts? Is this going to be like a gotcha where you're like, that's not why?
If you say that's wrong, I say no. You're a fool, Taylor.
Well, we all know I'm already a fool, so I guess it can't get worse than that. I do think what we talked about earlier, where like Little Red and the Huntsman, if they can just like coordinate the trap popping and then heal Little Red back, you kind of like lose a little bit of the pizzazz from the trap. So just sorry, pausing for the combat interaction there. It's a 4 into a 4, so Muldoon doesn't take any damage.
And it also means he can double attack Huntsman, which actually guarantees that he's dead. Because even if he has stones now, the second block will be a 2 at best.
And if you can also double attack with the worker, which if you so desire to make sure that he doesn't play any auto damage either on
Once Upon a Time. I definitely think waiting for there to be one fighter on the opposing team is definitely the move for traps, because then it makes them more annoying. The damage can't get kind of mitigated by the healing, and obviously I don't think Phantoms necessarily needed them up to this point, so saving those for late game where you can potentially pull a Prospero, call for backup into they should all be destroyed, leaves some interesting like burst potential, and yeah, goodbye Huntsman, sorry.
Yeah, this is, I think the game may be over. I don't want to speak too soon, but when Huntsman goes down this soon without any value on a Muldoon favored map, it's going to be really tough.
I definitely
I mean, Red still has can do very well in fatigue, but obviously Muldoon or Phantom in particular is no stranger to that. So I think we'll start seeing a bunch of traps come out, but also, passes, with call for backup. Well, it is one. I meant remote detonation, stuff like that. So yeah, I think it is looking pretty rough for Red. Yeah, I'm really shocked Huntsman didn't see any cards. That surprises me. Because even if Huntsman goes down, but like Muldoon has taken like 3 with you, or like 3 damage and like and also a discard and more attacks from you, like I feel like that it's a scary spot to be in as Muldoon. But yeah, we didn't have any of that, which is pretty wild.
And now Red's in a really bad spot this turn too, because you've taken a maneuver, you're 6 spaces away, which Red can't reach with a boost, so you need a scheme in order to even reach Muldoon. You need to still boost or play a scheme if you want to hit a worker, which you don't want to hit a worker at this point because then that's just premium call for backup value.
Primo value.
Oh.
A mouth
Having
gone.
the boost with mouth is rough too. Any auto damage is amazing into Muldoon. Even if you're just like getting 1 with regroups, like that's still not nothing.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like it was just a situation where opening hand had hands, and I think he just put too much value on that.
I agree.
Which I can understand, because if the hands are buried, it feels bad. So guaranteeing that you have an early hands, but I don't know, like without anything good defensively for Huntsman and whatnot, like.
I don't think you boost with mouth if you're planning to attack with hands, which doesn't trigger off anything. Like, I'm really curious. You know, like I was kind of expecting like a something like the stones, like maybe top deck to stones. I don't know. It's interesting to me to throw away some auto damage, but then also not get the effect off, if that makes sense. Or sorry, like not capitalize for a reason. Like, I mean, you have 4 baskets and a bunch of huntsman cards and schemes and such. I don't know. Very interesting.
Might be kind of like a Dracula scenario where like you don't have trash in your hand, so that just might have been the best option. But it's hard to imagine like something better than that, or something. Something better than mouth like in his hand. That he didn't
6 other cards in your hand that are better than that. I'm having trouble coming up with what that is.
Maybe 6 regroups, but I don't think.
Well, especially given how
deck is built like that.
Especially given how the rest of the game is played out, like, you know, if you had a bunch of Once Upon a Times or stones and stuff, like, sure, but we can't have too many of those because Huntsman didn't block with any of them, so the stuff that would be awkward, I mean, I guess, like, maybe another hands, maybe some eyes, maybe some baskets, etc. I think you'd boost with baskets still, though. Yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, I'd love to see if this pass strategy kind of works out. Like, I expect him to maybe kill this worker here in green, boost, kill, attack with hands, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Red's out of it by any means. It's just, I think Huntsman got very little value, much less than you'd normally want. I know I've talked about it whenever Red's on stream recently, but since Huntsman is usually not getting healing value, that does change a little bit in this because if Muldoon puts traps down early, you can potentially get some healing, but most of the time you're not going to get a ton with it. But you look at how many resources it takes for Huntsman to go down, and how much damage he can output. He killed 1 worker, and then he cost like 3 decent attack cards, but because he didn't what's going on? Oh, sorry, the players are wondering something. Okay, they're figuring out some positioning, it looks like. So maybe not being able to reach without boosts or whatnot. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying, I don't think there was enough cost for Muldoon to take out Huntsman this time.
Do you know what they're doing right now? Because Boterham already drew for his maneuver, right?
Yeah, I think it was a spot where a worker couldn't reach where it ended up, so they're trying to fix that.
I mean, he played call for backup and maneuvered?
Yeah.
So I think workers could have reached all those spots.
Those spots, but that's not where he ended up when Boterham began his turn. There was one in the green and green or whatever.
Yeah, like green, dark green. Yeah.
For you color vision people. I think if you have a movement one to go and pop the trap, then attack the worker, then maneuver out or something like that.
Yeah, he already drew for a maneuver though, right? So
yeah, so he doesn't have the Into the Woods.
Into the Woods would have been great here.
Yeah.
Which I guess he can walk back since there's no longer a worker in that green zone if he so chooses because Phantom messed up.
Oh,
I think he drew it. Yeah, he drew it. Oof. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Ugh, feels bad.
This is the best one to use though if you're just gonna attack with hands because you don't care about the symbol. The other one's symbols can be valuable, so.
Yeah, Pelt is completely useless on offense as a symbol. It's only a defensive symbol. So the other 2 are definitely better to hold on to for later because you can play them into it. Yeah. This is where I would have liked to see a 4 if you had one.
Absolutely.
Because I think it's very likely that the worker faints here. Just because now that Huntsman is gone, Muldoon doesn't have to worry about ranged attacks. So he's a little bit more free to use a feint or 2 to stop hands.
I agree 100%. I would love to see maybe a I guess the only one that works, basket. Or sorry, no, the other one.
The other ears would be fine too. Yeah.
I agree.
We have seen one already, so it's more likely he has a basket given there's 4.
He's gotta have a basket. I mean, again, 6 cards. He's gotta. Because like even obviously you want to save mouth for Muldoon if you can. But yes, like here I'm okay with mouth in my opinion, on a worker to like just if you're just playing the cleanup game.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think you want like max 1 on a worker.
Yeah, it'd feel a lot better using that one there if you hadn't boosted with the other one, for instance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because now Muldoon can just hit you as hard as he wants without worrying about map. Like, it's not a concern anymore. And it's similar to a lot of other types of cards where the threat is enough to make your opponent play different. We did have a basket, so he could have attacked with it.
I think that was a great call out, Taylor, on waiting to use your traps until you're just a solo. I mean, until the opponent's just a solo fighter. That's huge, right? I think we see that really limiting mobility here. So yeah, really great call out by you.
Thank you, Chad. You're very handsome and very smart.
Well, yeah, you should have let me finish my sentence, but that's okay. It wasn't going to be all compliments and butterflies and roses.
I'm glad I interrupted.
Yeah.
Yes,
John, what do you see as an out for red here?
Well, let's count damage. I mean, you don't have any mouths, but that's always a variable amount of damage. You do have 2 Once Upon a Times, that makes 6. You have 2 Eyes, could also make 6, and you have 2 Paths, would make 16. So you still have enough if you can land everything you need on Muldoon himself. It's just that is going to be the issue.
Do you think you play to fatigue here, or do you think you're looking for all the damage there, like you said?
It's hard to say. If one thing goes wrong, it could be an absolute disaster. I think if you can pull off, like, I don't know, it's a long shot, but maybe like a warp path into the woods. And then maybe like attack with a Once Upon a Time to get 3 there, and immediately follow up with an Eyes for 3 there. That makes 6. And then maybe use the other Into the Woods along with a maneuver to pull off the other Eyes. Maybe kill off some workers with the other hands to make Muldoon attack you into the other Once Upon a Time, and then use the last path. I mean, that's like a million things to go perfect for you. It's still...
If you were playing John, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the problem with trying to play for fatigue is that you only have 2 passes and Muldoon has 4. And also those traps, yeah, they're making Muldoon draw, but they're also giving you auto damage in the process. So it still doesn't seem like a super favorable trade, because you're taking 1 damage, and if it hits fatigue, and that's a big if, then Muldoon will be taking 2 damage per trap, but it's still, you're taking half as much as he is. So I don't know.
Do you play an Into the Woods here, pop a trap, maneuver, pop the other trap, and then maneuver back to where you are?
If you're going for the fatigue game plan, is this Phantom's second action or first?
Second.
No.
I mean, what's the alternative?
I think
guess?
never. You never pop the traps when you're loading up his hand for free.
What's the alternative?
Cry.
Maneuver, boost, attack worker with hands, maybe?
This is when the map really comes in clutch, because Muldoon is just posted up in the club, and there really isn't much Red can do about it if he pops the trap and kind of plays keep away on the inside.
Wonder if Red can hire a bouncer.
Her bouncer went down, so...
The vampires never had any trouble storming the club in the show.
True. It's very true.
She's called Dracula and Spike.
Maybe they should get Muldoon on that. Like, he seems to be doing a pretty good job.
That's right.
Better security than whatever they've got. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you could, if you're getting cute with it, you could maneuver knives into the woods, hit Muldoon and a worker with path, because I don't think he's ever going to give you all the workers.
Right.
So it's probably about the best you can hope for. The other thing I'll note is, even though Muldoon has even though Muldoon has 4 passes, Red's 2 passes each deal 2 auto damage, which is the same as a
4
maneuver and
passes,
fatigue.
kind
So
of.
it's kind of like their extra passes. And if you're looking at just raw exhaustion damage, so it doesn't. It's like Muldoon isn't quite as far ahead in that regard as it might seem otherwise. But yeah.
The problem though is that Muldoon is a move 3 range, so he can just keep attacking as passes with workers and still be completely safe.
Losing the basket there with the overdraw kind of stinks too.
Yes.
Yeah. This all goes back to, I mean, it's always a mind game, right, to a degree. Because if the worker doesn't block, then hands is great. But we did see that a basket was available to attack with when the hands got fainted. And if Red still had that hands right now, she'd be in a really solid spot to keep just like chipping away at workers. And they either force out another feint, in which case she can really start getting some of those other good effects later in the game that she wants, like stones and Once Upon a Time. And so yeah, I mean it's one of those things where it's easy to say in hindsight, but I would have personally been expecting a feint there as Red. So if I had a basket and hands, I would pretty much always be attacking with the basket. I guess it does depend what the defense situation looks like, but I don't think you're all that worried there. And we did at least have stuff like mouth and whatnot to dissuade too many like aggressive attacks from Muldoon himself, which is where the biggest damage can come from.
I guess also from the Little Red perspective, if you can get lucky and land a stones that hits call for backup number 2, maybe all of a sudden you're in the game.
Yeah, that would be huge. Unfortunately, despite Pelt being a good defensive symbol generally, like it's not actually super desirable here against the workers.
Because there's no mouth
and
left.
especially now that mouth is gone, like that would be your main thing you'd want. And so now you don't even have the option of defensive stones at the moment.
Yeah, and you want to play Wolfskin, but you don't want the draw.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if you're going
it's
for
like
a longer game.
Basket feels like your only real option.
Yeah.
Which you kind of want those against Muldoon. I mean, I guess maybe you don't care, because like if Muldoon's attacking you, you want to be triggering an effect. Ooh, that is definitely not what you want. Not an eyes. So now your overall damage cap is down to what? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's disregarding like a stones getting some damage over the top of a max value block or a basket going over a feint.
I'd attack with a basket here.
Yeah.
Oh, does he have one? Because I think he would have blocked with that over the eyes.
Right. Hands is ideal. Maybe we see hands number 2.
Well, whatever he top decked, I think. If it's basket or hands, he
that's
throws
fair.
that.
That's fair. Yeah, it's like one of those things where you look at Muldoon, guy's got 8 defenses. You're like, that's nothing. Well, turns out if you can never reach him, he doesn't need many more than that. This is why I would have really liked Huntsman to survive longer, because I think trying to just pressure with Huntsman from range is huge in this matchup if you can afford to do it. And so that's why I would have probably looked for like some good cards for Huntsman defense wise. Like, you know, your ideal would be something like a stones, because then you have either the offensive or defensive option. You know, Once Upon a Time at least, so if Muldoon's attacking into him, it's gone. There's the basket, so that's great. And then, you know, Wolfskin to draw some more cards and keep it so Muldoon can't really be comfortable. But yeah, it turns out we just didn't have a great hand for that in this one. And this is also where we're seeing a bit of awkward ordering. This is something that can happen to Red just because of the nature of how her symbols work, in that you don't always have the symbols to get your card effects off. And that can put you in a really rough spot, especially in a matchup like this that's very close and a few things have to go right, and you have to not just be blocking with blank cards or cards that are forcing you to take damage against workers when you'd rather, you know, be hitting back into Muldoon with stuff like mouth and whatnot.
I think one thing I want to shout out too, and that's not just true of this game, but Phantom, like with every matchup, I feel like he goes in with a really solid game plan of, here's exactly how I have to play this matchup, and here's how I have to do that, and you know, he works really well on executing that game plan, but he's also, I feel, not committed 100% to that game plan. I feel like he's very good at adapting on the fly to changing that. I mean, I think the only time I've seen the tunnel vision from Phantom here was, you know, with those misdirections and maybe not thinking about cycling them with you know, the big reveal. But everything else, I feel like Phantom's really like committed to knowing exactly what his win condition is. And
oh my gosh!
We've got a game, folks.
There it is.
Are you serious?
1 out of 6.
What a pop.
If he kills this worker,
Holy
that's
cow.
it. The workers are gone.
And then Muldoon is going to have to attack. Oh my gosh. And look at how many traps are on board, too. Oh my
The tide turns. Let's go.
Let's go.
What in the world?
That is not what you want to see if you're Phantom, but man, does it make for good content.
Change your plans. Change your plans.
Yup.
I mean,
Holy
we'll see exactly what I talked about. I think Phantom is just excellent at adapting. So I'm very curious to see how the rest of this game plays out.
I do want to shout out his positioning here. He thought about going to the purple space at the top of the walkway there, but he moved 1 extra to the left because he knew he was going to put red into the trap. So he's playing around the into the woods scheme first action into a double attack.
Well,
So
that's still a threat, right?
well, he has to maneuver first and then into the woods, or maneuver boost.
No, he can into the woods,
1, 2,
into
3?
the trap.
Oh,
below
you're right.
Muldoon. He has to go through a trap though, which is perhaps the.
No. He
the
can go under the
consideration.
walkway. Chad's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because that spot's connected
Yep,
too, so
yep.
he doesn't actually need to go into the trap. Yeah.
Okay.
But I believe Red already maneuvered.
Yeah, she did. I think with Muldoon having initiative now, you can kind of back off. You can go up to 7.
I think so too.
I don't think there's any need to waste value. Heck, pop the trap and then maneuver again out of range. So he starts
Go
at...
to orange.
Yeah. That's what I would like to
Solo
do,
orange.
because then Worker can't even reach you. Muldoon is the only one who can reach without a boost. Wow. What a game. This got
Yep,
crazy.
going into the trap.
I really like
Yeah,
that a
that-
lot.
Is,
that is
her
hard
health
to
total,
do.
I think. It's going to be wild. Like
Her health is the concern, right?
Yeah.
Because no healing, and if you want to play defensive, you know, once upon a times, you're probably going to be taking at least 2 damage, if not more, over that.
Big thing is not popping the other trap if he's considering it. Do not do that. You gotta, because then you give him a double attack and you put him up to 8 cards, so he can just double attack and go down below the hand count.
Yeah, exactly. You can't end in Muldoon's zone. There's no way.
Here works. This works. I prefer that, I think.
Yeah, I like this one better. Because get Muldoon close. Well, no, I like this one better. Well, either way, Muldoon
This
can
one,
go.
He can't go 3 away from you. In the other scenario, he could if he goes top orange space.
Yeah, this is much better. He'll be in single maneuver range unless he's hitting with a rending shot, which is likely. But
does he have 2 left?
Let's see. There are 2 rendings left, and 2 they should all be destroyed. Don't forget about leapaways. I mean, those.
Oh,
you know, he can flip the switch and go aggressive here.
This is wild. You gotta be feeling great as Boterham.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
man.
it went from unwinnable to winnable, and that's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah,
it's
that's
still
wild.
Still not
Can you
easy.
imagine just the emotions running through Russia right now, the whole country.
That was quite the turn of events. The thing is with Phantom, though, he's got to be pretty confident still, because even if he happens to lose this game, which is still, I don't think, likely, I think he's still in a good spot. But if he does, he's still got Game 5 of Daredevil into Jill, which he's got to be feeling pretty good about.
I think so. The only thing, though, that map choice, I think, is pretty good for Jill, because being able to attack pretty often, I think, is your only way there.
I agree.
So you can't take it because you have no healing. But you don't have really too much you want to throw into it, I think. Maybe a basket. Yeah, rending.
That was a great defense here.
Oh, nice.
Full blocks, the 4. Now, if Muldoon would have placed a trap, he could have gotten an extra damage onto red there. But you only have 2 traps left, and you do have to be concerned of fatigue, of course.
Yeah, I think that would have been... I mean, I guess it's 2 damage, potentially, if it all works out. But, again, fatigue is going to be a...
Nice.
I like a path and then a maneuver away. I like that a lot. The worker is far away from that. Go to the corner in the 4-player starting spot. I think is where you want to go, because if you go to green, then worker can come after you.
It's interesting.
This would be where it'd be great to have
mouth. Yes.
Because then you could go to that starting spot that you mentioned, and then Muldoon has to be like, well, do I bait with regroup, or do I just hope she doesn't have the mouth?
With regroup and draw a card, which I don't want.
Yeah, and that's also bad for him right now, so yeah.
Yep. I feel like, though, that Phantom brought the worker far away so that he's probably planning on using some remote detonations as passes pretty soon, and he doesn't want the worker in a zone where there may be traps.
Yeah, where there's traps, yeah, that makes sense. Boosting with knives into a trap.
I don't like this at all because you're starting in the zone. I just... Wow.
Yeah, I think Muldoon's
8
plan
cards
is to
in
kill
hand.
you, so you're kind of letting him get free shoot first, or shooter.
Yeah, you do set up a stones, but an offensive feint here into a they should all be destroyed could be very deadly.
I think great. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this.
I think you're supposed to wait at that point because he already has initiative, back off, and then pop the traps in the very end game when it's going to be dealing damage, not just loading his hand up to let him double attack as passes.
Absolutely.
But it might be a case of tunnel vision, who knows? I mean, this could still be good interaction. You probably want to see...
Unmatchad is a 3, right? Am I wrong?
What do you want to see here? A feint, I mean, that's good, but you are taking 2.
It's 2 damage, yeah.
Every
I expected
damage...
to shoot her, or shoot her is the first, right? And then that is the second attack?
Yeah, so no shooter in hand, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Does he have, he still has, no, he used one on Huntsman, so he has one left.
John, there's a space in that card name, right?
Which one?
Shoot her.
Shooter?
Yeah, I don't think you ever give Muldoon another double attack. Or
regroup.
Oh my
Taking
goodness.
it.
Oh my goodness! Okay, now he's back up to 7. There's no way you give him another double attack ever. Just double maneuver back. Heck, I would like to see an into the woods and then kill the worker. Maybe?
Yeah, because then Muldoon has to boost to reach you. Can he even? 1, 2, 3, yeah.
I mean, he would play his passes, I guess. But he's got 3 of them. You still have 1. He's got 2 traps on board. Which...
What a take! That's insane.
Yeah, that was
take. Let's go.
Yeah.
I would. Oh man, that would have Phantom would have wrecked me. I would not have taken that.
Yeah. I mean, Boterham, I guess he's just recognizing the bad spot that he's in, and he knows he has to take those risks if he's going to have any chance of winning.
Yeah.
It's
good
definitely
awareness.
It's definitely a nice regroup attack too, because with Wolfsbane in the basket, eyes could have been a consideration to just full block whatever Muldoon was throwing, and well, you'd rather have the regroup canceled than drawn too, that's for sure.
I would have liked to have thrown those attacks in the opposite order, just because that first action attack represents a lot more of a threat.
Yep.
And, like, you definitely can't take that, so that's like the perfect time to just regroup and mess up something. But
I definitely agree with you, Taylor.
that's the worst feeling.
Especially because taking on the first attack means that you're just potentially giving him a free 5 with shooter.
Yeah, you just can't do that, especially
right
in this position.
And thinking about the other options, right? That was the last they should all be destroyed. So it could have been a max 3, which pushed you into a trap for 4, which I guess still would have been sort of a death sentence. But I don't know. You knew that it wasn't going to be anything higher than a 3 printed at least. I guess there is another second shot though too. So that was just an incredible risky take.
I think with 3 leapaways and 2 rending shots left, I feel like Muldoon is not starved for damage.
Oh, it could have been the leap.
I was going to say, this is where we're going to see the leapaways start to come out probably offensively.
Yep.
Because Red has
what if he takes
basket.
another
and he has
regroup
gears.
right
That would
here?
be absolutely insane. But yeah, Red has like some 4 value blocks, but once she runs out of those, like without stones active, you can't block for all that much, and with 5 health, it's a problem.
Right here, I think I want to see a basket defense into a maneuver attack worker with hands to pick back up the basket.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and there's only 1 feint
One
left,
more
right?
feint, yep. So I think you really do need all the big defenses you can get, and this is a prime opportunity. Hope the worker's attacking with the second shot for damage.
You know that it's not another regroup because there's no way Phantom even draws 1. So I don't think you have to take any time here.
Right.
Yeah.
Oof. That's really rough.
I think
now that just the traps are lethal, like you can't afford to pop them yourself, really.
Yeah.
Wow,
And
that's got to be like his
free boosts.
It's got to be his only
Muldoon?
defense. There's no way you ever block with that otherwise.
Oh, for sure. I think.
No, Muldoon has no more 3 boosts. It's the second
So-
shot is the last 3 boost.
Okay, so it can't.
So second shot can get to a 4.
But when I attack with leap away, I'm the idiot.
Well, Taylor, you do it against Bigfoot.
Well, you see, that's a little different.
Yeah, I feel quite bad because I don't like seeing Red struggling so much with actually lining up her symbols because it can just happen like sometimes. It fortunately isn't like too much of a frequent occurrence, but depending on like how much your opponent's pressuring you and the game state you're in, like you sometimes have to go for stuff to try to give yourself the best chance. But if your symbols and deck just aren't lining up, it's real awkward. But I gotta say, despite losing the absolute best card in hand at the time, like I don't care what else was in hand, it was the best card in his hand. Phantom has done such an amazing job here, adapting, like Chad was saying earlier, to the change of, because he had a plan. It was going to be to squeeze every little bit out of the workers possible, make it impossible to reach Muldoon, and then just exhaust Red. But then Call for Backup gets discarded, and that's no longer a viable strategy. You just have to kill Red now. And so being able to pivot like that and realize that he has plenty of tools, especially if he is more aggressive and forces Red into bad spots with her symbols, like it was what he needed to do. And seeing him be able to do that with Muldoon here has been really cool to see, despite my favorite fighter being destroyed as a result. But no, it's been a great game despite that. And I think we're closing in on the spot where Red probably can't get it at this point. She just doesn't have enough health. But we'll see if Boterham can prove me wrong and pull out some even crazier shenanigans here.
The thing that I would have liked to see from Boterham after he hit that feint is kill that worker. Because the worker is, even though, you know, it's the last one, like, he's still putting in so much work just in board coverage. So, like, the fact that the worker is still just alive, just cruising, I don't know. Might have even been worth pathing. I think he was running out of defense, so probably not, but I don't know. Forcing Muldoon to have to like maneuver, boost, and to constantly reach you, being able to maybe line up your symbols pretty well because you're only getting attacked once. I don't know. I think Muldoon not having to boost here a lot of time is massive. Because if he does have to boost to approach, then he asks what does he boost with, and if he boosts with like remote detonations and stuff like that, then he doesn't have them as a passes. If he doesn't want to boost with those, but he still has to approach, then he's discarding other stuff like that's actually valuable. So it's kind of a really interesting scenario.
We'll see Red go in for an attack while she can with a single maneuver and a wild and basket.
Oh.
Hands into a leap away. So I think if I'm Phantom, I'm looking to set up a trap in the purple, go for a double attack, and close out the game here with 2-5. Oh no, you can't get a 5 with second shot. Never mind. I guess you could go 5 with shooter and then a rending for lethal.
Yeah.
With what card, John?
Shooter.
You have to take back the basket. That's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Yeah, him having the final leap away there was huge. I think if he didn't have that, it would have. I again think it's pretty rough for Red, but it would have been a different scenario, I think, because he has 1 feint left and 1 blue 4 left. I think that's it for Muldoon.
Yeah, he's almost out. To be fair.
Is that the first time Muldoon was attacked all game?
No, that other double attack turn just moments ago with the regroup.
The blue was played like super early game, right? With Muldoon into Huntsman, I believe.
Ooh, no boost.
Okay.
We see stones in hand.
So shooter is the last big attack, but you still have how many rendings? 2 rendings, but there's only, well, there are 2 more traps left. Oh.
Good feint. Wait, does he only have 1 defense
But
left?
yeah, 1 more defense only.
Yeah.
Huh.
Red's kind of out of good hits herself. Like, she doesn't have any 4s.
Muldoon is running out of combat cards in general.
All right, Red, you trained for this. Huntsman taught you how to use that axe, right? Just run up and hit him with a 6. It's fine.
I think you need like a few double attack turns on Muldoon. Like play the Into the Woods here, attack. I don't know. You might need to use Path to Warp.
Unless I am mistaken, I believe Red has 2 attacks left.
Oh no, and no hands.
She has stones and she has eyes. And that's it.
Not good.
She has quite a few schemes left and some blues and a huntsman. Oh, and the huntsman schemes, yeah. So she has 3 huntsman cards.
Right.
She has 2 skins. She has 2, well now 1 after playing this one, Into the Woods, and then she has stones and eyes as the only things to attack with. So she just actually doesn't have really much damage left at all. She has 10 damage if everything went undefended, which it might since Muldoon has no defense left, but yeah.
And with them being even on deck and Muldoon still having 3 passes, Red just used her last pass.
Since he has Pelt on top, I think you boost with knives if
drawing
you want
2 cards
to keep that offline. Yeah.
I don't think there's an out anymore. We did see the timer run out and stick Boterham in place in the green there, but I think that's probably where he was planning on going anyways. The consideration may have been whether or not he wants to boost to avoid having to draw 2 cards here. But I think if I'm Phantom...
2 rendings, right?
Yeah, 2 rendings. I think you just, attack with a rending with the worker, pull Muldoon back. Just out of the... Yeah, on the trap, why not, right?
If you go there, he can still Into the Woods to you.
Right. Well, on the trap, he can't Into the Woods if you go on the trap.
Yeah,
and that's also blocking the trap from being popped, if that matters. I mean, probably not at this point, but... It's almost certain this is a rending, and Red will take 1 damage and have to draw. Okay, eyes. No draw.
No draw.
There's what, a stones left?
Yeah, stones is the only thing that can be attacked with at this point.
Hmm.
You know, if you boost in with yeah, that doesn't even do it. I was gonna say if you boost in with Long Have I Saw You, but you can't reach. Oh no, you can if you go that way. Yeah, so you boost in with Long Have I Saw You, and you hit him with the stones just to get some health differential in there. You know, he doesn't block. You hit a 3 boost. Oh no, there's no 3 boost. You hit a 2 boost, and then you deal 4.
Okay, we'll see.
You can boost with that too. That's fine. Well, it is happening. No, boo, and yeah, you can't get damage over this because he has the only 2 boosts at most.
Oh, not
No.
the regroup.
Regroup.
Not the
The best
regroup.
card.
Well, now Shooter is confirmed lethal.
he asked Boterham why he discarded the regroup. He wanted to end the game with it.
Wow. Wow, excellent.
Double
play here from
regroup lethal
Phantom.
would have been hilarious though.
Get
I
it all
gotta
around.
say. Yeah, no, this has been a great set, great game.
Red has no more defense left, is that right?
No, she has a skin. She has no more attacks though.
So Rending is just lethal, move Muldoon back, push Red into the trap.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
I do think, I mean, obviously, I think Phantom played it amazingly, so I'm not trying to say anything else. It did feel like Red's ordering was a little suspect.
I also think that there were a couple, like the hands instead of the basket, I think was a big misstep. But I think honestly the biggest thing just goes back to the choice to not mulligan.
Yep, 100%.
Was the biggest thing that decided this game even from the very beginning.
Brutal.
Yep, mode detonation, not as a pass. I'm sure Peter in the chat will be happy about that one.
End it on your own terms. End it on your own terms.
Do we see the... I think there's still one regroup, right? We cannot see the double regroup.
There it is.
Yeah, and no cards left for Engine.
No, I only had this, and that's it.
Yeah, and it was not. You didn't even play it into the symbol. I think you should have though. I think you should have saved it for maybe later and then play it into symbol because you have a high chance to find other defenses if you do that.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should have.
And also when I was here, I think when you were here, you could have actually double maneuvered. You had 5 cards, I'm pretty sure, but you decided to attack my worker.
Yeah, true. Wait, did I had 5 cards?
I'm pretty sure because I was calculating that you could double maneuver to outplay that somehow. Though you can check later.
Yeah, I think I could have double maneuvered, but then still within a single maneuver you could just reach me and attack.
Yeah, but you had a high chance to find some defense.
Yeah, true. I could have.
Maybe you could have like boost with anything just to have this symbol into it. And,
yeah.
So when a Huntsman leaves and deals some damage into like attack sometimes Muldoon or just leaves to give you more options because when Huntsman die, I can spam with traps and that's it.
Yeah, that's true. And I realized too late, like I was popping a few of your traps, thinking like, okay, I'm maybe gonna win a fatigue, but that won't make a difference because you have this as well. So I think that was a mistake as well.
Yeah, I still have 3 passes, so I was like, I can do anything. And also, like, when you discarded my scheme, you had a chance, but I think you shouldn't have like going popping traps. You should have either go and attack Muldoon or you could boost it with 3 and attack Worker. It might be better than just popping traps there.
Yeah, probably. That's true. Just get rid of your worker. You only have Muldoon.
Yeah.
All right, there we have it. PhantomX is going to be the brand new champion, the first international champion for Unmatched. So big shout outs to Phantom. He definitely deserves his win. I heard he has like over 2,500 hours or something ridiculous on TTS solely for Unmatched. So this guy grinds this game more than literally anybody out there in the world, I believe. And that is why he is where he is he puts in the work and he's rewarded for it. So congrats to Phantom. That was an incredible showing. I think all 4 games were a blast to watch and commentate. They were all really entertaining. Especially, like, even the Genie one, which we thought was like over from the start, and it just couldn't have gotten any closer. So I had a blast commentating those. But any thoughts on that last game or the match in general from you guys?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, big shout out to Phantom. You know, he's done better, I think, in most tournaments that he's played. He keeps stepping it up, and he finally makes it there and is able to, you know, take the cake. So just huge shout out to him. You know, it's really cool to see that happen. Of, you know, I mean, that was kind of where I was too, right? Where I kept getting better.
No,
further.
Chad, you were always at the top. Come on.
Okay, yeah, well, so, yeah, never mind. No, it's really cool to see.
Get there
and
not get into the finals win, so, you know, that's the similarity. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. I think, too, I think we really see a lot of that time go to good use here, because I think we really see I'm not sure if he'd played all these matchups before. He seemed to me to be with what his plan was. So just having that foresight to just know exactly what he's going to do in the matchup, and then be aware of, okay, how can I pivot, all those types of things. And just seeing that expertly done in almost all of these games by Phantom. So just huge shout outs to him. Just wonderfully played and executed. And I think we really see the matchup knowledge really come up into play here.
Yeah, and that's something that really comes with all that experience, all those hours of grinding this game that he has under his belt. Like, you're going to think back to, oh, I've played this matchup before, and when I was playing it, this thing happened, and I ended up losing because of it. So now I know, like, if this happens, I can pivot and maybe try something else. Like, just, it shows the experience playing out for you. So that was, that's a huge factor. And, yeah, any other thoughts from any of the other commentators here?
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate what Chad said and note that I've been watching Phantom for a while. I've actually used to host a lot of his tourney matches before he started streaming himself, and I've seen him play a lot, and he's always been a really, really solid player, but I do think that time invested has paid off, and he's gotten even better, and it really does go to show that putting in that time can give you the edges where even if you haven't played a matchup before, if you've played all the fighters and played against all the fighters to a crazy degree, like, you're going to be able to adapt to a lot of situations just because of having that experience with those fighters. And with how much he's played, I wouldn't be surprised if he's played a lot of the meta-relevant matchups, even the ones that you might not see quite as often. And so he's got that breadth of knowledge and experience to be able to approach most games confidently and use his time wisely. Like, I loved seeing that in most of the games, if not all of them, he was always pretty much like sub 2 minutes left on the timer, like sometimes even sub 1 minute going into turns, because he's taking that time to think through all of his options and make sure that he's using the timer to the best of his ability. I know some people see it as a hindrance at times or whatnot, but I actually think that finding out how to use that clock in a clever way and take those turns where you think for 2-3 minutes, and then have a game plan moving forward, and you can really execute that without having to spend too much time. In addition to giving your opponent less time to think on your own turns, it also just lets you play at a pace where you're not really concerned anymore about the timer, and it's more there as I need to make sure I don't completely run out of time, but as long as I've got a few seconds, like, I'm going to be able to take my turns and do what I need to do based on what I know my win condition is at this point. So really cool to see all of those kind of skills coming together and paying off and getting him the win in this tourney.
Yeah, I think Phantom is definitely a deserving champion here. He puts in the work and it paid off. So how about you, Taylor? Any final thoughts on this match?
Yeah, this was a really good match. There were moments in every single game where we as commentators kind of like took a step back and we're like, whoa, like this game just completely changed. Like, the opposite of what we expected to happen is now possible.
and that was just really cool to see. There was like an awesome back and forth in every single game. Commentating was absolutely a blast, and we got to see some of the highest quality Unmatched from both of these players. Obviously, making it to the final two of a almost 200-person tournament is nothing to scoff at. These two players are definitely some of the best in the world, and we'll definitely see after the ELO updates where they rank compared to the three of you on that first page, top 10. So yeah, just congratulations to Phantom. Definitely earned it, definitely deserved it, and he finally beat you, Zero. So
yep. If he's gonna beat me, he's got to win it all, right? That's just how it goes. Well, yeah, I think he did an excellent job. I'm sure, Taylor, you're just a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see Daredevil in Game 5, though, right? I mean,
I am actually about to go cry myself to sleep as soon as we turn the stream
maybe we
off.
could pull up the deck highlight to.
Oh my god!
No, we're not pulling up the deck highlight.
Not this time.
No. It's, yeah, a little sad we didn't concede Game 5, but I think that one's pretty heavy Daredevil, so I don't think we missed too much. But they were great games overall, and we will be getting the players in for interviews. I believe Boterham is ready, and it's pretty late for them, so let's get them in here and see what they have to say. All right, there he is. Boterham, welcome back. Your second time this weekend for an interview. First of all, man, well played. Those were insanely entertaining games. Every single one we thought was locked down a certain way, and then it just came down to the absolute wire in the end. So super entertaining. You played great, and it was just a blast to commentate. So congrats, man, on making it to the grand finals out of like almost 200 people. It's an incredible feat. Even though you didn't walk away with the champion win, runner-up is still pretty dang good. So you got to be feeling pretty good about that, huh?
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing to make it to the finals. And no, Phantom definitely deserved the win. I feel like I definitely made some mistakes in the games we played, and also the draft didn't really help as well, because yeah, the Genie, Bigfoot, and the last one that we didn't play. So I felt like I had to win the middle 3 games, and so the Dracula Houdini went my way. But yeah, the other 2 didn't.
Yeah, unfortunately not, but you still made them really dang close, so that was awesome, so well done. But do any of the other commentators have any questions or anything for Boterham here? I'll open it up to you guys.
Oh, just that, I mean, that Houdini Dracula game was amazing. So I just kind of want to know, when you took 9, what went through your head immediately after that moment?
Yeah. I cried a bit inside. That didn't feel good at all. And I had a feint in hand as well, and wanted to do my biddings. But to do my bidding just felt it. I think he had the scheme in hand, so it was a blank 3. And the feint, I didn't really want to play it at that time, because then I would only have to do my bidding in my hand, and for future turns, maybe I don't get defenses, because Dracula doesn't have a lot of them, and I had played a few already, so I took about just risking it and seeing what would happen. But afterwards, I thought, okay, yeah, he probably plays the 1, and I just get smacked with the big reveal.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what we saw happen, but you still made an incredible comeback. That game was, we were on the edge of our seats, man. That was awesome.
It was so fun to watch.
Definitely.
That game felt the most fun, the closest as well.
Yeah, it was crazy because the Bigfoot one felt like Bigfoot was dominating almost the entire game, but you literally had a way to win at the very end, and it almost happened, right? I'm pretty sure he drew his defense off of the Wishing for More Wishes attack that you got undefended. So there was an out there, which was incredible.
Yeah, for that one I just tried to just go full aggressive, just try some weird stuff, because otherwise if I would just play normally, I wouldn't win that one.
Yeah, Yeah, which I definitely think is the right call there. So good recognition of your win con. So that's what makes the mark of a good player, recognizing your win condition and just playing to your outs, man. You did a great job. Yeah. How about Taylor or Zach? Anything for Boterham? If not, I know I have. Go ahead, Zach. If you're.
I have the most important question here. I think is something that people have not touched on yet. Are you going to be playing in the upcoming season of Team League?
Oh, hold on. I think we didn't catch you. You were muted.
I thought you were gonna ask what happened, Zach. I'm so glad you didn't.
All right, Boterham, try talking again. We're not getting your audio for some reason. Hold on 1 second.
Maybe hardware?
It was just fine before. Nothing changed, I don't think. Still nothing? No? Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties.
In the meantime, we could break down Daredevil's deck.
No.
Sounds good to me. Daredevil's my favorite character, as we all know. Look, there he is, right there.
There he is.
Yeah, Alan's gonna pull you out of the call and try and pull you back in.
Right, hello.
There you go. There you go. He's back.
Hey, welcome back.
He's back. All right. So about the team league, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I think I'll be probably on the standby, like fill in if it's needed, because I'm busy in the upcoming like 2-3 months with finishing my school, my study.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, but I'll definitely watch it and see if I can help the hunters in any way. And yeah, I think I'll be on standby. Probably play few games, but probably not every week.
So, well, good luck on finishing up school. I know that's very difficult, and especially, to invest the time as you have, I'm sure, into playing this tournament. It's not an easy task. It takes up a lot. So congrats on making this far again during school and all that, real life stuff. And I'm assuming you're probably going to come back for the next tourney, Summer of Legends, maybe?
Yeah, I'm planning to.
Awesome. Yeah, we'd love to have you back.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome, man. Cool. And then another question I had, I'm pretty sure I saw you munching on some bread during the game. Was that right?
Yeah, definitely. Boterham.
Let's go. Yes, that's amazing. Because, yeah, I know we talked about that in your interview yesterday, and you didn't disappoint. You had the bread on hand.
I had to make it true. I promised chocolate rain.
That's
so
right.
I didn't wear the orange shirt. Apparently, they had like all sorts of text on it, and I didn't wear the Dutch flag on my cheeks, but I did get the Boterham.
Right. I was very happy when I saw the bread. I was like, oh, he's powering up. Let's go. That was amazing. Well, okay. Anything else from the other commentators? If not, I'll open it up to you. Oh, Zach, you got something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say congrats on an incredible performance. Like, second. I've heard that even some of the best players can only achieve second place in these tournaments. So no, it's been awesome to see you play in the finals, and I was able to host a few of your games during the bracket, and awesome to see improvement from players who have done well in the past, but like haven't made it to this level. And we always love kind of like the dark horse underdog player, and with how close a lot of these games were, I'm sure if you do come back for Summer of Legends that you'll have some amazing games for us to watch there too.
I definitely hope so. I'm planning on it.
Awesome. Well, Boterham, anything else you want to say to anybody out there, anybody in the chat, or anything at all?
No, yeah, it was awesome to play in this tournament and make it this far. Again, congratulations to Chocolate Rain. Awesome that he is the first international winner of one of these big tournaments. No, but that's about it, I guess.
Yeah, man. Well, thank you for, again, sticking through this. I know that was quite a grind, you know, this best of 5. It's late for you. I'm sure you're exhausted. So thanks for putting up with it. But for getting this far, you will be getting a free Unmatched set of your choice. So I'll talk to you on Discord about that, and we'll figure that out and whatnot. But yeah, look forward to that. Also, for placing top, I believe it was, 32 for this tourney, you'll get a foil card as well for prizing. So you got some goodies coming your way for all of this. So yeah, we just really appreciate all the time you put in as a player to make it this far and cooperating with us during this stream thing, because I know it's a lot to ask, especially, like I said, with it being so late for you, man. So just thank you for everything, and well done. All right, guys. Well, I think we are going to try to get Phantom in for an interview, but I think he is a little tied up right now. We'll be getting him in as soon as we can. But, yeah, Boterham did great. He was the dark horse like we talked about throughout this tourney. Kind of came out of nowhere, made it all the way to the top 2. And that's not the first time we've seen that in these events. I mean, look at a couple tourneys ago, we had Animal versus Ito. And both of those players were pretty new to the tourney scene, and they both made it to grand finals. And one of them ended up being a champion, Mr. Animal, Little Expressionless Animal. So hopefully we'll see him back at some point. I know Ito is back with a vengeance. But yeah, I mean, I would just highly recommend anybody who is on the fence about jumping into the tournament scene, give it a shot. I know it's intimidating at first, but I would really recommend Team League as a starting point to get into competitive. I know a lot of people, like, it is their favorite format. If you're more casual players, I think generally, and the more competitive players still really do love these big tourneys. It's just such a big thing to be a part of. But because it can be so intimidating, I think Team League is the perfect starting point, because you're going to get put into a team, and then you're going to have people to talk to about matchups and practice with, and you kind of support each other throughout the Team League, so you kind of make some friends in that regard, and then you have those friends supporting you when you go to the big tourney and play in these majors. And that's just great to have, because you know, nobody can do this alone, really. I couldn't do this without all the people I practiced with, like Wandering Caretaker back in the old days, and Chad, you especially in these modern times. And even Taylor and Zach, I've practiced with you guys too, whether it be draft or games or whatever. But I wouldn't be where I'm at without like the help from all the great people in this community. So Team League is a great spot to find friends and really just build connections with people and get into the competitive scene. So I highly recommend trying it out.
Yeah, and I just like to say as well, as kind of one of the main TOs behind Team League, we've got a group of us now, which it was originally started by Wandering Caretaker, Joshua. He did an amazing job with the initial season, and then it's now a full team of people, including Taylor next to me here, as well as people like Josh is still on there, and we've got like Mike and Tommy from Defender Resolves First and all that. Frank does a lot, of course, with both the website and organizing stuff. But yeah, even if you only know like 1 or 2 people that you want to sign up with, definitely go for it. You can sign up as a solo player too, but I know a lot of people like to play with friends in Team League. And if you put it on the form, we'll have that form going up within the next few weeks. And if you put that in the registration form, like the players you want to be paired with, we pretty much always prioritize putting people on teams with players they want to play with, than trying to get like perfect balance or whatever, because the teams balance themselves out in the long run. And so, yeah, it's a great place to hop in, like John said, and not only play with friends that you already know in the community, but meet a lot of new people and get that practice and whatnot. I want to give a shout out to Fists of Khonshu, because they did pretty well in Team League, but they came into Winter of Champions here, and I think all but one of the players from their team who entered the tourney made it to bracket, and that player who didn't make it almost made it. So like they all did amazing this time, and a lot of that they credited to Team League and just being able to practice with their teammates. That's the most fun part of the Team League, is not even the games themselves. Usually it's the team aspect, the practicing, the figuring out strategies and all sorts of stuff. And it's just, I am one of the people who it's my favorite way to interact with the Unmatched events. So I'd highly recommend it. And the next season is coming up soon, so definitely keep an eye out for that.
Yep, give it a shot. I'm sure you won't regret it. And then you'll be primed and ready for Summer of Legends, the next major later on this year. So it looks like we are good to go with Phantom. So let's get him in here for an interview. All right, PhantomX, man, welcome. Congrats, man. You are the first international champion for Unmatched. You're going to be getting that nice brick of a trophy mailed your way. And, dude, just you played so incredibly well the whole time. You're definitely probably the most deserving person out of anybody that I know to win this, because you put in the hard work and effort to grind this game and get better and learn all the matchups, and man, it paid off. So big congrats to you, man. This is incredible.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. How you feeling?
Finally get the trophy. Was getting into it for like it was my fourth tournament, I think. Second times being in finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a tough run to get, but finally it is mine. I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, you got to be over the moon. That's just incredible. What were you thinking about the match going into it? I know you've done a similar kind of best of 5 with me last time in Summer of Legends, but it was BanQuest then. This time being Arsenal, how were you feeling going into the draft?
So I prepared like only today for this format, and actually I liked BanQuest best of 5 much more, because Arsenal best of 5, at least this creation of it, seemed pretty random, because you have like 5 random assignments.
Sure.
And as you can see in the end, that actually played out, because because of the assignments. Actually, I would say won. It was one of the reasons why I won, because they were pretty in my favor. And yeah, what else I can say? Draft was quite alright. During assignments, I was nervous, because it could go either way. Be a good matchup for me, or be a good matchup for Boterham. And in the end, I got a bit more lucky, so matches were in my favor. But I knew there was a chance. The biggest chance of me losing was after first game. There were 3 games which were pretty equal, like Dracula, Houdini, Ingen, Lured, and Yen, Black Widow. I knew they could go either way, so it was my chance to lose the 3-0 after first, 3-1 after the first game.
Right.
So I was quite nervous during second and third game. Second game, I'll tell you that first game was pretty easy. I was just keeping track of my hand and the opponent's hand, and as you always do against Genie, and just be cautious. And it played out in the end. And second game was more interesting. I had a pretty good start, but then closer to the end, I made really big mistakes, and I also missed one little because of the timer. The timer was going down, and I was nervous, and I wasn't able to play this little. It was a little with big reveal and 2 misdirections. I could have just saved misdirections with the big reveal and put it into Sister or Drag later. I had still 1 sleight of hand and 2 schemes, so I'll be able to discard or to play sleight of hand into Fiend. And so I'll be able to get 3 misdirections in play. It would be 6 damage, and Drag would die no matter what. But I decided to go in. I decided to play a scheme because I was pretty sure he didn't have defenses, because if he had, he wouldn't
take the big reveal.
Take the big reveal.
Yeah.
And then he did have a Fiend, and he didn't play it. I was so surprised after the game. Yeah, but it helped him. And then I got misdirections as my top decks, and which sucks because I needed not versatile cards.
Sure.
Because I had like good attacks in my hand, and I was just I was okay with attacking in to do my bidding. I just needed not versatile card in my hand as top deck, and I got 2 misdirections in a row, so I go on attack. Yeah. And then I lost it. Was pretty sad after this such a good start. So I was. I would say it was like the down point of this match. After the second game, I was pretty sad.
Right.
But I just tried to calm down and go into a new game fresh and ready to win. I also made, I think, a mistake to take it first attack. Well, not a mistake, but it was a risky move, because in the end it was Momentous Shift, and I was ready to run all game being afraid of sudden charge, that he could attack into Widow and then kill Maria. Because I didn't have any castles for a long time. But in the end, he just attacked Maria again, and I had a 0 prepared for that, and so then I didn't have to run away. And he was focusing Maria, I would say, too much, because it's close to the end. He could have just went more aggressive into Widow. I had like 2 defenses most of the time. And I think it would be much better play for him, and he maybe would have won it if he did that. but he didn't, and the game was in my favor. Third game was fourth game. Yes, fourth game. The Indian Little Red. I got lucky that he didn't draw any Huntsman defenses, so I killed him pretty early. And after that, I was like, okay, that's easy then. And then he discards my scheme.
Yep.
I was like, okay, I have scheme and like 5 other cards. His chance of discarding is like 1 out of 6.
Yep.
I was like, I can risk a little bit, and then he discards it, and I was like, I should have better played it. And I was getting nervous because of that, but after that he started popping traps, which I think was a mistake from him. And it was a much easier game after that, and close to the end I knew I would win. And I was thinking, with what card should I finish? Because I know there's like a video that you play with like the last cards every champion finishes. So I won the group.
The regroup was perfect, man. We all love that. Even playing the remote detonation to lead into the regroup was perfect. Yeah, man. Well, just well done again. I know you mentioned in there at one point, you know, that you got lucky with the assignments, but like don't discredit yourself. Like, you played amazingly this whole tournament. You had a lot of rough runs assignment wise throughout bracket leading up to the finals, and you still just dominated anyways, even with rough matchups. So, you know, you're obviously deserving of your win. So yeah, really well played.
Thank you.
No problem, man. And I'll open it up to the other commentators. Anyone else have any questions or comments for Phantom?
No, I mean, not too much. It's just congratulations. I mean, I think John already mentioned it, but just I think it was really cool seeing. I think it was very clear that you had a very strong game plan going into each matchup of exactly kind of what you were looking for, what you do. I thought it was so excellent to basically save all your traps until Huntsman was dead, and then just start putting traps out and just body blocking red. That was excellent. So anyway, just saw just a great like just planning and like knowing exactly how you'd play the matchup and seeing how it was very fun to watch. So yeah, congrats. The Houdini game, yeah, there was I was wondering what you had in hand, if you had enough to cycle the misdirection back for lethal there. So it sounds like you had most of the pieces there. If not all of them, but yeah, that a crazy game. That one was wild to watch. So yeah, I mean, I'm super. You know, even though that timer got to you there, you just played excellently the next 2 games and still walked away with it. So it ended up not being too big of a problem.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I wanted to say that I was preparing to meet you, Chan, in the finals. I was really hoping for it because it was such a nice story that I lost 2-0 last tournament and I won him this tournament, and then I'm facing his biggest friend, and it's such a cool finale. But well, Boterham still made me nervous, and it was nice games.
Yeah.
And yeah, I also want to say thank you to Zero. It was really nice playing with you this tournament and last tournament.
Yeah, man.
It was such a journey for me, and it made it stronger.
For sure.
And well, I started playing competitively, or like, yeah, I would say congrats to you, or to you, because I watched your videos and I really liked them, and I was getting to competitive matches because of your videos. So thank to you. If not you, I wouldn't be here. And I also want to say thank you to all my Russian community guys. They supported me. Usually we had like almost 100 people on Russian translation at one point. So almost as you guys on your English stream. And all people were congratulating me with the win. And throughout the whole all games, like semifinals and finals, they were all hoping for me to win and writing things. And I really appreciate that to all Russian guys. Спасибо. And yeah, I want to say that I'm glad that our community is so big, and I'm glad to be the first European player to win it, to win the biggest tournament in the world.
Yes.
That's goodness.
Yeah, man. Well, you know, I love to hear about people getting into the game because of my videos, and that's really the reason why I do it. I don't really make money or anything off of it. You know, it's just to publicize the game and exactly that, to just bring people in. So that is so cool to hear that you got into the game because of that. And I mean, look at how good of a player you've become, one of the best in the world, you know? So it's just super cool to see, and I'll echo what you said about the communities. You guys, your Russian community is just incredibly strong players all around. You guys just really, you came to win, and it was just awesome to see. And I love that, like, this seems like kind of the first time we've ever really merged the communities in a sense. And I think that's the reason why we almost doubled in capacity between this tourney and the last one, because I think a lot more of the Russian players showed up. And yeah, you guys are just all really strong players, and so that's really cool to see. It's the merging of our two communities into just one big one. So yeah, I just love to see that, man, and keep up the great work, because you guys are awesome players.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to the stream. Hi, this is Alan. You guys can't see me. I'm in the background, but I have a couple things. One, I just wanted to say that someone in the chat had pointed out that the Russian stream hit 100 viewers, I believe, today. And we were hovering right around 140 most of the day. So collectively, that's like 240 people watching Unmatched live, which is just incredible. So shout out to everyone watching this stream. Shout out to everyone that was checking out the Russian stream. You all are great. And, you know, even if there aren't people from the Russian community that make it to Grands for our major... Oh, there's a Spanish stream, too.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, you know, even if there aren't people from those communities that make it to Grands, keep doing it. Like, this is awesome. You love to see it. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, that's how we're really going to make the community grow, right? Just make it a global community and just get as many people as possible into this game, because it's an incredible game and we have a great community, so you love to see it.
Here we go. There's, sorry if I got really loud there for a second. Pro streamer. Someone in the chat also said there was a Hungarian stream as well. So, love all of you guys. Keep it up. That's awesome. Phantom, for you, I just wanted to say really quick, congratulations, first of all. Second of all, I said this to John before at the start of the weekend. Thank you for winning. I said if you would win, you were vindicating me putting you in the opening video.
Now we have all...
Yeah, so now... Yeah, so... I just thought that was funny. Thank you for that. And then the other thing, I did actually have a question for you, and I kept saying this to all the commentators, and no one brought it up, and maybe I'm just an idiot, and that's very possible because I don't play that much. But it turned out, a fun little data point, every single game that you won, you had the map advantage on. Do you think that had any contribution to it, or was that all just completely coincidence?
Of course, it's made contribution because it's really important in the current meta to have a map. There's so many different maps, and they can help you in the matchup a lot. And also, we have only 2 map bans this tournament, and because there you almost always can have one of the best maps for your character. So I would say the current meta, it really helps if you pick a map. Though I think in a Houdini drag game, actually I did have a map. Yeah, I did have a map. Yeah, and I lost it. So yeah, I was thinking when he picked a map that he should have given it to me. I have a position, but in the end it worked out for Boterham. So as it seems, always pick the map.
Yeah, I think that's pretty typical. But yeah, thanks for all that, Alan. It's just incredible to see all the different streams from all around the world. So yeah, everybody keep it up for sure. But then anybody else, Taylor, Zach, Chad, anything else for Phantom before we go?
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations. It certainly fits the storyline that you beat the person that beat you last tournament, so that has to feel pretty good. And I find it so cool that you're the first international champion, because obviously we Americans like to think everything is about us, but you've certainly come in here and you've proved the contrary. So I love that you were able to do what you did this tournament, and you certainly had like a dominant performance. I think you lost like 3 games the whole tournament, something like that.
In the finals, I think I lost 1. Oh, semifinals. On semifinals, I lost 1. So it's 2, and in this tournament, in this finals, I lost 1. So 3 losses. Hold on.
Yeah, that's just insane. So.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah. How about you, Zach? Any last words?
Yeah, just kind of echoing. Congrats. I don't know if I have too many questions. Just really fun games, both for the semifinals and the grand finals here, and always a pleasure to see you play. Love that you've been streaming your stuff as well. I know I used to host some matches for you, but it's awesome to see more people getting into the streaming side of things. And yeah, I think your stuff has been a great resource for a lot of people that watch your content too. So you'll be the next Zero Skater as far as getting other people more knowledgeable of the game so they can make these tourney runs. So yeah, great work there.
Yeah,
and
we
can't wait to
also
see
have
you
like
more.
a Russian channel on YouTube, and we post guides too sometimes, and we also have like about 800 or 900 people there. So yeah,
Nice.
maybe. Well, I think we are in a way Zero Skater for Russian community.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome. Awesome. Keep up the great work and congrats again.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, Phantom, any last words to everybody watching?
Keep playing, get into competitive Unmatched, because it's really fun and it can be exciting and can make a good story.
Yeah.
As you can see in my example. So yeah.
Yeah, man. I agree 100%. This has been an amazing storyline. I am happy to see you win it. I couldn't think of anybody more deserving, honestly. So congrats again. You did an incredible run.
Thank you.
All right, man. Well, take care, and hope to see you next tourney.
Bye-bye.
All right, man. See ya. All right, and that'll about wrap it up for us, everybody. Thank you so much for watching the conclusion of Winter of Champions 2024 here. This has been an absolutely incredible tournament. They just keep getting better and better. Every time you think, man, this is the best one yet, and that trend has not stopped. It just keeps going and going. The storylines that we see play out, the quality of the games that we're seeing on streams, and just the growth of the community, and just how amazing everybody is just incredible. So I want to give a big thanks to all of you guys here with me on commentary, because couldn't do it without you guys. I know it's a lot of time and effort put in to sit here and talk about this game, but it's been a blast. So Chad, we'll kick it to you. Any last words before we sign off?
Yeah. I mean, thank you all so much for just having me. I'm super excited that I was able to do this. I said most of my thank yous yesterday, I think. So yeah, shout out again to Restoration Games just for this amazing game. I know they've put their heart and soul into it, and it really shows. So just having a game that can hold up so well, at least in my opinion, competitively. So that's huge. Thank you again for all the TOs, just for coming up with new formats, new ways to kind of play the meta and all that stuff. Yeah, just I'm very happy to be here, and so yeah, can't wait to see what the next tournament holds.
Awesome. And everybody make sure you check out Chad on YouTube. It's Unmatchad. He's got some deck guides. He's got really fun puzzle videos that are like endgame scenarios that you have to map out. A lot of really cool content and more on the way. So make sure you follow him on YouTube. Give him a sub there. Can't forget about that. And then how about you, Taylor? Any words for the stream?
Regroup. Shoot her. Daredevil. But in all honesty, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to commentate again. For those who don't know, the 4 of us like see each other in real life and are friends, so it's awesome to just be able to talk about the game like this, because it doesn't really feel like work. It's just like we're just watching the game and being chuds together. It's a lot of fun. I want to just apologize to Chad. I said something earlier that was like, it came out really mean, and I was just like, I was supposed to be a joke, and like, Chad, I love you. Sorry about that.
No, I took it very personally. I said to Ashley and said, "Can you believe this guy?" And I have a sound clip, and I'm gonna put it on the soundboard every time we're in a call together in Discord.
Jeez.
But yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of fun commentating, and really, I love this community, and I love how global it is. I love playing with people worldwide because sometimes I like to stay up late, and it's like 3 a.m. and I'm looking for a game, and like, no American idiot's gonna be awake right now. Let's see if someone in Europe is. So, yeah, fun weekend. I didn't get to watch the entirety of the semis. I got little bits and pieces, but from what I saw yesterday, especially the die roll, it was awesome. So thank you guys for a great event again.
Yeah, Taylor, thank you so much for joining. And everybody, make sure you check out Taylor on YouTube at Baked Goods. He's got one of the biggest Unmatched YouTube channels out there, so puts out amazing content with strategy guides as well as tier lists. And what do you got going on? Like the Unmatched Adventures series, and you got the Card Convo series, and all kinds of good stuff. So make sure you look him up. He's the cow with human teeth on YouTube, Baked Goods. You can also check him out on Twitch every now and then, twitch.tv/Baked Goods, I believe.
Yeah, Baked Goods _Unmatched. Like once every like 6 months, whip out the old Twitch channel.
There you go.
For Team League, I'll stream my stuff. So
there you go. Yeah. So make sure to follow him on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Also check him out on Patreon. He's got one of those, so show some support. You know, making content takes up a lot of time. It's not easy. Any little bit helps. So check him out on Patreon as well. And last but not least, Zach, anything you want to say to the chat, to the viewers?
Sign up for Team League, first of all. the upcoming season should be a lot of fun. We'll be getting the surveys out for Legacy teams soon, so anyone who is coming over, and based on the initial thing I sent out to the captains, it looks like we'll have a lot of returning teams, which is awesome. I've also seen some people in the channels that are going to be starting new teams, so that's exciting as well. General registration should start shortly after the Legacy team sign-up does. And yeah, we've got a lot of fun stuff coming. Probably not too many adjustments from the last season, but there is going to be a pretty significant structure change as far as how the league is split up. So I'm excited to see how that will work. But yeah, it's the next big thing that I'll be working on outside of my YouTube stuff. So definitely want as many people as we can, because I do think that Team League is legitimately probably the most fun format. At least for me and a lot of people. So I definitely want to get more people in on that as we can. And that leads well into the next majors, because it gives you that experience to kind of get there and find good practice partners, which are very important in my experience. So, yeah.
We had to change Team League because the team with the 3 of them lost last season. So we got to rig it for them so that they can win this time.
Of course.
Well, I heard through the grapevine the Chadettes are returning. I know they weren't able to make it last year, but super excited to have them back.
The champions returning.
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, like Zach said, check out Team League if you're interested and you're on the fence about jumping into competitive play. It's a great springboard into it, so definitely be on the lookout for that. You can find signups, I'm sure, through UM League, so if you're not already part of the UM League Discord, definitely go join that server. I'm sure we can get a link in the chat. Not very hard to find, though. If you look at any of my YouTube videos, you can find it in the description, or I'm sure Zach, which we didn't mention, but of course Darkblade has a YouTube channel of his own, so definitely go subscribe. It's a relatively newer channel, but
Full Send Friday!
Full Send Friday is the wacky new series that he's been going on pretty consistently now for a while, and it's just full aggro gameplay. So if you like people just running at each other and just chucking the most ridiculous things, making the most wacky plays, go check out Full Send Friday. He's got some other fun content on there as well. I'm sure there's more in the works. And of course, gotta subscribe or follow at least his Twitch channel. He hosts tons of tournament games during the tournaments for other players, not just his own matches, but for everybody out there. He's like the #1 host streamer for tourney games. So definitely follow him on Twitch, twitch.tv/darkblade113. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I'm sure we can get a link in the chat as well.
Yep.
Cool.
And then YouTube is at Darkblade_113 because 113 was taken. So.
Wow. It's got to add the underscore for YouTube. Yep. So check him out on YouTube and Twitch, of course. And then if that's it from all you guys, I guess we'll... any last words? No?
Well, I do have one thing. I think, Taylor, we didn't go fully in on this, so if we want to look at Daredevil's deck once again, because I think this is very important here.
Yes.
So if you can go ahead and talk about the key cards for Daredevil, this is something everyone needs to know.
Yeah, so grappling hook, versatile, 3 value. It is not a trash dash because even though you're only moving 2 spaces, you get to move Daredevil, and Daredevil's the best hero in the game, which is really, really important. Chad, do you want to talk about Man Without Fear?
Absolutely. Man Without Fear is arguably one of the best attack cards in the game. And that's because it has a during combat.
Oh my gosh, you Daredevil fools. Everybody thought that was the end.
I was gonna have fun with it too, Taylor.
I was done.
Well. Anyways.
I'm going out to the, or, no, I'm not going out to the.
All right. Well, so Daredevil nonsense aside, it's an ongoing running joke from calling back to Hat Chowder when he would commentate Grands. So miss you, Connor. But
It's not a joke, John.
oh, okay. It's the
Very
real deal.
serious
It's
business.
serious. Okay, my bad. Well, anyways, thank you to all you guys for commentating with me. Thank you to everybody watching the stream. I'm Zero Skater 12. If you want to watch me on YouTube, I have a YouTube channel you can check out, as well as I stream my tourney matches on Twitch. Sometimes I stream some other stuff on Twitch too, here and there. It's a little sporadic because I don't have a ton of free time right now, but check me out if you want to see some gameplay. Also, I have a Patreon as well. You can consider supporting and casting votes for Matchup of the Month, which is my main ongoing series for YouTube with Mr. Chad here as my co-host with that. And it's a ton of fun. We just take a deep dive on matchups and whatnot. I know we're quite a bit backlogged, but now that the tourney's over, we can get caught up on those. So check them out on YouTube. Support me on Patreon, please. I'd appreciate it. And you can cast your own votes. Check me out on Twitch. And that'll just about do it. So another big thank you to Restoration Games for sponsoring these major tourneys. I mean, they're just an incredible company. They truly are unmatched, right? It's very fitting of this amazing board game that they've created because they are an unmatched company. If you have a chance ever to see them at conventions, I mean, they're just the best. So you can also get tons of foils if you show up to conventions usually. Play in our events at like Gen Con, for example. We host tournaments and whatnot. So if any of you can make it there, we'd love to see you live and hang out and chat and play some games. So yeah, big thanks to Restoration. They're the best. Also thanks to the guys at Vorpalboard for giving us this awesome platform to stream on. And thank you to all the viewers at home, because without you guys, these streams wouldn't be anything if nobody's watching. So yeah, big thanks to everybody involved. It's been an incredible journey once again for Winter of Champions 2024. And that'll just about do it. So I hope to see everybody back for at least Summer of Legends 2024 later in the year. But yeah, that'll do it. So thank you all for watching, and we'll catch you next time.
So, Chad, do you want to continue talking about Man Without Fear?
Yeah.
real
Now
quick?
back to the important thing before we were so rudely interrupted.
No, I think we have something more important coming up.
Yes.